Section 14 of Mr. Raoul by D.K. Broster. Part 3. The Making of a Wildcat. Chapter 1. Tight Shoes. Quote, "You shall be willingly supplied with such conveniences for the night as this cavern will afford." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 21. On the edge of the road, which runs from Taunton in South Devon down to the little port of Stowey, there was growing in the summer of 1813 a certain gigantic elm, larger and more stately than its fellows. For some 200 years it had duly thrown its quota of shade over the heads of the travellers and country folk who passed below it, though but few of these had been conscious of its separate identity. The sudden death of this tree, however, was to attract more attention than its long and serviceable life had ever done. For, on the evening of the 11th of August in that year, a windy but not excessively windy day, the cables which for so long had moored the great elm to the soil were snapped without warning, as is the way with its kind, and, with a vast crashing and rending, it fell, and, since the hour was too far advanced to begin sawing operations, lay where it fell, presenting an impassable barrier to all vehicles on the Stowey road, and a pleasing test of gymnastic ability to the young of the nearest cottages. By them, the day the great elm blowed down would be agreeably remembered, and Captain Hervey Barrington, R.N., of Fairhaven, Stowey, was to remember it also. He was at this moment one of the descending passengers of the stage-coach plying twice a day between Stowey and Taunton, which conveyance, having received no previous warning of the downfall of the elm, had just come to a rather indignant standstill before the prostrate giant, and this at 7 in the evening. Some of its occupants, indeed all who had any baggage worth mentioning, were favouring the alternative of returning in the coach to Taunton and spending the night there. But Captain Barrington, who had only been to that little town for the day on business, was not encumbered in this way, nor did a 3-mile walk in the least dismay him. Very soon the bulk of the great elm, sprawling like Goliath across the road, was exercising, not without laughter, the returning Stoweyites, farmers or well-to-do fishermen for the most part. Us'll have to climb in, for sure, or creep on our bellies beneath un. But Captain Barrington surveyed the noble tree with a tinge of regret, and was meanwhile conscious of the voice of the guard behind him, addressing someone still in the coach. "I shouldn't advise you to go on to Stowey to-night, miss. A matter of 3 or 4 miles it is. Why not go back with us as far as Taunton? If so be as you couldn't get a room to yourself at the Lion, you'd get a bed to yourself for sure." The only person in the coach who could be addressed as Miss was a girl in grey, already there when Captain Barrington had entered it at Taunton, a girl to whom his attention had subsequently been drawn, indifferent though he was to the sex, mainly because she seemed so desirous of attracting none, sitting very demurely in her corner, her face almost invisible under the gauze veil depending from the front of her small poke bonnet. But he had quite forgotten about her again, till now he heard her reply hastily, "No, thank you, I must go on to Stowey." The slight foreign accent piqued Captain Barrington's curiosity sufficiently to cause him to turn his head, and thus he got a glimpse of the speaker where she stood, above his level, at the top of the steps, looking down at the guard outside. She had put back her veil, and her face was more clearly revealed now. Handsome, striking even, rather than beautiful, a little hollow in the cheeks, where burnt a somewhat hectic colour, but not timid like her demeanour, not shrinking. And he wondered for a moment who she could be, just possibly a member of some French royalist household. "Very well, miss," said the guard. "I dare say some gentleman going to Stowey will carry your valise for you, and, as for company, there's Mrs. Stratton as lives at Stowey. She've started already, if so be she've got past that old toad of a tree." "Thank you," said the girl again, and still, as it seemed to Hervey, hurriedly. "I will not trouble anybody. My little valise is not heavy, and no doubt I shall overtake this lady." She descended, helped by the solicitous guard, Captain Barrington having moved away for fear of alarming her with proffered attentions. Better to leave her to Mrs. Stratton. Moreover, at this moment he happened to inquire from a rustic standing by what steps were going to be taken to ensure that no chaise or horseman should collide with a fallen tree after dark. None that the rustic knew of. "Oh, what, you're going to leave a wreck in the fairway without buoying it," exclaimed Captain Barrington indignantly. "Oh, not with my consent." Striding off to the nearest farm, he soon returned with Farmer Cadman and half a dozen lanterns, and it was not till he had seen them lighted and strung on either side of the obstacle that he himself set off on his homeward way. At present on half pay, and likely, for all that promotion had come rapidly to him, so to remain, owing to a mishap at sea for which he was not responsible, Captain Barrington, a bachelor, lived in a comfortable house by the river about a mile on the hither side of Stowey, looked after by an excellent and commanding housekeeper and her husband, who had been his coxswain. For though Captain Barrington's spinster sister, a good 18 years older than himself, he was 41, also dwelt near Stowey, the two had never joined their domestic forces, though the theory was that they were going to do it some day. Perhaps they secretly knew that they were at heart too dissimilar for such an arrangement ever to be successful, that Hervey was too set in his ways, and Miss Lavinia too free with her tongue, and too much of a quiz. But they were very good friends, and each had a room assigned and always ready for occupation in the other's house. In fact, Miss Lavinia was arriving this very evening at Fairhaven to spend a couple of days there en route to Exeter. For all her teasing tongue, nobody understood better than Miss Barrington how his inactivity fretted her brother, how savage was the resentment at the injustice which had laid him aside in time of war for a blunder which was not his. The wound went too deep to be often handled, but it stung always. It was stinging now, as Hervey Barrington walked along in the soft Devonshire twilight. He had the road to himself, for the business with the tree had delayed him by quite 20 minutes, and all the other wayfarers were a mile or so ahead of him by this time. All but one, that is, for as he turned a corner he saw dimly, some 40 yards ahead, the figure of a woman carrying something, and it looked like that of the foreign girl. She was walking with a limp, and at sight of her, Captain Barrington's curiosity was revived. Even if she were lame, how had she contrived to spend so much time covering so little ground, and to have lagged so far behind everyone else? Had she stayed behind on purpose? Well, she had already struck him as wishing to avoid notice, but it was strange that at so late an hour she had not preferred to avail herself of company on the road, not to speak of someone to carry her valise. And, despite the limp, she was not walking so slowly as to have been unable to keep up with stout Mrs. Stratton, for instance. At his present pace, Hervey could not avoid overtaking her in a moment or two, and he should then feel bound to offer her his escort, whether she wanted it or no. It was not fitting for a young woman, a stranger, to be on a lonely road by herself at this time of day. Before he was up to her, the foreigner had heard his footfalls and half glanced round, quickening her pace a little. But in another 30 seconds he was level with her. "Madam," he said, raising his hat, "it is not right that you should carry that baggage of yours. I beg you to allow me to do it for you." The girl did not stop. She walked on with a limp and said, as if she meant it, "Oh, sir, you are very kind, but no, it is not necessary. The valise is truly very light." "Oh, but you are walking with difficulty already. You are fatigued," observed Hervey, as he kept pace with her. "And you still have more than a couple of miles to go. You really must permit me." And, respectfully but firmly, he too possessed himself of the handle of the disputed object. The fingers which held it tightened for a moment, then relaxed their grip unwillingly. "You are indeed kind, sir, murmured their owner as she relinquished her burden, but there was no real gratitude in her tone. She had, however, spoken the truth about the little portmanteau, for it was light, extremely light. Hervey began to wonder what was her destination in Stowey. He could not think of any of its inhabitants who were at all likely to be expecting such a guest. "You are visiting friends in Stowey, I expect, madam," he said, tentatively, excusing his question to himself on the ground that he would ultimately have to learn to what house he was to escort her. "No," replied the traveller after a moment. "I go to an inn, is it not?" "An inn," said Hervey, still more surprised. "None of the inns at Stowey, madam, is very suitable for a lady, and the Dolphin, a better class house, is closed for repairs. The others are only fit for sailors and such like." "Oh, sailors will not hurt me," she murmured. Her voice sounded dejected, or so Hervey thought. And she was most indubitably lame. She was hobbling. "I must insist on your taking my arm," he said, somewhat masterfully. "You will never reach Stowey at all without assistance." And the girl seemed to think so too, for, after a moment, she took the proffered support without looking at him. That is to say, she leant her hand, not much more, upon it, and they proceeded for a little in silence. Side by side with her, Hervey could not see her face because of the poke bonnet. "You have already walked today, perhaps, madam," he suggested, as the weight on his arm gradually increased. "Or do you think it is possible that there is a nail or a stone in your shoe?" "No," said the girl, rather shortly. "I fear there is no nail, no stone. It is not for that reason that they hurt me." "But would it not be well to make sure?" persisted Hervey, really sorry for her, since he could see that she was suffering. "Or will you not at any rate sit down on this wall and rest a little?" For the road, no longer tree-shadowed on either hand, had been for some minutes following the Stowey River, whose outgoing tide lapped along the foot of the low wall on their left. "Yes, I will sit down for a small moment, sir," agreed the girl quickly, and she sank down without more ado on the stone parapet. "You are, I take it, a stranger to these parts," observed Captain Barrington conversationally. "Yes," replied the traveller, after a moment's pause. "I come from Yorkshire." "From Yorkshire!" exclaimed Hervey involuntarily. Oh, surely she was not trying to pass herself off as English. "Ah, you mean in this moment, of course, for I perceive that you are." And then he stopped. He had no wish to appear prying. But, to his regret, he saw that he had already given that impression. He had already caused alarm. "Oh, you mean, sir," said the girl in a would-be calm voice, "that you see I am not English." "Oh, sir, senor, no, I am Spanish, but for the love of God, do not betray me." "But, my dear young lady," said Hervey soothingly, "how, and to whom, should I betray you? You have a perfect right to be Spanish, and, being Spanish, to travel in England. Oh, come, now, there's no cause for agitation, except, possibly, about those shoes of yours. I will withdraw a little, and you can take them off, and see whether something cannot be done to ease them." He turned as he spoke, and, going a pace or two along the road, looked out over the darkening river. This was an odd encounter. "Well, now, is that better?" he asked, coming back after a minute or two. The shoes, however, were not yet on again. He could discern them lying in the dusty road. The girl was sitting with her hands in her lap. "Oh, when they are off it is better, yes, but I do not know whether you can get them on again," finished Hervey with a smile. "Oh, why did women always have their shoes too tight? If you will allow me—" "Oh, no, no," cried the girl, evidently affrighted, and, as far as he could see, tucking up her feet under her petticoats. "No, sir, I will contrive. You see, it is not that they are too small." Oh, how feminine! Ladies, he knew, always said that. But that the shape, the English shape— "Ah, yes," said Hervey. "Of course, you bought these in England. Perhaps that was unwise." How many things are unwise," responded the girl on a deep, tragic note. "Oh, that I'm here at all is unwise. But, Dios de mi alma, what else could I do?" She stifled an unmistakable sob. "But I shall soon be gone." And, bending down, she struggled feverishly with her footgear, Captain Barrington rather uncomfortable in this sudden and unexplained rush of emotion, and she evidently too much carried away by it to care whether or no the gentleman who had so considerately turned his back during the doffing of her shoes watched the process of resumption. At last she stood up. "Now I will go on, sir. I'm now better." She hobbled a step or two, with little ejaculations under her breath, and then supplemented bravely, "If I do not think of them." "And if you take my arm again," suggested Hervey, tendering it. She took it, leaning a little harder this time, and said, as they started, "Suppose I take altogether off my shoes, and go without them, as go the peasants in my country." "Oh, no, madam, you could not possibly do that," replied Hervey. "This road is much too stony." They went on a little in silence, till he, having revolved the idea for a moment or two already, continued, "I have a better plan. My own house is now only 1/2 mile distant, for I live well this side of Stowey. Now, if you would allow me to offer you hospitality for the night." "Oh, senor!" exclaimed the Spanish girl, evidently deeply affronted. Her hand stiffened on his arm. "Oh, I assure you, madam," said Hervey hastily, "that my housekeeper— My name, by the way, is Barrington, Captain Hervey Barrington, of His Majesty's Navy." But at that the hand was withdrawn altogether. They both stopped. "My sister, too," began Captain Barrington anew, "will be—" "Ah, your sister lives with you," interpolated the unknown, and, the hand returning, they took up their march again. Hervey did not think it worth while to explain, but enlarged a little on the pleasure it would give Miss Barrington to receive the footsore traveller, and, though he did not say this, to tease him afterward for his knight-errantry. "So you will accept, will you not, madam? I assure you," he proceeded with a certain stiffness, "that I regard you with all the respect due to a member of your sex, and particularly to one who is, for the moment at least, unprotected. In order to prove, indeed, that I desire in no way to take advantage of you, I will cause my sister to come down to the garden, if you wish, and there make you known to each other, so that you can satisfy yourself of my intentions. For, indeed, you will never reach Stowey tonight, nor, as I say, is there any inn there quite suitable to your requirements." The Spanish girl stood still once more. She clasped both hands to her breast and looked away over the river. Hervey had an uncomfortable suspicion that she was imploring the Virgin for guidance, really quite unnecessarily. When she spoke, the words were charged with feeling. "Oh, indeed, you are too kind to an unfortunate, unprotected. Madre de Dios! It is not for the moment only that I am unprotected. Shall I tell you my poor little story, Senor Capitan?" "There's no need, unless you wish," replied Hervey gently. But he was curious, all the same. "But yes, if you are so noble as to receive me under your roof, I must tell you, in a few words. Again, I will sit on this kind wall." She did so, and, stooping, tugged off the shoes which were not too tight. "Oh, senor, I am the wife, the deserted wife, of an Englishman like yourself, an English officer." "How is it possible?" said Hervey, gravely astonished. He sat down on the wall beside her. "How did he desert you? Where did you meet?" The Spaniard made a gesture. "Oh, you ask where? Ah, senor, in a terrible place. In Badajoz, in the storm of Badajoz." "Oh, good God!" exclaimed Captain Barrington. "You were in Badajoz when we took it last year?" "With my poor father, yes. He was killed. Me, the soldiers were dragging away. Your soldiers. They were enraged at the resistance of the French. Me, a Spaniard, your friend. when he saw me. Oh, senor, he saved me. He loved me. He married me. That is to say." "Yes, I understand," murmured Hervey rather awkwardly. She made another gesture. "Oh, but no, senor, I think you do not. It is true that I was not married by the rites of my own church, but of his, for I am married by the priest, what do you call him, in your tongue? The capellan of his regiment." "The chaplain. And what was his regiment?" The girl hesitated. "How the English names are so difficult," she said deprecatingly. "Oh, try," said Hervey. She addressed herself visibly to an effort. "Mi marido. He was in what you call the Light Brigade." "Ah, yes, but in what regiment? A brigade is not a regiment." "Not?" queried the soldier's wife innocently. "Was it the Rifle Regiment? The 95th? "Oh, yes, that is the name." She resumed feverishly. "We live in Badajoz a little. Oh, how I am happy! But he will not take me with him on campaign. He leave me there. For a time he write to me. I find out always where he is. Then he writes no more. I think he is dead. I write to the colonel. No, Tomas is not dead. He's gone to England. He is sick. And to me, not a word. I wait. No letter. Oh, how to tell you the pain I suffer. At last, I have a little money. I sell my jewels. I go on board a vessel. I come in England. I travel to the home of my husband. Oh, senor, he denies me. He says, no, I was never married to him. I was only a poor girl to amuse him. Oh, vaya, I am to go back to Spain. He is finished with me." "Oh, what is the scoundrel's name?" demanded Hervey indignantly. "No, I shall not tell you that." She flung out her arms to the night. "And though I never see him again, and though he treat me so cruelly, I love him. In Badajoz." "I see," said Hervey rather dryly, the more so that the passion of the last words had caused an uncomfortable sort of thrill to pass along his spine. "But, senora, you are in all probability really married to this man. In fact, I do not see how else it could be if the chaplain of the Rifle Regiment. It would be perfectly easy to ascertain." At that the abandoned wife clutched his arm, but not to welcome the suggestion. "No, no. If he cast me off, it is finished. No, I go back to Spain. I leave him free." "Oh, but dash it all," cried Captain Barrington, wishing that she would liberate him at all events. "The man himself, scamp that he is, won't be free. If by free you mean free to marry someone else. If you are his legal wife, as I feel sure you must be, you are still his wife, whether you return to Spain or stay in England. And, by the way," he added, "how were you proposing to return to Spain?" The ecstasy of self-sacrifice appeared to have died down as suddenly as it had arisen, and, having already, to his relief, relinquished his arm, the deserted lady said, with a sublime disregard of bathos, "Now I put on my shoes again," and did so. It was not until she was on her feet, and had once more accepted her escort's arm, that she answered his question. "Oh, to return to Spain, I will find a little ship at Stowey." "Oh, indeed you will not," returned Hervey rather sharply. "Who told you such a thing?" "No little ship for Spain at Stowey. Ay de mi," lamented the fair traveller. "And then I come all this painful way for nothing. Alas, how I am unfortunate!" "We must consider your plans in the morning," said Hervey hastily, apprehending tears. "I can no doubt be of some assistance. But, if you will pardon the inquiry, how did you come to England, in the first place? At what port did you land?" "I've forgotten its name," replied the girl. And then, quickly taking herself up, "Oh, I knew she was lying," thought Hervey, pleased at his perspicacity. She said, No, I now remember. At a place called Gosport." "Gosport? Then you came in a troop ship." "Was that so wrong, Senor Capitan?" "I came as best I could. The passage was offered me. I paid nothing." Very oddly, there seemed to be a suggestion of laughter in her voice now. Or was it tears fought back? The next moment she stumbled and gave a little cry, hanging heavy on his arm for a second. A stone. No, senor, it is nothing. I can go on. It is perhaps not much farther now. No, fortunately. But I'm afraid that this walk has meant a good deal of suffering for you. No, no, she murmured, for I've found a friend so kind, so sympathetic. And for the first time the other hand joined its fellow on his arm, and both gave that support an unmistakable pressure. Now Hervey Barrington had not the slightest desire to receive from this emotional Spanish female any evidence of her warm southern heart in return for his hospitality. Yet, as he could not withdraw his arm, the only measure he could take against such a risk was to change the conversation. "When I was in Spain," he began, and had quite a gratifying success. The joint pressure on his arm relaxed, and the second hand went away again. "Ah, you have been in Spain," observed its owner slowly, and almost as if the information were not to her taste. "Yes, just before the war," answered Hervey. "I travelled with a Spanish friend in Catalonia and Valencia." "Oh, I do not know those parts," said his companion hastily, as if she were rebutting an accusation, and for the rest of the way became rather silent, except for an occasional tired sigh. Captain Barrington was glad when he could at last announce, as a house loomed up by the side of the road between them and the river. "Here we are, at our destination." End of section 14. Part 3, Chapter 2. Departure of the Senora Thomaz. Quote, "I'm not a princess, but an unhappy stranger who intended soon to have left this country." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. Though on one side Fairhaven, a house of moderate size, bordered directly on the road, a garden stretching to the river surrounded it on all the others, and it was into this garden, by a side gate, that Hervey, in his anxiety to show himself no Lothario, now conducted his guest. In the middle of the lawn was a fine old mulberry tree, and under the mulberry a garden seat constructed out of the timbers of the halcyon sloop of war, which had been Lieutenant Barrington's first command. Upon this relic, Hervey invited the Spanish traveller to sit, while he summoned his sister. Like putting her in quarantine, he thought, as he entered the house from the garden and ran upstairs. A minute later he was down again in the spacious hall, calling, "Oh, Mrs. Jeremy, Mrs. Jeremy," and then, receiving no answer, ringing a bell. It was impossible to be more immaculate, more spotlessly and stiffly becapped, more suitably clad in a high-bosomed grey gingham that showed her ample but shapely contours, than Mrs. Hannah Jeremy, to enter with more of the air of the all-competent but respectful housekeeper, or to drop a slight curtsy of more dignity. "Oh, did you ring, sir?" "I did. Where's Miss Barrington?" "Oh, she has not come yet, sir." "Oh, not come!" ejaculated her master, with more stupefaction than the news seemed, on the surface, to warrant. "No, sir." Hervey's thoughts went to the garden seat. With no sister forthcoming, as promised, the girl would think he had been lying. As indeed he had been, tacitly, when he allowed her to suppose that Lavinia lived with him. Oh, it would look as if he had deliberately entrapped the stranger. "Oh, you don't think, surely, Mrs. Jeremy," he said in dismay, "that Miss Barrington has changed her mind, and is not coming tonight at all?" "I couldn't say, sir. We have heard nothing. But it is getting late. I've had to put supper back, for if you'll excuse the liberty, sir, you are late yourself." "Oh, yes, I know that," responded Hervey, his brain busy. "Oh, there was an accident, the road blocked by a tree, and I had to walk from Cadman's Corner." Of course, there was always Mrs. Jeremy in the house to play propriety. What he disliked was having to confess to what must look like calculated duplicity. As he stood silent, his hand at his chin, wondering how he could get out of this admission, Mrs. Jeremy observed in a voice noticeably prim and frigid, "I don't know whether you would wish me to acquaint you with it, sir, But there's a very awkward thing occurred. How long she's been there's no telling, having only just seen her myself, but there's a female, and seemingly a young female, sitting in the garden, sir. And at this hour, too." Hervey made a gesture which appeared to signify that as many females as pleased might sit in his garden all night. Actually, it meant that there was no need to tell him of a fact which he knew already, but Mrs. Jeremy did not thus interpret it, and she proceeded. "How she come there I can't conceive, nor what she's doing, sitting there on the halcyon as bold as brass. I might almost say lying there, saving your presence, sir, for she's put her feet up off of the ground." Had Mrs. Jeremy announced that the stranger had removed the major part of her clothing, her voice could hardly have held more reprobation. I wish I had told Jeremy to keep an eye on her from the pantry window. "Oh, it is not necessary," said Hervey, groaning inwardly. "Oh, hang Lavinia and her unpunctuality!" But he was master in his own house, if sometimes at the cost of effort, and he faced Mrs. Jeremy boldly. "The young lady in the garden, Mrs. Jeremy, was left there by me. She's an unfortunate Spanish girl who has been deserted by her husband, an English officer. She was walking into Stowey, like myself, from Cadman's Corner. She's lame from fatigue, and too tired to go any farther. So, counting on Miss Barrington's presence here, I offered her hospitality for the night." Here Mrs. Jeremy permitted herself an inarticulate exclamation. "Now, I don't know what I'm to do. If Miss Barrington doesn't come at all, I suppose I must hand the poor girl entirely into your charge. That is to say, if she will now consent to stay here." "I think you will find, sir," responded Mrs. Jeremy with unusual tartness, "that the young person, Spanish, you say, won't raise any difficulties about sleeping in a gentleman's house, whether there's another lady there or no. It's my belief she'll be only too pleased if there's none." "Oh, nonsense, Mrs. Jeremy," said Hervey sharply. "You know nothing whatever about the girl. She only consented to come when she heard of the existence of my sister. Oh, I don't know what excuse I'm to make to her for Miss Barrington's absence. You will have to come out into the garden with me, so as to show that there is at least a respectable woman at Fairhaven." "Much obliged, sir," said Mrs. Jeremy, with a movement of the head which approached perilously near a toss. "As I said before, being Spanish." Impossible to reproduce what Mrs. Jeremy put into this word. "Oh, she'll likely come in the more readily if she don't see a respectable woman, she sitting there as if the garden belonged to her already." Hervey was now really angry. "Oh, Mrs. Jeremy," he said sternly, "you are forgetting yourself. You ought to be ashamed of such insinuations. Now, listen. When I have persuaded this poor girl that she need fear nothing under my roof, you will get the spare bedroom ready for her at once, and I think that as she is tired, and I'm alone, the best thing will be for her to have some supper taken up to her there before she retires. Do you understand?" "You really mean her to sleep the night in this house, sir?" "Oh, did you not hear the orders I've just given you, Mrs. Jeremy?" inquired Hervey, very quietly, but with an unmistakable quarter-deck inflection. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," said his housekeeper, quelled and flushing slightly. "And you wish me to come out with you now to see the young lady?" "Yes, that is to say, come out on some pretext in a minute or two, after I've explained the situation to her. You can ask me, for instance, at what time I would like supper." When he got into the garden again, Hervey realized with quite a shock how dark it had grown, and the oddity of leaving a guest, a lady, to sit outside in the more than dusk. Still, it had been done entirely for her own sake, and fortunately this was a warm evening, an evening full of the scents of the flowers in the little garden, and of the murmur of the outgoing river. A bat was wheeling over the relic of the halcyon, but the seat, to Hervey's surprise, was empty. Had the Spaniard taken fright and departed? He searched the gloom, and, descrying a shape by the steps which went down to the river, hurried towards it. The Signora was sitting on the low wall. "Oh, this river must be beautiful, if one could see, Senor Capitan," she observed, as he came up to her. "Oh, you have steps here. A boat, I perceive." "Yes," said Captain Barrington, for he did keep the skiff of a small sailing cutter moored at the foot of the steps, but in the gloom it was quite impossible to see it from where the lady sat, and it struck him that curiosity must have led her down the steps to investigate. But he had not come to talk about his surroundings or possessions. "Madam," he began uncomfortably, "I must present my deep apologies. I ought to have made myself clearer on the road just now. My sister does not live with me. She visits me from time to time, and, though she should be here tonight, the fact remains that she has not yet arrived." In the silence that ensued, this speech sounded to its maker most unconvincing, and the Spanish girl gave a quick sigh. It was too dark to see her expression, but she surely was not contemplating going on to Stowey, after all, disabled as she was. He would reason with her, plead with her, before he allowed her to do that. But after a moment she spoke. "Senor Capitan," she said, in a low voice, "it is not possible for me to walk farther, even though the Senora, your sister, do not arrive this night. So I throw myself upon your chivalry." So long as she did not throw herself upon his breast, Hervey was quite content with this acceptance, though it was a good deal readier than he had anticipated. He was even rather touched by its simple dignity. But then, in the semi-darkness, as he stood before her, he felt his hand seized in both of hers, and before he knew what she was about, she had sealed her committal to his honour by carrying it towards her lips. Halfway, she suddenly seemed to think better of it, and Hervey, intensely disliking the prospect of having his hand kissed by a woman, deduced with gratitude that he was spared the supreme embarrassment owing to the opportune arrival of Mrs. Jeremy, with a pre-arranged query, made in her best style. "At what hour would you wish supper to be served, sir?" Mrs. Jeremy disappearing the instant they were in the house, Captain Barrington himself was the only person available to show the girl to her room, which, doubting in any case if it were yet ready to receive her, he had no intention of doing. He therefore suggested that she should remove her bonnet in the hall, if she would forgive the lack of ceremony. She assured him in her pretty broken English that there was no need to apologize for the so handsome apartment, but she did not hasten to comply, and sat down as she was, with her dangling veil, in an armchair near the hearth, placing her feet in the purgatorial shoes upon the overblown bead roses of a convenient footstool. She did, however, loosen her cloak, and presently it slipped altogether from her shoulders. Hervey had thought to see her face more clearly in the glow of the candles which Mrs. Jeremy had already lit, but between the height of the sconces and the poke of the bonnet there was as much shadow upon it as illumination. He did discern, however, that she was high-coloured for a Spaniard, and not so very dark, after all, yet not of the fair Spanish type either. Perhaps she had a mixture of some other nationality. One might be able to tell that from the way she spoke her native tongue. Speaking Spanish very fairly himself, and with a good accent, Hervey wondered now why he had not addressed her in that language before. Probably because her English was so adequate. Well, better late than never. "I'm afraid that you must be exceedingly tired, and hungry also, Senora," he observed in his best Castilian. "I assure you that I greatly regret this delay in offering you rest and refreshment." He saw her colour spread. She was surprised, not unnaturally, at his tardy revelation of his accomplishment. She answered him, however, not in her own tongue, but in his. "Ah, you speak Spanish, senor. My congratulations." "Allow me to return them," said Hervey, this time in his own language. It is remarkable for a Spanish lady to speak English. And to cling to it so persistently, too, he thought to himself. The Senora flushed again and moved in her chair. "You are very kind. Yes, I speak it so much, with Thomas, and now in your country, that I've almost forgotten my own language." But, reflected Hervey, she and her Thomas cannot possibly have spent long enough together for her to acquire such a mastery of English. She must have known it before. And an unaccountable desire to hear her talking Spanish persisting in him, and his own command of the unfamiliar tongue reviving more quickly than he expected, he went on to ask her in that speech what she proposed to do about returning to Spain, since he could assure her that it was not feasible to voyage thither from Stowey. And who had so misdirected her as to inform her that it was? The questions seemed oddly to confuse the Senora Thomas. The colour which had risen disappeared, except on her cheeks, where it did not vary. "How I pray you not to talk Spanish to me," she said, in an uncertain voice, looking away. "It is cruel. It reminds me of too many things." And then an extraordinary, a stunning conviction broke upon Hervey Barrington. He leant forward and fixed his guest with a steady gaze. "You ask that because you do not understand what I say. You cannot reply in your own language. You're not a Spaniard at all." The bonnet trembled for a moment, and then its occupant returned his searching, condemnatory look in silence, with an effect of measuring him in her turn, after which, with a gesture of abandonment, she put her hands before her face and bowed her head. Her thin shoulders heaved a little, and there was a sound like stifled crying, but not much. Hervey had risen. "Well, madam?" he inquired stonily after a moment. A further silence, and his guest raised her head. "It is true," she said quite quietly. "I've lied to you. I'm not Spanish. I am French." "You have lied to me. You acknowledge it," repeated Hervey between his teeth. "All that story about Badajoz, that—" He clenched his hands, restraining his language with difficulty, remembering that, in spite of everything, she was a woman. "All that was lies, then?" "Yes," she said, still in that very quiet, emotionless voice. "Oh, I wish I had not had to lie. I did not like doing it, and I might have known one does not deceive a man like you." "Oh, did not like doing it," repeated Hervey wrathfully, as certain episodes of the deception came back to him. "How you enjoyed it, you—" Once again he checked himself. But she looked up at him with a sad, limpid gaze. "No woman as heartsick as I am, Captain Barrington, could enjoy anything at this hour," she returned sorrowfully, "and no woman with a heart at all could enjoy deceiving an honourable and generous man." "We will have a truce to compliments, if you please," said Hervey grimly. "Instead, you will give me an explanation, less of your being French, than of why you passed yourself off for Spanish. I imagine, though, that I must now prepare myself for another cock and bull story. I suppose that you will tell me next that you're a French royalist, an émigré." The girl shook her head with a faint smile. "That would indeed be more convenient for me. But this time I will tell you the truth. I wish I'd done it before." The complete change in her manner, her hopeless tone, her utter abandonment of feminine wiles, the very way she sat surrendered in the big chair, began to have some effect on Hervey. He felt it, and removed himself farther off. "Why did you not, then?" "Because I was afraid. I thought that to acknowledge myself French, an enemy, was too dangerous. I fancied I could pass myself off as Spanish. But I only know a word or two of the language. And the story I told you. Oh, do not be angry, monsieur. I must have some story to account for my presence in England." "Oh, I must congratulate you on the one you served up to me," observed Hervey sardonically. Your talents are wasted in private life. But perhaps you are an actress in your own country." Looking down, she shook her ringlets. "No, monsieur. I live very quietly in the provinces with my parents. But I've deserved that you should reproach me. I've been very foolish. I think my best justification is to tell you my real story, if you will listen to it now." "Oh, I will listen." "You are generous indeed, Captain Barrington." She paused a moment, and then, as it were, drew herself together. "My name is Adrienne de—" But here, at the outset, she checked herself, and looked across at him reflectively. "No, perhaps I will not tell you that. But everything else I will tell you. I had, monsieur, a brother, fighting in Spain. Fighting against the English, yes, but fighting like a gentleman, for I think all your soldiers have said that of us. Besides," her head lifted itself a trifle, "he is a gentleman. But he was captured and brought to England, and made a prisoner on parole. And then, monsieur, an atrocious thing happened, for some intrigue against him led to his being accused, unjustly, of having broken his parole, and he was sent to prison. He tried to escape from the prison. Was that unnatural, monsieur? And for that he was sent to the ponton and the hulks." Hervey, who was watching her rather surreptitiously, saw her bite her lips at that ill-omened word, and put her handkerchief to them for a moment. "Oh, you know what that means, monsieur. And he was an officer." "Yes, go on," said Hervey. At the back of his mind he was conscious of how much better she spoke English now that she had renounced her Spanish nationality. Curious. "Monsieur, he is my only brother, my twin brother. My parents are old, and tant soit peu royaliste. When Raoul and I were children, we lived for that reason in England. In short, we were émigrés in those days. So I might well have called myself an émigré just now, but that I have done with deception." "Oh, that," thought Hervey, "explains the excellent English, and then she must have been mangling it on purpose just now." "Eh bien," I said to myself, "some of the friends of my childhood may be alive still, in London, and if only I could find them, they would help me. They would remember Raoul, and they would do something to right this horrible injustice. So I came to England." Seeing Hervey about to interrupt, she held up a hand. "Monsieur, you, a sailor, know that it can be done. But I do not wish to implicate anyone by telling you how." "Yes, very well," said Hervey, interested despite himself, and not least of all by the different manner in which this girl told a true tale. "I accept that. Go on, mademoiselle." "In London I cannot find these old friends. They are removed or dead. I've no one to help me. I cannot go to any man and ask for help. Although I was playing a part this evening, you will acknowledge, I hope, monsieur, that I did not solicit your assistance. Au contraire, I tried to escape notice." "Quite true." "All that I can permit myself to do, then, is to go to the transport office in Dorset Square, and to make inquiries about my unhappy brother. They look up registers and the like, and they tell me he's at Plymouth, and the prison ship, the Queen. They give me no hope of his release, but they say I may go and see him. Oh, at least, that is something. I take the coach to Plymouth. I go in a boat to those—" Her voice broke suddenly, and she clenched her hands together. "Yes," said Hervey gently. "And no place for a woman. What had she seen?" With an effort, Adrienne went on. "It is a deception, a mistake. Raoul is not there, was never there." "Oh, but if the transport board—" began Hervey. "Oh, monsieur, they have so many names of unfortunates on those registers. And I saw some of them, men like the dead. They tell me, the officers of the Queen, that it must be a mistake for the Queen Caroline at Portsmouth, and that my poor brother must be there. And so I'm going back, and I pray God that I find him at Portsmouth, even in one of those terrible ships, because... "Oh, because what, mademoiselle?" asked Hervey, and he came and stood by her. For one moment the dark-ringed eyes, heavy with sorrow and fatigue, looked up at him. "Because I have the thought that he may be dead, and that they would not tell me." And with that, her self-command gave way entirely, and, burying her face once more in her hands, she sobbed helplessly. Hervey Barrington was far from being a hard-hearted man. Before this grief, and these unmistakable accents of sincerity, he ceased to resent the fact that an hour ago this girl had been fooling him with a pathetic fiction, more especially because the present narrator did not seem the same person at all as that pseudo-Spanish minx. What a pity she had ever tried that game. It was so unnecessary. No man with a grain of feeling could have stayed her, or done anything to her, and technical enemy though she were, on learning of her errand. And the poor creature had actually visited those unpleasant places. In vain. Meanwhile she sobbed on and on, while he tried to offer suggestions about Portsmouth, and about what he could do himself in the way of inquiries. But she still had her face hidden, and he was almost bending over her when Mrs. Jeremy reappeared to say that the bedroom was ready, and that she had set supper for the lady there. In the presence of a domestic, Mademoiselle Adrienne made a more determined effort to pull herself together. She dried her eyes and stood up. "I will wish you the best boon I can, a good night's rest," said Hervey kindly. "In the morning we will talk about what is to be done. Meanwhile," he sank his voice, though Mrs. Jeremy was waiting a considerable distance away, at the foot of the stairs. "Meanwhile, try to forget Plymouth and what you saw there." The shadow in the French girl's eyes deepened. "Oh, I can never do that," she responded gravely. "Not in all my life. But I thank you, for myself and for my brother Raoul, too, if he lives." "I would kiss your hand, Captain Barrington, but I know that you would not like it." The half-smile that came with this, like a gleam of sun after rain, suggested that when she was not tired and overwrought, she had a very sweet one. "Oh, Mademoiselle," said Hervey, "I think it should be the other way about." And, on an impulse, regardless of the presence of Mrs. Jeremy, he took her hand and raised it for a moment to his lips. "A good night." End of section 15. Part 3, Chapter 3. Departure of her successor. Quote, "I was weary, and hoped to find in sleep that remission of distress which nature seldom denies." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. The room on the second floor to which Mrs. Jeremy preceded Mademoiselle de Sablières was large and comfortable. It had 2 windows, now discreetly curtained, looking out onto the road. Mrs. Jeremy was large, too, that she could not alter, and she was usually very comfortable also, but not now. "This is your room, miss." "Madam, no doubt, I should say," she announced with extreme frigidity. "The bed is well aired. Your supper is on that little table. Soup I've given you, and a cold chicken wing, knowing as young ladies have not much appetite, particularly when fatigued after a journey from heaven knows where. And here is your baggage, miss. That, I understand, is all you have. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must go and see to the roast for the captain. I wish you a good night, miss." She withdrew, and the temperature sensibly rose. Mademoiselle de Sablières, who had looked at her mutely during the delivery of this speech, raised her eyes to heaven as the door closed. "Ah, mon Dieu!" It was all she said. She proceeded with no loss of time to action, always so much more important than speech. The first thing she did was to sit down on the nearest chair, pull off her shoes and fling them petulantly and with a look of hatred, one after the other, across the room. The second, to hobble to the door and lock it. the third to draw up a chair to the table, take the cover off the bowl of soup, and, without waiting to spread a napkin, drink off about half its contents in one draught. Midway she set it down, and surveyed the rest of the collation with a gradually falling face. The wing of cold chicken, the slice of bread, the small pat of butter, the remnant of apple tart, and the tiny jug of cream, all very daintily set out upon a tray, after which, taking a spoon, she consumed the rest of the soup slowly by means of that implement. She then drank a glass of wine, with a good deal more obvious gusto than the less appreciative sex usually exhibits. But then she was alone. Sighed, looked fondly at the wing of chicken, and began upon it with a forced deliberation. Even so, in 8 minutes there was nothing whatever left of the elegant little supper, save the chicken bones, as bare as if a colony of ants had been at work on them, and one glass of wine, with which Mademoiselle de Sablières, leaning back in her chair with her stockinged feet stretched out straight in front of her, then proceeded to conclude the not very substantial meal. After holding the empty glass for a moment or two in her fingers, and looking at it regretfully, she put it down with a sigh, and, taking up the tray, considerately put it outside the door, relocked the latter, and then, candle in hand, made a careful tour of the walls of the apartment. The only other door was a small one covered with wallpaper, of the kind that commonly leads into a cupboard or powdering closet, and this one did no more, as the explorer satisfied herself. She returned, therefore, and began to take off her dress, presumably a new one, since her fingers seemed unused to the fastenings, and it was some time before she stepped out of it in her white underdress. Evidently, too, she regarded it with the reverence due to a new gown, for she spread it out, with what seemed exaggerated care for so simple a confection, over the back of a chair. After this she removed, with the same precision, an object of which some ladies, it is known, do divest themselves upon retiring, but these, as a rule, of an age more advanced than Mademoiselle de Sablières. The removal of the high-piled ringlets, thus laid en masse on the table, revealed her own short hair, of approximately the same dark brown colour. She next unlocked the famous valise, and took from it an instrument which she laid by the wig, went over to the washstand, and vigorously washed her face, and then, returning with a hand mirror from the dressing-table, scrutinized the result by the candles, feeling her chin and upper lip critically. Her ablutions had had a somewhat singular effect upon her complexion, for the mirror showed all her brilliant colour gone. Suddenly the fair traveller put down the glass and yawned violently, stretching her arms to their fullest extent, and causing an ominous cracking sound in the bosom of her tight-fitting underdress. A look of alarm crossed her face, and, using an expression of a kind with which a gently nurtured girl should not be familiar, she slowly unfastened the underdress also, and let it slide to the ground. And with that there was nothing of Mademoiselle de Sablières left. Only a very near relation of hers, slim to leanness, in shirt, thin breeches, and stockings, with a lock of damp hair clinging to his forehead, and a face which, now that the paint was gone, showed its true hollowness under the cheekbones and round the jaw. The face, too, of one tired to death, though at the moment it wore a faint and transitory amusement, as its owner looked down at the circle of white lying around his feet. That dress, the money in his pockets, his presence here as a practically free man, Raoul owed in the first instance entirely to Juliana Forrest. She had got him out of the hulks, as she had vowed she would, employing for the purpose one Creedy, who combined in Plymouth the occupations of ship chandler and escape agent. Had Raoul realized earlier how deeply she was implicating herself in what now ranked as a felony, he might have hesitated to accept his freedom, but the truth was that, though for 2 months he received letters from her by the ordinary channels, adjuring him to keep up his spirits, and assuring him that he was not forgotten, he supposed her, in the absence of any hints to the contrary, to be continuing her campaign by legitimate methods. Then, yesterday morning, as he was taking his turn, in heavy rain, at hauling up the casks of fresh water from the boat which daily brought them from the shore, one of her crew whispered something in his ear. And there was no time to question or to argue, only in the downpour, which no doubt had something to do with the relaxed vigilance of the sentries, to slip, as directed, into one of the empty casks lying on its side in the barge. But not until he was safely in the cellar under Creedy's shop did he, still bewildered, discover that that individual had been for 2 months in Miss Forrest's pay, awaiting this chance. It was too late then to refuse the gift, and the best way of showing his gratitude was to use it and get himself as speedily as he could, by means of Creedy's directions and her money, to Start Bay, where the smugglers would run him over to France. Raoul stepped out of the underdress and folded it neatly up. Well, here he was, on his second night of freedom, under the roof of an English naval officer of all men in the world, and though, in the first instance, only the more than discomfort of those damned shoes had driven him to accept this hospitality when it was pressed upon him, he had not been slow to realize that, if he had been tracked as far as Stowey, this was probably the last house where the authorities would ever dream of searching for him. He was really very glad that he had not to run the gauntlet of the unknown Miss Barrington's eyes tonight. Captain Barrington, indeed, had evidently no suspicion of his sex. Really, it was almost a shame to have taken such advantage of his good nature. But Adrienne's possibly over-rouged appearance had not seemed to find favour with the housekeeper. Creedy, who at Miss Forrest's suggestion had fitted him out in woman's attire, had also provided him with the means of touching up his pallor and thinness into something more femininely presentable, and it was when Raoul, thus embellished, had beheld himself in Mr. Creedy's looking-glass that the likeness to Adrienne had suggested to him the whimsical idea of impersonating her. An idea which he subsequently discarded for exactly the reason he had given Captain Barrington, that to avow oneself French was too hazardous. Even in the wearing of a petticoat elsewhere than at private theatricals, there were risks which he had not anticipated. Before ever he had got clear of Plymouth, a half-drunken sailor had tried very hard, to kiss him. This sailor tonight, oh, thank the saints, had shown no signs of that desire, and heaven send it never visited him, for the most discreet embrace could hardly fail to lead to discovery, even though the grey gown had been carefully padded to simulate a roundness which Raoul's own person was very far from possessing. Still, he must have made rather a convincing girl to have scored such a histrionic triumph as to impose his second story on his host immediately after the discovery of the falsity of the first. But it had not been difficult to throw the accents of sincerity into the account of what, after all, was only too sadly true, his own case. Yet he saw now that he had let himself be a trifle too much carried away over the business of the deserted Spanish wife. He must guard, in future, against allowing the humour of a situation to take hold of him like that. Oh, heaven knew that there was little enough to laugh at in his own, and though, of course, to masquerade as his own sister had its amusing side. Sleep, the sleep of profound fatigue of mind and body, was pressing on him now like a feather-bed. It was almost shameful to be so tired with so little cause, but the horrible existence of the last 2 months had sapped his strength unbelievably, and the long duel with Captain Barrington had been a great strain. He dragged himself to the table and took up the razor. No, he dared not shave when he was so weary, for he might cut himself, which, in the circumstances, would be suspicious. He would do it early in the morning. He never had a stiff growth. He lurched to the bed, and sitting down upon it, began to unfasten his shirt. Oh, peste! The feminine night-rail, which he really did carry with his razor and a few other necessaries in the little valise, was still in it. Oh, it was absurd to put it on. It seemed to him a very absurd garment altogether, but it afforded him a chance of getting out of the clothes he wore by day. In a moment he would rise and fetch it. Oh, but just for a moment or two. He gave another mighty yawn and fell sideways against the pillow. The next instant he had instinctively brought his feet up onto the bed. Oh, ciel! Was there anything like a good bed after... He stretched out his legs, thrust a hand under the excellent down in which his head was sunk, and never moved again. "La, Miss Lavinia, 'tis you, after all, then," exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, opening the hall door. "And I just about to dish up supper for the captain. We made sure by this time that you wasn't coming." The tall, cloaked form of Miss Barrington stepped briskly into the hall. "I rather thought so myself, Hannah, at one time. I started later than I should, and then the pony cast a shoe and had to be walked 2 miles to the nearest forge, and the smith knocked up. Is my brother in a very bad temper? Oh, put my portmanteau down there, Jacob, and get back as fast as you can, or your mother will think that I've either eloped with you or sold you for a slave." And as the door shut behind the grinning youth, Miss Barrington began to divest herself of her cloak. "Oh, I'll not wait to go up to my room now, Hannah, and do you for God's sake go and set supper on the table without more delay, or we may find ourselves in irons." "Oh, Miss Lavinia, what things you do put into the captain's mouth, to be sure!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, half shocked, half smiling. "Let me take your cloak and bonnet, ma'am. Supper is in the breakfast-room, because the dining-room carpet is repairing, and so I thought." "Yes, ma'am, you may well ask what that is." For Miss Barrington, having taken off her bonnet, was smoothing down her hair, when her glance fell on something grey lying in a huddle on the seat of the big leather chair by the hearth. Picked up, it resolved itself into a lady's hooded cloak. "Oh, I thought I was the only woman to use this hall as a dressing-room," observed Miss Barrington, surveying it. "Oh, but it seems that I'm not." "No, ma'am," returned Mrs. Jeremy, almost bursting. "There's a female, a Spanish female, in this house, sleeping in this house, and that the captain brought in this evening, and picked her up in the road, he did. Oh, she's got over his kind heart. And what does a gentleman like him know of her sort? How painted, Miss Barrington, and—" A door opened upstairs, and Hervey's voice, mildly sarcastic, called down, "Oh, Mrs. Jeremy, if you are unable, through pressure of work or of conversation, to carry supper upstairs, ask Jeremy to do it for you." Mrs. Jeremy put her hand over her mouth and fled. "Through pressure of work," said Miss Barrington to herself. "Her work for the Spanish female, I suppose. And what is Hervey about?" "Oh, my dear brother," she called up, "it's I am the culprit, with my abominable lateness. Oh, don't come down. I'm coming up. And so is the supper." With a very light foot for her 59 years and her stately form, she ascended the staircase and received her brother's kiss at the top. "I've left my cloak, too, in the hall," she observed, smiling sweetly. "I mean, my cloak and bonnet, too, in the hall. I'm sure you don't mind." "No," replied Hervey, quite innocently. "Why should I, my dear Lavinia?" He opened the breakfast-room door. "I hope you do not object to supping here. The dining-room carpet—" "Yes, Mrs. Jeremy told me," interposed his sister cheerfully. No doubt Hervey wished to know whether Mrs. Jeremy had imparted some much more interesting news, but that was just what she was not going to reveal. It would be far more amusing to watch Hervey's efforts to nerve himself to do it, and to see in what terms he would convey the information when he succeeded. Lavinia Barrington, on the brink of 60, still possessed an unquenchable zest for the humorous, and cared not how she gratified it. But why indeed should Hervey have to find a way of announcing the presence of his protégé, when possibly that protégé was already waiting to sup with him? Oh, but no. One glance round the sitting-room showed that no dark-eyed Castilian or Catalan was there. No high comb, no mantilla, no shawl. A second revealed the fact that only 2 covers were laid. Hervey was discreet, then, he had banished the Andalusian maid to her room. The candles and the branched silver candlesticks, when in a moment or two the brother and sister sat down to the belated repast, revealed what a handsome woman Miss Barrington was, her face untouched as yet by any of the disfiguring lines of age, but only by those that testified to character. Her hair, perhaps, had never been so beautiful as now, in its silvered abundance. She had always been handsome. She had always been courted. She had always jested at her suitors. But 25 years ago, the man she had loved had married another woman, and then died. It was not until the end of the meal that Miss Barrington's ears were gratified by the avowal for which they had been delightedly waiting. "I had a most curious adventure on the road this evening, after that tree had forced us all to leave the coach," began Captain Barrington. "I fell in with an unfortunate French girl who had been to Plymouth to see a brother of hers in a prison ship there." "Oh, French, you say?" asked Miss Barrington in a surprised voice. "Yes, why not? The majority of the prisoners are French." "Oh, curious," murmured his sister. "Yes, go on." "Hers was a sad little history," said Hervey, and proceeded to relate it. "How most pathetic," agreed Miss Barrington at the close. "What did you do, Hervey?" "Oh, I know. You paid the girl's coach fare to Portsmouth, which I expect was what she wanted. Though I should have thought that one seaport town was as good as another. I expect she has a good many of those brothers." "Oh, for shame, Lavinia," said Hervey, reddening. "Why are you aspersing a girl whom you have never seen? And do you suppose I don't know a female of that sort when I see one?" "Well, my dear Hervey, I don't feel sure that you would." And as her brother made an angry gesture, she said pacifically, "You must forgive me, for, as you say, I've not seen her, and never shall now, I suppose." "Yes, you will have the chance tomorrow," murmured Captain Barrington, fidgeting with a fork. "I asked her. She was so footsore. In short, she's in the house tonight. Knowing that you would be here," he added, a little incoherently. Miss Lavinia made no comment at all, just because she knew that he would be expecting one. She merely looked across the table at him and allowed her smile to broaden enjoyably, more enjoyably to herself than to the good Samaritan at the other end. After a moment, she said lazily, "Mademoiselle is in the spare bedroom, I suppose. Oh, may I ask, in that case, what you have done with the Spanish girl? Is she occupying your dressing room, or is it the other way round?" "A Spanish girl," stammered Hervey. "There's no... Then you knew all the time, Lavinia." "Oh, I know that the Spanish damsel has left her cloak in the hall. Is Mrs. Jeremy, who seems to be aware of her presence, and to have made notes of her appearance, ignorant that you have ensconced a French lady also in this hitherto blameless house? Of course, I hardly wonder that you did not care to tell her, but you may be quite certain that she will soon find out where you have hidden the other member of your seraglio. Really, Hervey, you to set up as Grand Turk in this fashion." "Oh, Lavinia, oblige me by ceasing to talk nonsense," said her brother rather sternly. "You let your tongue run away with you, and your witticisms amuse nobody but yourself. There's only one young lady in this house. The misunderstanding about her nationality arose because she foolishly gave herself out at first to be Spanish, fearing to say she was French. But I soon discovered, that is to say, I discovered that she was not Spanish. You shall see her tomorrow, and be satisfied that she's not a woman of bad character, and you can speed her on her way to Portsmouth. Meanwhile, I should be obliged if you would drop this meaningless and offensive jesting about her." Miss Lavinia made a moo, and then she rose, came to her brother, and deposited a kiss on the top of his head. "I will, my dear. But can I not see your pretty Puritan, I mean your respectable Huguenot, tonight?" "No, I'm afraid not," replied Hervey, glancing at the clock. "She retired to her room an hour ago. I expect she's asleep by now. You must wait until tomorrow." "Oh, but I don't want to wait until tomorrow," said Miss Barrington inwardly, when, not long after this, she found herself in her own bedroom, and that bedroom adjoining the apartment of the fair unknown. It was so unusual for Hervey to show any interest in the sex other than that demanded by ordinary politeness, that she was curious to see this girl, though at the back of her mind she knew quite well that it was only his humanity which had led him to offer her hospitality. She really almost wished it had been some warmer feeling. Now a former owner of Fairhaven, the same who, apprehensive of housebreakers, had furnished the lower part of the house, on the side facing the road, with a series of iron spikes, had seen fit to cut an entrance from the room now Miss Barrington's into the powdering closet, which was properly the appendage of the next. Miss Barrington, therefore, had an easy means of access to the latter apartment if she chose to use it, and surely it was almost her duty to go in and see if her brother's protégé had all she required, assuming, of course, that the latter was still awake. Indeed, if she were, ought not Miss Barrington to put in an appearance for that brother's own sake, lest the respectable Huguenot should be thinking her very existence a mere invention of her host's? Fortified by these excellent reasons, Miss Barrington thereupon went quietly into the powdering closet. And lo, duty and desire still rode together, for when she closed her door of the cupboard behind her, Lavinia Barrington was aware of shafts of light penetrating all round the other one, which led into the spare bedroom. The visitor, therefore, was still awake, or else, for there was no sound of movement, had fallen asleep and left the candles burning, a source of danger which it was one's duty to remove. So Miss Barrington tapped at the door confronting her, very gently at first, and then louder. And there was no response, so she opened the door a few inches. Yes, the candles were all burning. As Miss Barrington herself was still in the cupboard, and she could not actually see the bed, away on her right, but in her line of vision was the grey dress, disposed over a chair, which certainly looked very modest, almost Quakerish. Yet on the table by it, full in the candlelight, lay something which gave its modesty the lie, according in fact much less well with the damsel of her brother's imagination than with her of Miss Lavinia's own. A wig. This wig interested Miss Barrington very much indeed, and she emerged on tiptoe from the closet in order to survey the occupant of the bed, and then remained as immobile as Lot's wife. On the bed, and in no sense in it, with his stockinged feet toward her, lay a young man in a shirt and breeches, fast asleep, so fast that after her momentary petrifaction, Miss Barrington ventured to tiptoe nearer to verify the astounding fact. But there could be no doubt of it. He lay on his side, almost on his face, at the edge of the bed, the edge nearest to Miss Barrington, his left hand tucked under the pillow, the right hanging down towards the floor. It looked as if he had flung himself there, too tired to finish undressing. Oh, undressing! Miss Barrington's eyes, suddenly sparkling with mirth, went to the grey gown, and then returned to the masquerader. There was no getting over the fact. Hervey's distressed Franco-Spanish damsel was a young man, and a personable young man at that, though rather thin. From the way he was lying, she could only just see the profile pressed into the pillow. It was true that it was finely cut, and she saw long, dark lashes and a little close-set ear. But, particularly when combined with a man's shirt open at the throat and a pair of grey nankin breeches, it had no suggestion of the feminine about it. And it was on this good-looking young scamp that Hervey had been squandering his compassion. Miss Lavinia put her hand over her mouth. She must remove herself before she could give vent to her mirth. But first, going cautiously to the door of the room, she tried it and removed the key. Then she hastily caught up in succession the grey dress, the woman's wig, and this brought her nearest to the laughter she was staving off, the razor which, as she now saw, lay in such telling proximity to it. At the cupboard door she took a fleeting backward glance. The sleeper had not stirred, but the pose, the shape, everything about him looked even more masculine than before. Oh, how could Hervey have been such a fool, was Miss Barrington's inward cry as she sped through her own room to acquaint him with the full measure of his folly. And Captain Barrington had not yet gone to bed. He was still in the breakfast-room, reading the last number of the Gentleman's Magazine by the light of one of the branched silver candlesticks from the supper table. The window was open, and in the silence, above the lazy monotone of the river, could be faintly heard the eternal struggle out on the bar. "Who is that?" he asked, without turning his head. "You, Lavinia?" "Yes," answered his sister. "I've brought down something to show you." Laying the wig and the razor on the table behind him, she advanced into the light of the candles with a grey gown over her arm. "I thought you might like to see this," she observed pleasantly, and held it out before him by its sleeves. Hervey stared at it with a frown, and then glanced at her face, the face of one in the grip of secret merriment. "I thought I'd begged you to refrain from jesting on that subject," he said. "And why, if you must go into the girl's room, need you bring her dress away with you?" "Oh, for you to see, my dear chivalrous brother! For you to gaze on, Don Quixote, because it is the last you will ever behold of your damsel in distress. This gown, and this." She stretched out a hand and added the wig to her exhibition. "How pretty curls, are they not? They do not altogether match the genuine article, though, I fancy." Like an automaton, Hervey had slowly risen to his feet, his eyes as though they beheld a basilisk. "Oh, what on earth? Has the girl gone? But she could not go, wanting—" "Yes, she could," broke in his sister, struggling with her mirth. "She could vanish in the way that hard-pressed ladies sometimes did, I seem to remember, in heathen mythology. Some nymph or other, I know, turned herself into a laurel. This nymph has taken the shape." She threw down dress and wig, and once more picked something off the table. "The shape, Hervey, that requires this of mornings." She flashed the razor open, and burst into a peal of laughter. "Oh, Hervey, Hervey, how could you be so misled? I said I was not sure you knew the kind of woman you had befriended. There he lies, on your best spare bed, in a shirt and breeches, and there, judging from the way he's sleeping, he will lie till morning. I should like to see his face when he wakes and finds the means of continuing his nymphhood taken from him. What are you doing, Hervey?" For, while she laughed and teased, Captain Barrington had gone into the darker portion of the room, and she now heard him opening a drawer. Yet, when he came back into the light, it was not what he carried in his hand, so much as his face, which caught Miss Lavinia's eyes and held them. For perhaps the first time in 40 years, she felt a little frightened. "Was that loaded, Hervey?" Her brother did not answer, but the fact that he examined the priming was an answer. And then he lifted his head, and out of the lips whose familiar lines were all altered, asked peremptorily, "How did you get in? Had you not locked the door?" "Yes, I went in through the powdering closet. That does not fasten, the bolt is broken. But I took away the key of his room, and locked my door on the outside." "Is the key still in the lock? Your key?" "No, I think I brought that away too." "Yes." "Oh, give it to me." "I will, if you will put back that pistol." "Oh, give it to me, please." And slowly Miss Lavinia brought out a key from her pocket and laid it on the table. "Is that the key of your room or of his? I'll have both, please." "Oh, Hervey, he's only a boy, and looks so tired." For the first time in his life, her brother exploded into an oath in her presence. "I'm not too tired to fool me. Twice over, thrice over, and not too much of a boy to pay for it, as he shall." The words came out like missiles. "Oh, but Hervey, you can't murder him, here in your own house." "Murder!" exclaimed her brother on a strange high note. "Of course I'm not going to murder him, but he is a French prisoner escaped from the hulks. Oh, I see it all now. And I am going to send him back whence he came. Oh, but you cannot send him back tonight, brother. Oh, I never said I should. But I'm going to let him know it, and give me the other key. Oh, Hervey, pleaded his sister in a most unusual tone. Oh, why go up tonight at all, as you can do nothing, and he cannot get away? Why not wait till morning? No, he cannot get away, but there are things I can do, responded Hervey grimly. Give me the other key at once, and send Jeremy up to wait in your room, in case I need him. Oh, do you hear? Oh, but Hervey, protested Miss Barrington, as, rather flushed, she reluctantly produced the second key. With that large pistol you cannot possibly need Jeremy as well in order to master one half-starved lad from the hulks. If that is where he come from, I can understand better why he— Oh, will you mind your own business, Lavinia? Broke in her brother savagely, and pulled at the bell rope. If Jeremy has gone to bed, he's to get up at once. I may not want him, but I intend him to be handy in your room. Do you understand? And you will kindly stay down here. He put the pistol in his pocket, took one of the candelabra, and left the room. Miss Lavinia stood a moment irresolute, looking from the closed door to the grey gown in a heap on the table, and in that moment unfeignedly regretting, if not her discovery, at least her too hasty and facetious announcement of it. It was that, no doubt of it, which had helped to blow Hervey's fury to such white heat against the culprit. Her emphasis on that point of which he must be only too stingingly aware, that he had not merely been deceived, but ludicrously deceived. On a sudden impulse she started for the door, but ere she reached it, it opened to admit the large form of John Jeremy, the solid and faithful and bearded, and instead of going to the rescue upstairs, she perceived the uselessness of such an attempt, and conveyed to him instead his master's instructions. The ex-coxswain received the transmitted orders with his usual ready obedience, at once impassive and slightly surprised. "In your room, Miss Barrington?" "Yes, to be sure." "Oh, well now, an escaped French prisoner. 'Tis likely he'll fight like a hell-cat." "Oh, I don't think so," said Miss Lavinia rather sadly. "I fancy you will have an easy task, Jeremy." And to herself, left alone once more, she said, "Oh, I wish now that I'd never gone into that room. Yet it was a diverting situation, though I suppose one could not expect Hervey to see it in that light. Oh, I do hope he will not use that pistol. What did he mean he was going to do to him?" And though at last she sat down and took up the Gentleman's Magazine, and held it open at the historical account of Rainham Church, Kent, she was listening all the time for the sound of a shot from upstairs. End of section 16. Part 3, Chapter 4. The Battle of the Spare Bedroom. Quote, "All imposture weakens confidence and chills benevolence. When the sage finds that you're not what you seemed, he will feel the resentment natural to a man who discovers that he has been tricked." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 46. The dreamless sleep in which Raoul was sunk was still dreamless, but not so deep as when Miss Lavinia had made her incursion into his bedchamber, for a slight sound echoed down to him where he lay in oblivion as at the bottom of a well. And though the sound was not actively registered by his mind, it disturbed him, and with a muttered exclamation he flung up his arm and turned over onto his back. The movement jolted him still nearer to consciousness, so that his body, at least, realized the space and comfort of what it was lying on, after the cramped hammock and suffocating darkness and too close companionship. And at last the fully sentient Raoul himself became aware that he was surrounded by light, air, and silence, instead of the usual noisy, fetid gloom in which he slept. He opened his eyes with a start, and remembered where he was, and saw that he had most reprehensibly left the candles burning when sleep overtook him. Oh, but surely there was a fresh source of light in the room, by that cupboard door. Raoul turned his head to see, and his heart stood still within him. There, a branched candlestick in his left hand, stood Captain Hervey Barrington, looking at him with an expression there was no misreading. In his other hand was that which very effectively backed up the expression. "If you move, I shall fire," he said briefly. But the words were not out of his mouth before Raoul was off the bed and at the door, to stay there. The key was gone. Backed against its panels, his breath coming fast, his hands clenched, he faced the levelled pistol again. "Yes, that place will do as well as any other," observed Hervey coolly, and without removing his eyes from him or lowering the barrel, he set down the light on the nearest table. "Now, make over everything you have. Plans, papers, money. I know what you are." The bitter shock had not deprived Raoul of his wits, and they worked quickly. Since Captain Barrington could not have come in through this locked door, even though, now, presumably he had possessed himself of the key, there must have been another entrance to that cupboard, after all. If he could only get him to move away from it. Raoul gave what had all the appearance of being an involuntary glance towards the little valise lying on the centre table. Even, at the risk of a bullet, made a tiny, instantly checked movement towards it. His manoeuvre told, though Hervey did not abandon his post. "Oh, bring that thing here," he commanded. But Raoul did not move. "How is it likely? Go and get it yourself. You cannot terrorize me with that pistol, because I do not care whether you shoot me or no." Hervey gave a very disagreeable smile. "Oh, I shall take great care not to kill you outright, and, as I'm a dead shot, I can hit you exactly where I please. Oh, break your leg, for choice. I shall count 5. I do not threaten twice. 1, 2, 3. An excuse for altering his tactics was just what Raoul wanted now. He went slowly and with apparent unwillingness to the centre table, Captain Barrington keeping him covered the while, and took up the valise. "Bring it over here and put it down by the candlestick. Now, take out all its contents, one thing at a time, and lay them beside it." Watching his moment, Raoul removed a clean shirt, a brush and comb, a pair of stockings, and began to take out the nightshirt. Then, suddenly flinging this at his captor's head, he made a spring past him for the cupboard door. But Hervey was on the watch, too, and a boxer, and as he saw the white folds coming at him, he sidestepped, grasped Raoul by the throat with his left hand, and hurled him off with such violence that the young man was spun back as far as the foot of the bed, his shirt ripped to the waist. "It is no good trying that," said Hervey contemptuously. "And besides, my man is in the other room now." He raised his voice. "Jeremy." "Here, sir." "Stand by to stop him coming through, if he tries it again." "Aye, aye, sir." And, assured of his reinforcements, Captain Barrington viewed with sardonic indifference the dash his quarry then made for the further window, the feverish way in which he tugged aside the curtains, threw up the sash, and thrust his head out. "How is there light enough for you to see what is waiting for you down below there?" inquired Hervey. "Oh, I hope so, because I don't particularly want your corpse impaled on my railings." His tone, however, did not suggest that the contingency would greatly trouble him, and he turned, keeping no more than half an eye on the suddenly rigid figure by the window, and tipped out the few remaining articles in the valise onto the table. But, except for a purse with a little silver, he drew blank, and the fellow, who must have more than that, had tricked him again. As for Raoul himself, his vision of escape by the window had indeed been brief. It was no wonder that Captain Barrington had not opposed his opening it. There was light enough for him to see what was waiting for him down at the bottom of the bare, creeperless wall. The horrible chevaux de frise of long spikes turned in every direction, impossible to escape by jumping or dropping. And climbing down was out of the question, for there was no foothold of any sort, not even a pipe. He remained there without moving, despair in his heart, while the soft, inflowing night air mocked him with its associations of space and freedom. "Oh, come, turn out your pockets without more ado," came Captain Barrington's voice harshly. "It is no good deferring the inevitable." "Oh, give up without a struggle his only means of procuring liberty, and give up at his bidding Juliana's smuggled money." All the concentrated horror of the place from which her devotion had succeeded in extricating him rushed past Raoul in a hurricane of memory and resolution. Oh, he would never let himself be sent back alive. But if ever he succeeded in leaving this house, which he had so foolishly entered, without money or disguise or even adequate clothing, his plight would be hopeless. And yet, how could he avoid having the money taken from him in the end? He loosed the curtain which his hand was gripping and faced his captor. "Haven't you any pity, Captain Barrington?" he asked, in a low, difficult voice. "None," responded Hervey. "Oh, you worked out the vein too successfully this evening. Oh, damn you," he added, almost inaudibly. It was true. Raoul knew it. He had been too successful for pardon. And yet, what else could he have done but pit his wits against the Englishman's? "Oh, it is of no use thinking of any more moving stories to play off on me," resumed Hervey, bitter mockery in his tone. "Oh, you cannot expect to fool even me any more. Nor," he added, as Raoul seemed about to speak, "oh, is it any use telling me your own? I will not listen to it." "Oh, you have already heard it," said Raoul rather unsteadily, "except that I changed the name of the hulk. I was in the Ganges." "Oh, indeed. Well, it will be pleasant to return to familiar scenes. Though I suppose the ship's black hole will receive you for a while first. Have you sampled it yet?" Raoul came forward a little. He was as white as his torn shirt. "Oh, if you think I'm going back alive to that hell, Captain Barrington, you are mistaken." His voice shook, but speech poured out of him so hot and fast that it was impossible to stop him. "You can stand there, in no danger of cruelty, yourself, and use words which prove that you know to what you are condemning a fellow creature. I would not send my worst enemy to a prison ship. No, not even the man whose practices sent me there. And what have I done to you? Did you expect me, and directly you addressed me, against my will, on the road, and to tell you exactly who and what I was? Oh, my God! You would not care how many lies you told if you were fighting for your life. Yes, for your life. I was strong and well when I went to the Ganges. But go through even a few months of that degradation and starvation, and see what you are like at the end of them, and whether you would not almost sell what soul is left to you, rather than endure them again. And I am a prisoner of war, an officer like yourself, taken in fair fight, as you may be some day. No, you shall hear me. My name is Raoul de Sablières, a captain in the 3rd Hussars, and I am by rights a parole prisoner. But first I was sent to Norman Cross on a false accusation, and then to the hulks for attempting to escape from an imprisonment which I'd never merited. Would you not have done the same? And why should your country treat me as a criminal?" "Oh, because," said Hervey, a certain merciless satisfaction in his eyes, "she happens, like most civilized nations, to regard the breach of military parole as a crime. Your case, I see, is plain, Monsieur Raoul de Sablières, and only too common amongst your compatriots. I really wonder at the leniency which sent you to Norman Cross instead of direct to the hulks, and that is the more fitting place for a parole breaker." "I'm not a parole breaker." "For what were you sent to Norman Cross, then?" "No, I don't want to hear another farrago of lies, thanks. I've lost interest in your inventions. I only want—" But Raoul broke in stormily. "Oh, I see, there's no justice in England, and it is useless to plead with any Englishman in uniform. You, too, you do not know what it is to suffer injustice. You are of those who dispense it. If you knew a little—" "Oh, that is enough." Hervey stopped him. His face suddenly darkened. "I've listened to sufficient falsehoods. I'm not called upon to hear insults. Hand over your money and papers, and we will conclude this interview. In the morning you will be taken back to the Ganges to find what scope you can for your peculiar talents." He had had the pistol in his hand all this while, though he had dropped the barrel. With these words he raised it and once more covered his prisoner. "Now, please." Raoul put his hands behind him. "You can rob me, Captain Barrington," he said, slowly, coldly, and rolling the R's more than was habitual with him in English, "because I am in your power, in your house, to which you invited me. But I think you will not send me back to the Ganges tomorrow." "Indeed," retorted Hervey, with an appearance of interest. "And how are you going to prevent me?" "Ainsi," said Raoul between his teeth, his hands coming forward very subtly, and he launched himself at his enemy like a panther. He was so quick that he took Hervey by surprise, and got within the pistol's guard. His hands sought Captain Barrington's throat, and for a second or two they really wrestled, Hervey being hampered by the cocked pistol, which he feared to drop lest it should go off, and which he was equally determined not to use. Nor would he have called to Jeremy, but that worthy, hearing trampling feet, burst unsummoned through the cupboard, and at that Raoul, seeing that he was going to be taken in the rear, relaxed his grip. This was Hervey's opportunity. He also let go, stepped back a foot or two, and then his left fist, shooting out like lightning, landed a punishing blow on his assailant's mouth. Raoul's arms went wide. He reeled and would have gone down if Jeremy, hurrying round, had not caught, or rather captured him. "All right, Jeremy, though I didn't need you," said his master. "Can't he stand? Put him in that chair, and when he comes to, you can turn out his pockets. No, not yet. Wait a moment." The ex-coxswain deposited Raoul, unresisting and half-dazed, in the chair in which he had sat to eat his supper. Hardly knowing what he did, the young man put his elbows on the table, his head between his hands, and stared at the splashes of blood from his mouth as they appeared on the inlaid rosewood. Finally, he reached out a shaking hand for the napkin which still lay there, and held it to his lips. It was not consideration in Hervey Barrington which caused him to leave his prisoner time to recover. Far from it. He had been so deeply humiliated himself. His self-esteem had taken so intolerable a wound that if, as he guessed, it would humiliate as well as anger this young trickster to have his last hope taken from his own person, he should not suffer that ignominy hardly knowing what was happening to him. To ascertain whether he were still in that condition or no, he came over to the table and spoke to him. "You brought that blow on yourself," he said harshly. Raoul raised his head. His eyes were extraordinarily bright. He removed the blood-stained napkin and said, as distinctly as he could for his cut and swollen lip, "Oh, why did you not fire? Like a gentleman." "Was that what you were after?" exclaimed Hervey, a light breaking on him. "No, my friend. And in any case let me tell you that I don't believe in these heroics. You will have got the better of them tomorrow." He made a sign to Jeremy. "You can search him now." The order brought Raoul, unsteady as he was, to his feet again, and his glance at Jeremy was such that that worthy mariner hesitated. Raoul then turned the look on Jeremy's master. "What right have you to take my money?" he demanded fiercely. "I never asked you to bring me into your house." "If you will give it to me, it will not have to be taken from you," was all that Captain Barrington replied. "You will get 10 guineas for betraying me," went on Raoul, tense and quivering. "Oh, isn't that enough? And you do not run any risk. 2 of you, armed." "What are you waiting for?" said Hervey sharply to his henchman. He had reddened. "The money must be in his breeches pocket." This was obvious, since the torn shirt could now conceal nothing. the faithful Jeremy made to fling his weight upon the defiant figure, but before he could lay a finger on him, Raoul had snatched up the nearest candlestick, which was tall and of heavy Sheffield plate, and had aimed a savage blow with its base at his head. It missed and took the sailor on the shoulder. The next moment its giver was backed against the far wall by the window, clutching the candlestick like a mace. "Oh, you will have to divide that 10 guineas, Captain Barrington," he called out. But Jeremy, whose temper was roused by the blow, gave him no second chance of using his weapon. In the twinkling of an eye it was twisted out of his hand, and he himself pinned against the wall by sheer weight, his arms, in Jeremy's powerful grip, spread out on either side like those of a fruit tree. But even then, though he had him helpless, Jeremy could not search him, for he had not a hand to spare for the operation. Moreover, Raoul was still struggling hard to the best of his very limited ability. "Oh, keep still, you wildcat," said Jeremy, and gave him a hack on the shins with a solid footgear. "You'll have to help me, sir," he called over his shoulder. "He'm like an eel." "How do, Captain Barrington," laughed Raoul wildly. "Oh, don't let your servant do all the kicking. And take your beard out of my face, damn you." And Hervey had to come and help, after all, and what he suddenly felt was a sorry affair. The Frenchman might have the spirit of a wildcat, as Jeremy had called him, but he had little physical strength left to back it up. Indeed, after Hervey had torn the packet of notes out of one breeches pocket, and a few papers and a map out of the other, the captive said in a changed voice to Jeremy, who still held him pinned against the wall, "If you will let me go now, I will not do anything. I... He frowned and shut his eyes. Hervey looked up from the notes he was examining by the centre table. "Let him go, Jeremy," he said abruptly. "It would be a nuisance if he were to faint." Jeremy dubiously relaxed his grip. Raoul opened his eyes, clenched his hands, and guiding himself by the wall, reached the window where the cool air was still coming in, gratefully. He sank down on its very wide, low sill, and put his head against the side. Everything was finished, and he, too. "Is this money your own?" came Hervey Barrington's voice after a moment. "Oh, why talk about it any more?" But Raoul roused himself. "Oh, it has not been stolen, until this last 5 minutes," he replied, without moving. His captor had in his hands, too, Juliana's letter to him at Norman Cross, which he had treasured as a sort of talisman, and some of her brief later ones also. Hervey finished his examination and looked across at the motionless figure on the window-seat. What was he going to do with him for the remainder of the night? The safest plan would undoubtedly be to tie him up. But that would mean manhandling him again, and he had had enough of that, for he found, to his surprise, that the prospect of mastering him once more rather sickened him. The first heat of his fury, indeed, was gone now. He pondered, with a frown, the feasibility of leaving him loose. Escape by the window was impossible, and he could run that very heavy chest of drawers in Lavinia's room against the cupboard door from the other side. Raoul suddenly turned his head. "May I have my pocket handkerchief?" he inquired, in a lifeless voice. His pockets had been rifled of that, too, and it lay on the table. It was obvious why he needed it. "Yes, if you will come and fetch it," replied Hervey, who wanted to get him into the light again for survey. With a stifled sigh, the young man rose and came, noiseless in his stockinged feet, the blood coursing anew down his chin from his lip. Hervey's eyes were drawn by 1 or 2 trickles on his chest, a good deal exposed by the now even more torn shirt. Leanness of that degree was almost emaciation. No, shame forbade any more rough handling. He would have to take just one precaution, however, in case that window proved too tempting, despite the chevaux de frise below. "Come here, Jeremy." He led the sailor aside and whispered to him, while Raoul, with his head bent, dabbed slowly at his lip with his recovered handkerchief. For the moment his brain felt empty of thought or plan. Besides, what use planning without a penny or even a coat to cover him? His body ached all over. He only wanted to sleep. How soon he would be able to. Unless Captain Barrington meant to have him removed and locked up this night. It was too late, surely. He went back to his place in the dark corner by the window and sat down again, patiently. Oh, Juliana, he has taken your money away. Your money, curse him. Oh, I can do nothing now. I want you to come away from that window, please, said Captain Barrington's icy voice once more. There's something to be done in that corner. You can start there, Jeremy. Shut the window first. And once more Raoul obediently got up and came away. I'll sit there, where I can see you. It mattered little where he was now, so Raoul sat at the table in the middle of the room, an elbow on it, and his handkerchief still pressed to his mouth. And suddenly he caught the eyes of his enemy looking at him, hard and cold, yet with something in them he could not read. He straightened himself, and defiance began to tingle once more along his veins. "Well, I hope you're satisfied with your revenge," he said. "Oh, by the way, it is not usually considered chivalrous to strike a woman." Hervey did not condescend to answer, and removed his gaze to the window, where Jeremy, mounted rather precariously upon a chair, was beginning to take down a curtain. "And how much?" went on Raoul jeeringly. "How much were they worth, your protestations and your mythical duenna of a sister, when the first thing you did was to force a midnight entrance by a secret door into the bedroom of the girl who had thrown herself upon your chivalry?" This imputation, at least, was more than Hervey Barrington could endure in silence. "Oh, it was my sister herself who discovered you and informed me," he said curtly, and half turned his back. Raoul shrugged his shoulders. "As I was asleep, I naturally cannot tell whether that is a farrago of lies or not. However, I'm glad to think," he went on, leaning back in his chair, "that I did not kiss your hand. But you—" He did not need to finish, for he saw the angry red mount into Captain Barrington's cheek, and he broke off into a laugh himself. "Which did you really prefer, the Signora or my sister? I have a sister, you know." "Oh, take down both curtains, idiot," said Hervey to the window. Raoul turned, and for the first time beheld what was happening there. His eyes lit up. "I'm not worthy of curtains in my prison," he inquired. "Or is it a regular déménagement? But you must allow me to assist. Your hired bully does not seem skilful." "I'll sit down," thundered Hervey. And, as if this had been a command to him, the unlucky Jeremy, stepping off the chair, became entangled at that moment in the released curtain, and he too sat down, very heavily, upon the floor. Raoul gave one wild little yell of laughter, and bending forward, buried his face in his hands and shook for a second or two. Then he raised his head expectantly, in time to see the coxswain get up ruefully, rubbing himself, and went off into another fit. It was genuine laughter, if a thought hysterical. "Now the other window," said Hervey crossly. "Oh, you will not allow me?" asked Raoul, looking up. "I am not so heavy. The floor would suffer less." Hervey disregarded this, but it became too much for him when, Jeremy proceeding under his direction to dismantle the bed, Raoul deliberately moved his chair so that he could have a good view of the operation, which he punctuated by a running commentary of remarks, ostensibly to himself. "Oh, it really is a déménagement. But what an hour for it! I've always been told that the English are mad. The sheets, the blankets, the mattress too." For this, also, was being rolled up by the perspiring Jeremy. "I suppose that is to be burnt, because I have lain upon it. But I'm not verminous now. No, not in the least. Oh, how clever! He will tie it up with a bell-pull. But how will the good man get all that through the door? Oh, tiens, he's leaving the napkin." "Oh, will you be quiet?" broke in Hervey savagely at last, for his henchman was getting so flustered under this fire of ridicule that the mattress burst from his grasp, and he had to assist him to re-roll it. "Oh, you young fool! Can't you see that I'm putting myself to all this trouble merely to spare you? How do you think I'm going to leave you loose in a room, with the means of letting yourself down from that window to your hand, and with a convenient mattress to throw on the spikes, if you were so crazy as to risk death or mutilation out there? If I left these things, I should have to tie you up hand and foot, and I make a sailor's, not a landsman's knots. Put those things through into Miss Barrington's room, Jeremy. She will not be sleeping there tonight, and I will come and secure the cupboard door. Now, do you understand, mountebank?" "Yes," said Raoul. He stood up. "You are indeed kind to spare me a night in bonds, and to take away from the bad child the means of doing itself a mischief. I suppose I must set it against your having also taken away my liberty, and refused to take my life. Never mind, Captain Barrington. I dare say I can find a means of getting rid of that, if the worst comes to the worst. And although you do not believe in heroics, I wish you good repose." Hervey gave him a long, stern look, and without a word turned on his heel and went towards the cupboard. "How you walk," observed Raoul softly after him, "reminds me strongly of that of my dear and faithless Thomas." The door of the cupboard slammed. A moment later came sounds of a heavy object being put against its farther door. Raoul stood motionless, listening. When all sounds, even in the passage outside, had ceased, his figure relaxed, and he turned and sat down somewhat suddenly, and stared at the floor, his head between his fists. He remained in that attitude for a considerable time. And then, after a glance at what had once been a comfortable bed, he curled himself up like a boy in a large chair, his head on the arm, and lay there perfectly still. He was tired to the point of exhaustion, and more than tired. Now and again a long sigh shook him, but there was no other sound, and when, about an hour later, the moon was able to look in at the uncurtained windows, he had straightened himself out a little, and she could see his upturned, sleeping face. And she tried, first, to smooth out the contractions in it with the same silver touch which had revealed them, and then, pitying this haggard Endymion who was dreaming, not of Diane's kiss, but of the realms of the dead, she withdrew her light behind a bank of cloud, and the room sank again into darkness. End of section 17. Part 3, Chapter 5. The Cruise of the Kestrel. Quote, "He now felt a degree of regret with which he had never been before acquainted, and he was long before he could be reconciled to himself." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 4. The household at Fairhaven might have been put about the previous night as never within living memory, Miss Barrington, despite her protests, sleeping in her brother's room, and Captain Barrington in his dressing-room, Miss Lavinia's own room, all upside down and full of curtains and mattresses and bell-ropes. These permutations on account of the presence of a French hussy, alleged by Jeremy, when he at last sought the connubial chamber, to be a young man. Yet even this spiritual and physical turmoil had no power to make Mrs. Jeremy late with breakfast next morning. But brother and sister alike ate her excellent fare rather silently. Hervey had told Lavinia overnight as much as he had a mind to, and he did not amplify his information this morning, nor, curiously, did Miss Lavinia animadvert in her wonted style either upon the humour of the situation or upon his share in the epic of the spare bedroom, of which she had already wrested a fuller version from John Jeremy. She was, in truth, regretting with all her heart that she had let Hervey into the secret of her discovery. For one thing, she fancied she could have had a much better laugh at him afterwards if she had allowed him, all unsuspecting, to dispatch Mademoiselle on her way to Portsmouth. For another, the lad himself would not now be on the point of return to that horrid captivity, from which he had employed so much ingenuity to escape. It was true that Hervey was not displaying any great haste to inform the authorities of his presence, but she knew that it was useless to try to move him from the performance of what he considered his duty. And, any vindictive feelings apart, no doubt it was his duty to deliver up the fugitive. Miss Lavinia glanced at the clock as she rose from the breakfast table and opened the casement window onto the jasmine and climbing rose. Down below, the little square garden lay smiling in the August sun, refreshed to a new greenness by a heavy dew, and sending up the invisible incense of stocks and lavender. The mulberry tree hung its ripening fruit over the old teak bench. Sparkling and singing and very blue, the river poured by. A couple of wagtails were taking excited little runs over the grass. Farther on were the clustered houses of Old Stowey, pricked with masts, but from here the actual mouth of the estuary could not be seen. Hervey's sailing boat, the Kestrel, was tugging gently at her mooring buoy in mid-channel. What a morning to go back to prison! And such a prison! "Has your captive had anything to eat yet?" asked Miss Barrington casually, as she picked a sprig of jasmine. Her brother was turning over the pages of a nautical almanac. "No, I don't suppose he has," he answered in an indifferent tone. "Then, if you will forgive my suggesting it, would it not be as well to send him up something, if he has later to take the journey back to Plymouth, or even to go to the lock-up here? Oh, I don't know what your plans are," she added, half apologetically. "Send him up something," repeated Captain Barrington, laying down the almanac. "How you talk, Lavinia, as if Mrs. Jeremy could go in carrying breakfast, as to a guest. Do you know that your poor tired boy fought like a demon last night, and that it took the two of us to hold him?" Now, Miss Lavinia did know this, but she was making great efforts after discretion, and perhaps not altogether successfully, since she objected. "But, even if he is such a desperate character, surely Jeremy could venture in, and provided that you were there to protect him, with your pistol." Captain Barrington's face darkened, and he turned to his almanac again. "Oh, surely, you cannot really think it is too dangerous to go in," resumed his sister, still with that unusual note of pleading in her voice. "And to give him an extra dose of starvation, when you know it is what he is going back to. I've heard that the food in the prison ships is almost uneatable. To do that, just because you are annoyed with him, is so unlike you that I'm sure it can only be because you have forgotten that you have given no orders." "Why do you think it is so unlike me?" asked Hervey. He had his back turned and was fidgeting with his book. "You do not know of what a man is capable when he is annoyed, as you call it." "I did not know, myself, until last night," he added, in a voice so low that his sister did not catch it. "But it is quite true," he concluded, turning round, "that I'd forgotten the question of food. I will rectify the omission." "I was sure you had," said Miss Lavinia, and as he rang the bell, she smiled at him, like a grey-haired angel. But Hervey did not take the pistol when he accompanied Jeremy to the prisoner's room, for he had learned the uselessness of that weapon in the hands of a man who is determined not to use it to kill, does not wish to use it to wound, and knows that, as a threat, it has no power whatever. He would not have gone there at all, but that it was, plainly, necessary that someone should unlock and guard the door for Jeremy, encumbered as he was with a tray, and liable to be sprung upon. However, the prisoner did not spring on John Jeremy when he entered. He did not greet him in any way whatever, as Hervey, outside, holding the door just ajar, was aware. He heard Jeremy deposit the tray upon something, after which there was dead silence for a moment, and then his gruff voice, with a note of alarm in it. "Oh, Captain Barrington, and please to come in at once, sir." Hervey's own heart gave the most unexpected twist in his breast. Oh, the boy had somehow cut his throat, or hanged himself. Oh, why had he not foreseen this? He went in, so sure of it that he did not lock the door. The large form of Jeremy seemed to obscure everything. "Oh, he's gone, sir. He's not in the room, unless he's in the wardrobe yonder." "Oh, gone? Oh, yes, by George, the window was open. Oh, but that was suicide also, and God knew that that had been made clear. No, he must be in the room somewhere, under the bed, in the powdering closet. The open window was merely a ruse, and Jeremy was a fool, and he too." He snatched the key from the lock outside and fastened the door. "Have you looked under the bed?" No, Jeremy had not. He did it there and then, while Harvey wrenched open the door of the big mahogany wardrobe. Quite empty. He was hiding in the closet, then. Could he possibly have pushed aside the barrier and got into Lavinia's room? They would soon see. They did. The closet was as empty as the wardrobe, and the far door immovable. Yes, the captive was indubitably gone. And since he had been deprived of all, even the most makeshift means of letting himself down from that high window, and there existed on that bare wall no natural ones, he must have jumped, or let himself fall. In that case... Harvey Barrington, who had fought at Trafalgar, turned white. He was for a moment on the point of ordering Jeremy, who was still gazing round the cupboard, to go first and look out of the window. But it was he himself who had driven the boy to it, and he must face the consequences of his action. He went over to the open window, stood for a second or two, and then put his head out. He had already in his mind so vivid a picture of that light, half-clad body, transfixed on the hellish invention below, that the fact of there being nothing there did not convey itself immediately to his brain. And when it did, it seemed so incredible that for a flash he thought his eyes were playing him a trick. "Oh, Jeremy, come here." Serious and heavy-footed, Jeremy came. "There's nothing, after all, on those spikes, is there?" And Jeremy looked out. "No, sir, nothing. He must have jumped clear of him somehow." They stared at each other. Then Hervey, leaning back against the wall, passed his hand over his eyes. "There's not a rag on him, sir, not a mark, so far as I can see," continued Jeremy, his head out of the window again. "Well, unless someone's took him off him, he never fell on him at all." "But he couldn't fly," said Hervey, feeling an odd disposition to laugh. Once more he looked down that naked wall. And there was nothing we had forgotten in the room, was there, that he could have used? And then, to Jeremy, the slow-witted, came the solution. "Oh, begging your pardon, sir," he said, touching him on the arm. "Seems to me he've gone up, not down. Oh, put your head out again, sir, and you'll see as he could have got up, being active-like, and hard put to it." Hervey looked. Yes, by standing outside on the window ledge, a man of moderate height could certainly manage to grasp the leaden rain gutter which ran along just under the roof. But he would have to be very athletic, or desperate, to pull himself up by that alone, added to which a gutter of that sort was not so firmly fixed in place as designedly to carry such a weight. And this one had been up for many years. "Good God," said Hervey, staring up at it, and then down at the spikes. How could he have trusted himself to so horribly inadequate a support, with those points waiting down below all the time? "Oh, no doubt he helped himself a bit by the corner here, sir, where the wall juts out," proceeded Jeremy, developing his discovery. "Oh, got his feet against it, or his knees. A nasty climb, though, sir. Makes your blood turn, in a manner of speaking, and his weight has brought away the gutter a little. Lucky for him it didn't break loose altogether." "Yes," assented his master shortly. He had had enough of that gutter, and straightway abandoned the contemplation of it. But when once he was on the roof, he continued, he would find no great difficulty, I imagine, in climbing down the other side of the house, into the garden, because of the ivy. "Oh, child's play to this, sir," pronounced Jeremy, bringing his head in again. "But, for all we know, him on the roof still." "I doubt it," said Captain Barrington. "But I suppose we had better make sure. We will not, however, take his route there." They emerged, indeed, in a more prosaic manner by the trap-door in the attic provided for the purpose, and, as Harvey had expected, found neither the fugitive nor any traces of his passage. Scanning the view of the river and the countryside afforded by their present elevation, John Jeremy gave vent to a wonder as to where the wildcat was to now, and his master wondered also. Not far away, probably. He would never get any distance in that scanty and torn attire, and with no money. He was bound to be recaptured sooner or later, for all that he had risked a horrible death to win clear of Fairhaven. And now it was his business to go out and, by setting the hounds on his trail, carry out last night's threats and complete his own revenge. But the minutes went by, and still Captain Barrington stood there on the roof with his hands behind his back. For over the grinning visions which had been so hot in his brain last night, the vision of the Senora and her mythical love and desertion, the Senora he had so decorously and absurdly left in the garden, of the sister and her even more successful onslaught on his sympathy and credulity, the memories which made him grind his teeth over his own gullibility. There was scored, palimpsest-wise, another picture of a dazed figure with a bleeding mouth caught in Jeremy's unsparing hold. Oh, surely, in that savage hour upstairs, he had settled his account with the culprit. Yes, the business of informing was too distasteful. Let the government find and catch its lost prize, if it liked. After that crazy climb he was not going to join in the hunt. The boy was too game. Yet it must be confessed that to this volte-face of Harvey Barrington's there contributed also, since the motives for any resolve are seldom unmixed, a faint dislike to owning that his prisoner had given him the slip, and an absolute horror of having to acknowledge that he himself had, in the first instance, been completely duped as to that prisoner's sex. For now he saw, and wondered at his tardy perception of it, that this fact would certainly have to be revealed, or how should he account for the Frenchman's presence in his house at all? He turned quickly round. "Jeremy," he said, in his quarterdeck voice, "as long as an escaped French prisoner was under my roof, it was my duty to hand him over to the authorities, and I should have done it this morning. But, all things considered, I do not intend to inform them that he has been here and has escaped. His whereabouts will be discovered quite soon enough. So, not a word to anyone outside the house about last night's business. I do not choose to be the subject of idle gossip. Is that clear?" "Aye, aye, sir," replied John Jeremy, and saluted him among the chimney-pots. "Am I to tell Hannah the same, sir?" "I will see Mrs. Jeremy myself on the matter," replied his master, walking towards the trapdoor. "Oh, curious thing, sir," observed Jeremy, half shyly, rubbing a hand up and down his trousers. "But she won't, in a manner of speaking, believe me when I say the young lady which she saw was a young man." "Oh, won't she?" returned Harvey rather grimly. "Oh, we will have her up, then, and show her the climb he did." "Oh, me taking down them curtains has upset her proper," observed Hannah's spouse. "I doubt if she'll make much account of any climb till they'm back in their places again. Let me go first and hold the ladder, sir." And as Captain Barrington had decreed, so it was at Fairhaven. Mrs. Jeremy, indeed, when she had received her orders, remarked, but not to their giver, that she had no desire to gossip about a French hussy having been brought after dark into the house, and Miss Lavinia, with her own accusing conscience, was only too delighted to obey the order to hold her tongue, though it was more than probable that the precaution would be useless. But no news of the fugitive came to Fairhaven, and Hervey, though he kept his ears open in Stowey that afternoon, he could not, naturally, put any questions, heard nothing. He had no idea in what direction the young man had gone in his forlorn endeavour, evidently not across the river, or he would surely have taken the skiff, of whose convenient presence he was, as Hervey remembered, very well aware. It was Miss Lavinia who made the only discovery worth mention, and even that led nowhere, which was that a large stem of ivy had been torn away from the wall of the house about 10 feet from the ground on the garden front. And it seemed quite probable that this minor catastrophe marked the path of the wildcat, and that he himself had accompanied the ivy, and added a more or less severe fall, though upon grass, to his other disabilities. Miss Barrington started for Exeter next morning, and Hervey, left alone once more, found his mind dwelling, with ever less appreciation of his own part in it, on that scene in the spare bedroom. Yes, he had behaved like a brute. He did not blame himself for having detained an escaping enemy, nor for having deprived him of his only means of further flight, his money, though it was deuced awkward to know what he was going to do with it now that he had it, since he had resolved not to inform the authorities of the owner's presence and escape. Lavinia had suggested the poor box, but that did not seem quite the right destination for someone else's banknotes. The letters taken from the captive, as a cursory glance had shown, were from an Englishwoman. Hervey did not read them. If the young man were recaptured, and he got to know of it, he would try to return them to him. Perhaps his money, too. He knew his name, or at least the name he went by, and the letters bore it also. Oh, but as to believing his story of injured innocence, no. The boy was too clever, too good an actor. But he did wish that he had not given him that unnecessary and ferocious blow. A spectator would have said that it was thoroughly justified, and dealt in self-defence. Hervey knew that it was neither, and was aware of what exactly had inspired it, though he did not wish to name the feeling. If only he had not been so blind at the outset, had drawn the right conclusions from what now seemed so obvious, the height, unusual in a woman, the voice too deep, the reluctance to attract attention. At bay upstairs, in his proper attire, the masquerader had looked so much younger and slighter, and so much more spent. And that accusing picture was before him again. He turned his gaze away from it. Late in the afternoon, having succeeded in banishing the scene and its protagonist from the surface, at least, of his mind, and seeing the prospect of a fine evening, he decided to go for a sail. The Kestrel paid off slowly, under mainsail and jib, her owner at the helm, but very soon Fairhaven was left behind, and the first river-huddled houses of Stowey were slipping past, old dwellings which looked as if they had sprung up by natural growth on their piles or ancient tide-greened walls. "Not many craft in the river today," murmured Captain Barrington. "Oh, I see a Brixham trawler over there," grumbled his satellite. "What be doing here, I wonder?" "I'll come to sell fish, probably." "Oh, Stowey men can catch their own fish, I reckon," replied Jeremy indignantly. "And look at the berth he's put himself in." Hervey smiled. "Oh, I see a vessel ahead which has chosen a worse. Oh, when did that schooner run ashore on the whale's back?" For, half a mile or so farther down the river, on the invisible shoal which was the bane of Stowey harbour, lay a large schooner. Her tilted hull and masts gave her an odd effect of floating at an angle. But Captain Barrington was aware that she was not floating. "Grounded 2 days ago, sir, in the Neap. Have to wait for the next spring tide to fetch her off. Dunno where she hailed from. Her crew's all gone ashore. Topsail now, sir." "Not yet," replied his master, though they were past the harbour, where Stowey River widened to the dignity of an estuary before it gave itself to the sea, and here he commonly shook out the kestrel's extra plumage. But this evening he was content to slip gently along with what sail she was carrying, his eyes fixed ahead on the mild unrest of the bar, thinking of that calamity of his own, which was woven in such unfading colours on the arras of his mind. It needed but a touch to set the tapestry swaying, and the whole scene would spring to life again. And the stranded schooner there in the sunlight had done it, though it was an uncharted rock, not a sandbank, which had sunk HMS Suffolk that dark October night off the Scillies. The court-martial had acquitted our captain, who was indeed perfectly blameless, condemnation being pretty equally divided between a faulty chart and the sailing master. But Hervey Barrington never got another ship. How was it likely? A man who had lost a 74. And very shortly afterwards, in 1811, came the flimsy pretext on which he, at 39, experienced, competent, and ambitious, was put on half pay. In wartime, he might be blameless, but he had lost a 74. And yet that voice had said the other night with such indignant scorn, "You do not know what it is to suffer injustice, you who are of those who dispense it." Oh, did he not? Why else was he here now, idly steering this little craft, all that was left him to command? He roused himself from his bitter and useless contemplation. John Jeremy, sitting sideways on the weather combing, was contemplating him, and Hervey's reserve fretted even under his gaze. "Oh, that schooner looks berthed for a month," he observed in a matter-of-fact tone, gazing at her as they approached the sandbank. Broken water indicated the shallow, but no sand was visible. "We will go to larboard of Old Whalesback for a change." From habit, he nearly always took the right-hand channel. "Oh, really, I hardly know this side of the river. Who has got old John Wood's farm now? Oh, that is it not?" he asked, pointing over the dancing water at the solitary standing farmhouse, about a furlong from the edge of the river, which they were just leaving behind them. "Aye, sir, it is. A nasty, low-lived, ill-conditioned set there now, from all I hears. 3 brothers of the name of Willis. Foreigners they be," said Jeremy, meaning, of course, not true Devon men. "Will you have topsail up now, sir?" "Oh, in a moment. The foreigners seem excited about something," observed Hervey, craning his neck to look behind him, as a sudden outburst of shouts and yells came clearly over the intervening quarter-mile or so of water. "How likely their bees has swarmed on one of them," suggested Jeremy unemotionally. Standing amidships, he gazed back, shading his eyes with his horny palms. "No, they'm chasing one of the hands, with pitchforks too. He'm running for dear life, making for the river. Do we look, sir?" Hervey brought the kestrel farther into the wind and let her hang, twisting himself to see. Something of an agitating nature was certainly taking place at the abode of the brothers Willis. 8 or 10 men, with a woman or 2 among them, had suddenly poured themselves out in a stream from behind the previously quiet farmhouse, shouting, yelling, and, most of them, brandishing either a stick, a hoe, or, as Jeremy had discerned, the deadly pitchfork. Hervey's eye caught the pursuers first, and then was aware of the pursued, a slender, scantily clad figure which, with only a few yards' advantage of the foremost, was running like a deer for the water. Captain Barrington gave vent to an exclamation. His mouth tightened. "Oh, stand by, Jeremy. I'm going about." The kestrel's already wavering sail flapped. She rolled, hesitated, and then obeyed and began to make for the scene of the drama. Even as she came about, the fleeing figure had reached the water's edge, and, stumbling a little, waded in waist deep, and then struck out vigorously. A redoubled shout of rage went up from the pursuers, and one, with a yell, hurled his pitchfork at the swimmer. The rest contented themselves with imprecations and stones from the foreshore. Hervey Barrington, standing up at the helm, was shouting too. "Oh, stop that, you brutes! "Oh, stop it, I say." But his voice, even if it carried to the ears of the infuriated group at the water's edge, had no effect. Meanwhile the swimmer, his head a dark object amid the splashes of the fusillade of stones, none of which, luckily, seemed to be reaching their mark, forged slowly on towards mid-stream, using the overarm stroke, but always with the same arm. Although he was not swimming quickly, he was drawing away from the kestrel as well as from the shore, and Hervey's eyes were so keenly fixed on that head and arm as not to notice that the wind had fallen into one of those sudden little lulls common in a harbour, and that the cutter was now making very little headway indeed. "He's swimming very oddly," said Captain Barrington aloud. "I wonder if those devils did get a pitchfork into him, after all. And where is he making for? Oh, he'll never get over to the other side. If he has any wits left, he'll make for the stranded schooner. I suppose he doesn't know there's no one on board. Oh, damn it, the wind's dropped." Jeremy, already conscious of this fact, brought his gaze back from the peak of the mainsail. "Was it him, sir, the Frenchie?" "Of course it is. We will pick him up, if we can. A topsail, Jeremy, as quick as possible." But even in the short time it took to set the extra sail, it began to seem a little doubtful if they would be able to accomplish this design. Hervey, hauling on the topsail halyards, knew instinctively that the swimmer, now almost in mid-stream, was in difficulties. He cursed himself for having stood staring instead of getting the rest of the canvas on sooner. However, in a moment or two, the kestrel responded to the new impetus, and began to cut through the water as if she knew what was required of her, and rejoiced to do it. But for all that, the outgoing tide, not his own efforts now, was sweeping her quarry away from her and round the other side of the whale's back. Hervey could see that he had abandoned the effort of swimming, and, devoting his energies merely to keeping afloat, had thrown himself onto his back. Shouts came from the disappointed group on shore as, midway between them and the shoal, the kestrel shot past on the now fresher breeze, but Hervey did not even turn his head. "A prisoner, a French prisoner," came to his ears. "Oh, let them bawl," he thought disgustedly. But from where he stood at the tiller, the French prisoner was no longer visible. He had disappeared entirely round the northern point of the shoal. Oh, Hervey swore. But next moment the kestrel also was past the point, and he looked over his left shoulder. No, the young man was still afloat, but struggling. "Ready, Jeremy." Like a bird checking in flight, the kestrel went about, rounded the bubbling, sucking sand, and was chasing up the deep water the other side. "Hold on 1 moment more," shouted Hervey to the half-swimmer, half-flotsam, a few yards ahead on his starboard bow. The topsail was already down, the jib coming in under Jeremy's skilled hands. In another second or two, the mainsail itself came down with a run. Even then, as was almost inevitable, they overshot him a little, but he had enough wits left in him to understand what was happening, and as the big boat glided by, he made an effort to fight her wash and get alongside. Leaning over, Hervey threw him a rope, and, rather to his surprise, the young man compassed a few painful strokes and seized it as it trailed past him. "Excellent," shouted Hervey. "Hold tight now." And he began to haul in. The kestrel's way was spending itself. In another moment or two she would be stationary, except for the tide. "Oh, and only just in time, too," thought Captain Barrington, as hand over hand he pulled in the rope, not very fast for fear of jerking it out of the hold, whose only strength lay probably in its desperation, and which was, he saw, a one-handed hold to boot. "And no, I don't think you need go overboard, Jeremy, for that mariner already had his coat off. Hold on to the slack of this, so that I can use both my hands to get him in. And we must be careful that we don't overset in doing it. Oh, here we are." He was alongside, yes, sodden and panting, and exhausted almost to the point of unconsciousness. But as Hervey leant over the side to clutch him, the half-closed eyes under the plastered, dripping hair, opening, met his, and into them shot the next instant such a look of horror and aversion as turned Hervey cold. "You! You!" "No!" gasped Raoul de Sablières, loosed his frantic grip of the rope, threw up his arms, and went instantly under. Half-stunned though he was with the shock of it, Hervey made a quick mechanical grab at the disappearing body, but in vain. The next second a resounding splash announced that John Jeremy, for once not waiting for orders, had entered the estuary, and John Jeremy swam like a porpoise. "I'll wait till you see where he comes up," said Hervey quietly. He was very pale. In another moment something reappeared a few yards away, something that now had no more volition of its own than a drifting spar. With half a dozen powerful strokes, Jeremy reached and secured it, and was shortly treading water alongside, holding the inert head and shoulders out of the water, while the rest of the lax body showed a disposition to be sucked under the cutter's keel. "Will this, or whatever it is, hold, I wonder?" muttered Hervey, twisting one hand into something white, fastened across the almost bare breast like a scarf. "Oh, yes, I think so. Now, 1, 2, 3. A heave, a jerk, a grab at the trailing legs, a certain tilting and rocking on the kestrel's part, a moment's uncertainty and balancing on the gunwale, and Captain Barrington had got his prisoner back again. End of section 18. Part 3, Chapter 6. Revenge and Hervey Barrington. Quote, "The consciousness that his sentiments were just and his intention kind was scarcely sufficient to support him." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 17. By the time that John Jeremy had scrambled on board once more, shaken himself like a huge Newfoundland, and come thudding aft, his master was no longer occupied in treating the rescued man as a case of drowning, but was listening to his heart. "Oh, I'm sure he cannot have swallowed much water in the short time he was under," he observed, looking up at his henchman. "He has only collapsed from exhaustion, I think. All the same." He glanced down again at his recovered captive. The young Frenchman was indeed a sorry spectacle as he lay there unconscious, quietly drenching the bottom boards to an extent which was surprising in view of the small amount of clothing left on him by this time. He had his breeches, and those torn at one knee, portions of his shirt clinging to him, the scarf-like object by which Hervey had hauled him in, and absolutely nothing else, for shoes and stockings alike were gone from his cut and bleeding feet. And when Hervey slipped his hand under the wet, heavy head, a diluted little crimson trickle began to course over his own wrist, and he saw that a stone had struck the swimmer near the right ear, though the damage done did not appear to be serious. "Yes, the most important thing, I fancy, is to keep him warm," he went on, lifting his prize a little. "I'm afraid there's no brandy on board, worse luck. Get that old boat cloak of mine from the locker forward. The spare jib, too, would not come amiss." And he began stripping off the soaked rags of shirt, and discovering in the puzzling scarf, when he unknotted it, a close resemblance to one of his own huckaback towels. Another discovery was the greatly swollen and discoloured state of one of the limp wrists, the result of more rough handling, perhaps, like the big bruise on one shin, and that disfiguring cut on the lip, which showed up so vividly, and so reproachfully, on the surrounding pallor. And those marks had not been the work of an excited rabble who scarcely knew what they were doing. "Oh, I take it, sir," observed Jeremy, handing him the boat cloak, "oh, that you don't intend giving him up to them Willises." "I do not," replied his master shortly. He finished wrapping up his capture, rose to his feet, and looked across to the other shore to see if the individuals in question were still watching and still expectant, and to find, somewhat to his astonishment, that he could not see the shore and farmhouse at all. The Kestrel was so near the shoal that the bulk of the careened schooner entirely blotted them out. At this discovery, a very unexpected idea came to Harvey Barrington, and he demanded of Jeremy whether at the actual moment of getting the Frenchmen aboard they had been screened by the schooner, as they were now. He could not himself tell, since his back had been towards her all the time. "Aye, sir," replied that mariner, "and we was. I happened to notice particular, and she were nicely to lee of us. And them Willises over there couldn't have seen a thing. Oh, don't you want 'em even to know, sir, in a manner of speaking, as we pulled 'em out?" "No, in a manner of speaking I don't," returned Hervey, compressing his lips and doing some very rapid thinking. He unfolded the spare jib and spread it completely over the motionless figure at his feet. "Oh, I shall keep the affair in my own hands now. Get the sails up, and we will stand over to the other side, within hailing distance, that is, and tell those savages that the French prisoner sank before we could get to him, sank under our very eyes, and did not come up again, and that, as the tide is running out fast, it is not likely that his body will ever be recovered. Do you understand?" A slow, appreciative grin spread over his myrmiden's broad countenance. "Oh, Lord love you, sir, yes. And they'll believe you when you sings out who you is. And then, shall we put back home?" "It's what I should like to do," replied his master, glancing down at the sailcloth, which looked rather like a pall. "But it would seem rather too suspicious if we did, since we were so plainly standing out to sea before, and only came about to find out what was going on. No, we will beat out to sea for a little while, and then, when the light has faded somewhat, bring the Frenchman in and get him to bed. Tomorrow will be plenty of time to tell the constable about him." And Captain Barrington's bold lie, shouted in an authoritative voice to the still expectant Willises and their retinue from a safe distance, was evidently believed without hesitation, to judge from the angry dejection which it caused. "And no doubt they were after the 10 guineas reward, the ruffians," thought Harvey Barrington to himself, as the Kestrel once more swung seaward, and incontinently felt his own cheeks burn. 2 nights ago he himself had been taunted with having the same ignoble aim. When they were well away from the shore, he stooped and turned back the jib. Provided they kept him warm, the unavoidable delay in getting him into a bed would surely not do the fugitive much harm, for he was young enough to fling off the effects of exhaustion, and he should have the best of care that night. But when the sail was withdrawn, Hervey was uncomfortably startled by the aspect of the face at his feet, so desperately white and pinched against the folds of the boat cloak. And by gad, what a fool he was! There was some brandy in the forward locker, some that had been there for a long time. Even as he thought of this, and determined to get it, there was a movement in the prostrate figure. The closed eyes half opened, the lips said something in French, and an arm extricated itself from the boat cloak. "Oh, come and take the tiller, Jeremy," called Captain Barrington, "and keep an eye on him. He's coming too." And he himself went quickly forward to the little cuddy and hunted for the brandy bottle. He had just laid his hand on it when he was aware of a sudden commotion in the stern, a shout from Jeremy, followed by a cry, a sort of sob of anguish, and coming hastily out he saw what looked like a tussle going on. Amazed and angry, he hurried aft. But whatever had been happening was over when he got there, and Raoul de Sablières, freed entirely from the boat cloak, now lay in a huddled heap at Jeremy's feet. "What on earth have you been doing to him?" demanded Hervey sternly, stooping over the thin, bare shoulders. "Oh, nothing, sir, but pull him back," replied Jeremy earnestly. "He come to, like, and look round, and seem to see where he is. And then I think he sees you, sir, and he gives hisself one heave, and gets hisself half over the gunwale before I knows what he is about. And so I catches hold of the nearest bit of him I can grab, and pulls him back. And what else was I to do, sir? And when I lays hold of him he sings out and tumbles back like that. Oh, that's all I did, upon my oath, Captain Barrington. Him light-headed, sure, to try to throw himself overboard after all your trouble, sir. Light-headed. If so, his resolve to fling away his life rather than return to the prison ship was all the more innately steely. This was the second, no, the third attempt. Decidedly, it had been no figure of speech, that threat. Hervey was half afraid to touch him now. But, mercifully, perhaps, Jeremy's rough method of salvation, no doubt he had unwittingly caught him by the damaged wrist, had thrown the captive back into semi-consciousness. He evidently did not know who it was that wrapped him up again, first putting his own coat on him this time. But the pain of having his injured arm slipped, however carefully, into the sleeve, made him catch his breath sharply. Laisse-moi, tu me fais mal, he said indistinctly, and without opening his eyes. Hervey buttoned the coat over him and put the brandy to his lips. Just drink this, he said persuasively. Je voudrais être tranquille, murmured the young man. Dormir. His voice died away. He could swallow, however, and Hervey got some brandy down his throat and rearranged the sail under his head. Oh, good God, what a wreck the boy looked. 2 days had done it. 2 days without food. Oh, no doubt, since he had no money, without shelter, almost without clothes. And was he to be handed over to justice tomorrow in this condition, thrown into the lock-up at Stowey in the company of drunken and quarrelsome mariners and masterless men? Hervey rose from his knees and sat down by Jeremy in the stern sheets, and in a low voice bade him listen to his instructions. As he had so successfully drowned the fugitive, he proposed to keep him drowned a little longer. Bates, the constable, would be only too glad that Captain Barrington should look after his lawful charge for a few days, until the latter recovered from his immersion and exposure. He would see Bates tomorrow and make that right with him. The rabble at the waterside farm would be dispersed by now. If not, he must run the risk of their discovering his trick. So, we will stand in at once, Jeremy, he concluded, and get home as soon as possible. Though, I'm afraid, by the way the wind has dropped in the last few minutes, and that we shall not make Fairhaven very quickly. He was right. By the time they had worn ship and gone 5 minutes or so, at no great speed, upon their homeward tack, the breeze had still further died down, and they were barely moving over the water. And as Hervey now became aware, shivers were running over the figure at his feet, half conscious or asleep, though it seemed to be. And there was nothing further that he could wrap round him now. We cannot waste time like this, he said in an undertone to Jeremy. We must get out the sweeps and pull in. A look of dismay crossed that individual's countenance. Don't you remember, sir, as I took him by your orders last week to have him repaired, and 'tain't done yet? So you did, said Hervey. What a misfortune. He bit his lip. We're making some headway, sir, said the steersman consolingly, and likely when sun sets we'll get a breeze. Yes, said Hervey, but meanwhile. After a second's hesitation he knelt down, lifted Raoul de Sablières into his arms, and sat down on the bottom boards with him across his knees, holding him close to see if the contact would warm him, and praying that he would not open his eyes and recognize him. His prayer was heard. After a while, too, the young man ceased to shiver. He even buried his face in silence against his enemy's shoulder. And so the kestrel dawdled homewards under the hues of coming sunset, and Hervey sat with his victim's damp head against his breast, and wished his work undone, and despite a mocking voice that whispered to him, "You're grown deuced squeamish all of a sudden." Yes, that might be, but he had been deuced brutal first, and all because he had been made to feel ridiculous. And that did not seem to matter now. And, since the masquerader had paid dearly enough for his mumming, and he himself turned with so much disgust, today, from his own figure as memory showed it to him, he resolved, looking down on that brine-tangled hair, that he would write to the transport office and try to get the boy's case investigated, for it seemed to him that behind the 2 desperate attempts of the last hour to be done with life, there did really, perhaps, lie some great injustice suffered. And, if that were so, the authorities might be persuaded to order him back to the lesser hardships of a land prison. How truly Hervey Barrington had done with revenge. But his revenge had not yet done with him. By this time his position had become somewhat cramped, but when he shifted it a little, the head on his breast moved too. "Are we nearly there?" suddenly asked its owner, in a dreamy voice. And as Hervey hesitated, not knowing what to reply, Raoul went on. "Oh, surely we are off the coast of France now. We've been so long at sea. Oh, let me look." And he made an effort to raise himself. "No, no, lie still," said Hervey, involuntarily tightening his grasp. "Oh, all is well, and you will soon be where you wish. Oh, God forgive me," he added, mentally. Raoul gave a long sigh of contentment and fell back again. But after a moment he went on, rather less clearly. "You're very good to me, to take me after all, now that I have no money. But I will pay you somehow, never fear. A man at some place, I forget, 2 men, and they took it all away. Oh, tiens, it is strange," he added reminiscently, "but when I swam out to you, I thought I saw his face in the boat. Am I ill, that you hold me like this?" "You had a long swim," replied Hervey, rather hoarsely, transfixed by the fear that he would look up and recognize him. Yet what other course was open to him? He could not have left the fugitive to drown, and the lie which had been told him was for his very life's sake. But somehow Hervey wished it had been any other lie. Raoul roamed on, less coherently still. "Yes, I swam twice. And my wrist, it hurt too much. Oh, I think it is broken. I fell, a long time ago, climbing somewhere. Oh, there was ivy. Mais qu'elle m'importe, maman me guérira." And with these words he relapsed into silence again. Hervey, looking cautiously down, saw with relief that his eyes were shut once more, saw, too, with a pang to which he could not have put a name, that there was a smile on the disfigured mouth. It would be his task to break that dream. The trend of this conversation had by now penetrated the mind of John Jeremy, and, bending forward to his master's ear, he inquired if he had rightly apprehended that the Frenchie imagined the Kestrel was taking him to France. And Hervey, corroborating this deduction, impressed on his henchmen the distasteful necessity of keeping up this delusion, lest they should have trouble again with the fugitive, a course which Jeremy cordially approved, for, as he muttered, the lad was a proper wildcat. The after hues of sunset had changed from rose to saffron, from saffron to palest green, and the fair star was trembling over the last bank of cloud in the west before their destination came in sight. The wildcat lay very quiet in Hervey's hold, only babbling now and then in his own tongue of France and of his mother, and occasionally of someone called Le Neveu, in the port of Morlaix, but with so much incoherence that it was plain he was half light-headed, so that it might be hoped he would not yet recognize the trick which, out of sheer mercy, was being played on him. But if he did, how on earth should they persuade him to enter the skiff and be landed? He would certainly jump into the river first, and another immersion would probably finish him off. Hervey cudgelled his brains over this problem, whose only solution seemed to lie in bringing the Kestrel right into the garden steps. He had occasionally done this at high water, though he had all a sailor's dislike of scraped paint. But it was not high water now, or anything like it, though the tide was making by this time. He turned his head and consulted Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy, after survey, thought it might just be possible. With luck. It was better, he opined, to try it than to risk having the skiff upset. Slowly, carefully, therefore, the Kestrel glided toward the steps, and Hervey, who had temporarily laid down the passenger in order to lower the sail, bent rather apprehensively over him to rouse him from his state of semi-coma. "We're going to land you now, but before you go any farther you must have a good night's rest in the house to which we are taking you." "Nous sommes arrivés. On est vraiment en France," exclaimed the young Frenchman joyfully, and he tried to sit up in the bottom of the boat, Hervey hastily moving out of his field of vision. But next moment he relapsed with an exclamation and put his hand over his eyes. "À la tête me tourne, and j'ai la vertige." "Oh, shut your eyes, then, and trust to me," said Hervey quickly. This was an unexpected piece of luck, and it was without a twinge that he heard the Kestrel's keel scrape horribly over the rocks at the bottom of the steps. "Now, lend a hand, Jeremy." Together they got the half-dazed fugitive over the side and up the steps, by which time it was sufficiently apparent that he was not only giddy, but quite beyond recognizing his surroundings, as Hervey had feared. Clinging blindly to his guide's arm, he followed his instructions with a rather uncanny obedience, and though at the top of the steps Jeremy relinquished his hold in order to tow the bumping Kestrel by means of the skiff to her moorings, Hervey had no difficulty in piloting his charge up the garden by himself. He chose the grass rather than the path, out of consideration for the bare and lacerated feet. But indeed it was like steering a sleepwalker who neither saw nor felt nor spoke, but only smiled in his sleep and manifested a patient docility and confidence which cut Hervey to the heart. At last they were in the hall which had witnessed the metamorphosis of the Spanish girl into the French, and now saw a still more startling transformation. But Mrs. Hannah Jeremy, who happened to be there as they entered from the garden, was not aware of any transformation, for she had no idea that in the half-drowned apparition which her master was supporting, she beheld the memorable visitant of the night before last. But she was so startled at what she saw that she gave a slight scream. "Oh, Lord have mercy!" she ejaculated. "What's this? Who is it?" "A traveller," replied Hervey, for Raoul's problematical benefit. "But he's ill. Get the spare room bed ready at once. At once. There's not a moment to lose. Oh, up with you, and we will follow." One more comprehensive glance did Mrs. Jeremy cast on the two figures, then she mounted the stairs more quickly than Hervey had ever seen her. Much more slowly, and with a great deal of assistance, Raoul de Sablières likewise ascended. But on the landing, just before the 3 shallow steps which led up to the spare bedroom, even the automatic obedience came at last to an end, and but for his captor's encircling arm, he would have crumpled up and slid to the floor. Hervey thereupon lifted him bodily and carried him in his arms over that threshold. Mrs. Jeremy had not quite finished making the bed, so Captain Barrington deposited his burden in the big chair, and went to utter a hasty word of warning. "Oh, I picked him up out of the river, Mrs. Jeremy. He was drowning. Had been chased by some brutes with pitchforks. He's the Frenchman who escaped 2 nights ago, and being confused in his mind, he thinks I've brought him back to France. But he understands English perfectly, so be careful what you say." "Oh, pitchforks! And drowning! Have mercy on us!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, but Hervey had the impression that the rest of his admonition had gone like wind over her head. As she tucked in the blankets, she took a quick survey of the pitiful figure trailing in the big chair. Oh, Lord save us! His poor feet! And his mouth! Whatever have they been doing to him? Oh, he must have a hot drink, and I'll pop a brick into the oven. One moment, sir, while I do that." And before Hervey could stop her, she had whisked out of the room. He was so afraid of undoing his successful work that he carefully avoided the neighbourhood of the chair and went over to the window. But in a very short time he was alarmedly aware that the sleepwalker was showing signs of returning animation and of conjecture. He had pulled himself up a little, and, flushed and coughing, was looking round the room. Hervey, guilt-ridden, shrank further into his corner. Raoul passed his hand once or twice over his eyes, and then, to Captain Barrington's great relief, Mrs. Jeremy reappeared with a kettle of hot water in her hand, and the young Frenchman fixed his gaze on her. Their encounter that night had been so brief that Hervey thought it improbable the one-time guest would recognize her. Very businesslike, Mrs. Jeremy fetched a basin and knelt down by the chair. "I'm going to bathe these feet of yours, my dear," she announced gently, and Raoul, coughing again, lay back and let her do it. "Is Jeremy in yet?" asked Hervey from behind the chair. "I'll just come in, sir." "Oh, dear sakes, here's a nasty cut." "As I came up there was someone at the front door, and I left him to answer it." "Oh, I hope to goodness," Hervey was beginning, half to himself, when there came a solid knock at the bedroom door. Obviously Jeremy in person, so his master went out onto the landing to see what he wanted. "If you please, sir, there's a sergeant of marines downstairs." "A what?" exclaimed Hervey, thunderstruck. "Soldiers, sir, from Plymouth. A sergeant and a couple of marines. The sergeant asking to see you at once, along of this escaped French prisoner was drowned, him having heard as how you had witnessed the affair, sir." For a second or two, Hervey was dumb. A search party from Plymouth, already. He had never contemplated this. A very different business from dealing with a local constable. "Marines," he repeated slowly. "You did not, I hope." But this was one of Jeremy's bright days. "No, sir," he replied complacently. "I says nothing, but no doubt Captain Barrington will see you, if you'll step inside. We comes from Plymouth," he says, then, "been a-looking for this prisoner since Tuesday. A most desperate character," he says, "escaped from the Ganges prison ship." And then he swears a bit, saving your presence, sir, because the man's drowned, and all their trouble for nothing." "Did you corroborate? I mean, did you say the man was drowned?" asked Hervey quickly. "Oh, not I, sir. And for all the sergeant knows, I've been in the garden since morning, a-picking of cabbages." "Where is the sergeant?" asked Hervey, his heart sinking lower and lower. "Oh, in the hall, sir. The marines stayed outside. Seemed to me it was best to let him in, willing-like." Hervey nodded. "Yes, you're quite a diplomat," he said, but mirthlessly. "I will go down and see him. You did very properly in not committing yourself about the drowning, because now I shall have to extricate myself somehow from that lie." He mused a moment, his hand on the banisters. "Now tell me, Jeremy, do you consider that, with the tide running out, as it was, it would sound plausible, especially to a man who probably doesn't know the river mouth, if I said that though the Frenchman sank, and I believed him drowned, I found him shortly afterwards cast up alive on the ledges? You know where I mean." "Why, yes, Captain Barrington," returned Jeremy admiringly, "and just about where he would have been. Like the man as was washed overboard from the Falmouth bark near the Whalesback last winter. Couldn't say as that mightn't well have been, sir, seeing as I suppose you've got to account for the Frenchies being in the house, and then give him up." "Well, what else can I do?" asked Hervey, more of himself than of Jeremy. "What else can I do?" "I'll tell your wife in there the bed will not be needed, after all. She's not to put him in it. But she must find him some clothes, some warm clothes, and she had better bandage his feet before he leaves." And with bent head he started to go very slowly down the stairs. And as he went, he felt that he would sooner be going to face arrest on his own account. But instead of that, he was going to surrender the boy who had lain helpless in his arms for the last hour, whom he had not allowed to die by the merciful clean death he had chosen, but whom he had lured by a heartless trick under his own roof again. A boy almost dead from exhaustion and ill usage. And yet again, what choice had he? Even if he had not worn the king's uniform himself, it was felony now to assist the escape of a prisoner of war, though indeed it was not the very remote prospect of transportation which weighed with him, but the certain wreckage of his own deeply threatened career. For he had by no means given up hope of his restoration to the active list. He had influential friends who considered him most unjustly treated, and held that the time would certainly come when he would be reinstated. It would never come if he followed his instincts now. He might as well send in his papers at once. Moreover, personal considerations quite apart, it was his plain duty as an Englishman to do what he was going to do. Down and down he went, as slowly as an old man. A broken enemy, his victim already, enticed into an elusive security, and then immediately, in cold blood, handed over to... what? Pah! It sickened him. But perhaps he could at least prevail on the sergeant to wait for a couple of days before taking the prisoner off, to wait till tomorrow even. The fugitive could not be dragged away tonight. It would be his death warrant. Yet he was, technically, still on his feet, and the man would be perfectly within his rights in insisting on his removal. It depended, then, on the personal character of this sergeant of marines, whether an appeal to him would be of any use. And the moment he set eyes on him, Hervey knew that it would be of none. End of section 19. Part 3, Chapter 7. I have the honour to report. Quote, "Is there such depravity in man as that he should injure another without benefit to himself?" End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 9. He came forward, saluting with much respect, as Captain Barrington descended the last stairs into the hall. It was not likely, of course, that he would show anything else to a naval officer of Hervey's rank. But he had a hard, brutal mouth, a hard eye. "Sorry to trouble you, sir," he said briskly. "Your man has no doubt told you what we've come about." "Yes," said Hervey. "There was no use in beating about the bush. This matter of the French prisoner, I understand. How did you come to connect me with it?" "Like this, sir," responded the sergeant. "Having tracked him on Wednesday nearly as far as Stowey. He was got up as a girl, cunning young devil. We lost trace of him, owing, I fancy, to an accident to the Taunton coach that evening. He seems to have disappeared entirely after that, thrown off his woman's gear, no doubt. And we went off on a wild goose chase as far as Widford. Thinks I then, finding it a false track, my gentleman's perhaps lying low in Stowey, or near it, all the while, waiting his chance of a boat. No doubt, there's a bit of smuggling goes on there. So I brought my party back. But hardly had we got back to Stowey before a farm lad comes up to me in a hurry and says they've got a suspicious character at their farm, down by the mouth of the river, on the other side. Had already come there yesterday evening, when he sold his shoes for a meal, and now again, begging for another and offering to work for it. The first time they thought nothing of it, but before he came the second time, they had heard as there was a prisoner escaped from Plymouth and a party after him. So, by what this boy says, this time they had locked him up in a barn, all ready for us to nab, thinking the reward as good as in their pockets, I reckon. Down the river again we went, sir, and got there too late. My fine fellow had taken the alarm, broken out, made for the river, and, well, I suppose, Captain Barrington, you know best in what port of Davy Jones's locker he's likely to be now. For they told us at the farm that it was you, sir, in your sailing boat, as saw him drown. Trying to pick him up, I dare say, sir." "Yes," said Hervey slowly. "I was trying to pick him up, but I was too late." He suddenly perceived that the door from the garden had been left open when he had brought in the drowned man not half an hour ago. He went over and shut it. "Well, sir," continued the marine, "as things are, If the young devil had drowned when he swam the Hamouse on Tuesday, as it's thought he did, it would have saved a deal of trouble, besides being a warning to the others. It has happened with an escaping prisoner before now," he added explanatorily, "that his dead body has fetched up on a mud bank, and a few weeks of him laying there, with only the gulls to attend to him." "Oh, you don't mean to say," broke in Hervey, turning round at the door in disgust, "and that his body would be left there on purpose?" "But when you shoot a polecat or a weasel, sir, you nail him up as a warning, and don't think nothing of it." "I imagined we were speaking now of human beings," retorted Captain Barrington freezingly. "Oh, if you were in command of a prison ship, sir, you'd think different, saving your respect. Oh, stinking vermin, that's what they are. And if I had my way, I'd soon stop escaping. With a cat and nine tails. But we aren't allowed to touch him that way, though a good honest British tar gets it as soon as look at you. I'm begging your pardon for the freedom, sir, you being a Navy officer." "Oh, there are some things you're not allowed to do to the prisoners, then?" inquired Hervey. His tone evidently puzzled the Marine. "Oh, I don't quite rightly know what you mean, sir. Short of mutiny, we mayn't lay a finger on them. Oh, that's not to say they don't have some pretty stiff punishments among themselves." Hervey was still standing by the door, looking hard at the speaker. Yes, this man would no doubt abide by the letter of the regulations, but what about his obedience to their spirit when he had the cunning young devil, as he had called him, in his hands? And no superior officer, and a sick and injured prisoner, against whom he was already incensed. There was opportunity for a good deal between here and Plymouth. "And what is it you want me to do?" he asked. "Anything to gain time to think." And the sergeant of Marines replied promptly, and as it were ingratiatingly. "Oh, if you would be so good, sir, as to give me an account of what happened down the river, and perhaps a bit of paper, an affidavit, like. And then when we get back to Plymouth, there'll be no suggesting that we gave up when we might have got him if we had gone on. Because when a man's dead, he's dead, and if it's by drowning, no one can say the body must be produced, and I understand the tide was running out strong. So if you were to write it down, sir, the captain of the Ganges could make his report to the transport office, your evidence being quite sufficient for him, and particularly as he is only of lieutenant's rank." "I see," said Hervey. All unprepared, he stood face to face with the gravest decision of his life. This man, however disappointed he might be, had evidently no shadow of doubt as to his informant's veracity, and they would take his word as unquestioningly at Plymouth, and, yes, in London too, despite the mark against his name. He stood in no immediate danger if he lied. It was when the truth came out afterwards, for it would be almost a miracle if it did not, that his ruin would be complete. Well, he had only to say, with a little forced jocularity, "Oh, after all your trouble, Sergeant, you will be glad to learn that your prisoner is not drowned. For, though he sank before my eyes, I picked him up later. That he's in the house at the moment, and that, as my duty to my king and country bids me, I invite you to go upstairs and take him." The speech arranged, rehearsed itself in Hervey's brain. He saw beforehand the cruel light it would bring into those hard, reddened eyes. No, it was physically impossible to utter it. Instead, he asked, a little hoarsely, "How much of what I saw, do you want in writing?" "Oh, very little, sir," said the sergeant apologetically. "Just a few lines, and your signature, if you please. I'm ashamed to trouble you, but if I only take back a verbal report, I reckon that the authorities would write to you for confirmation of the story. But if I hand in a written one, you won't likely be troubled further." "Oh, quite so," said Hervey dryly. "Well, sit down then, and I will report the matter." The pursuer sat down in the very chair occupied by his quarry during his successive incarnations 2 nights ago, and Hervey Barrington, seizing a sheet of paper from the writing table in the corner, had the honour to report on the death by drowning on the afternoon of August 13th of a French prisoner of war escaped from the Ganges prison ship at Plymouth, which death he had witnessed, and signed away his good name and his self-respect, asking himself all the time why he was doing it, and unable to find any answer, except that he could not do the other thing. "Oh, thank you kindly, sir," said the Marine, taking the paper with a salute and disposing it inside his tunic. "Oh, that will be quite enough to show that I have not failed in my duty. My men are waiting outside. Good evening, sir." Feeling no desire to have his health drunk by this man, Captain Barrington abstained from giving him a shilling for the purpose, and a minute later he and his two subordinates were marching down the road in the twilight. From his doorstep, Hervey watched them go, empty-handed. No, not empty-handed. He had given them, in exchange for the boy upstairs, something very costly indeed. His signature to a lie. Coming in again, he rang the bell for Jeremy. "I've sent the escort away again," he announced curtly, "with a written statement that I saw the prisoner drown. I was not disposed to give him up in his present condition." He took a turn up and down, while the ex-coxswain was speechless. "You realize, of course, Jeremy, what a serious step I've taken. For if it comes out in any way that I'm concealing the prisoner here, even from the most humane motives, I am ruined, utterly." "Yes, sir," said Jeremy, his face taking on profounder shades of alarm. "Oh, Captain Barrington, you didn't ought to have done it. Indeed you didn't." "I know that," replied his master grimly. "But it is done now, and I must abide by it. We must use the greatest caution that no word of the young man's presence here leaks out before we can get rid of him. Of course, if you feel that you ought to inform against me—" "Oh, Captain Barrington, sir, how can he talk like that?" ejaculated the good Jeremy, deeply hurt. "Me that been shipmates with you, saving your presence, sir, since—" No, I beg your pardon, Jeremy," said Hervey quickly. "Oh, I ought not to have said that, though I'm not sure whether it is not your duty to lay information, all the same. However, if it comes out, you will not incur blame, acting as you do under my orders. I must speak to Mrs. Jeremy at once, and see that she understands the situation and keeps her mouth shut. Is she in the kitchen?" "No, sir. She'm upstairs, terrible took up with the young man. I see she'm for cosseting him proper." A slight smile illuminated the gloom of Jeremy's features. "Shall I fetch her down, sir?" "No, I'll go up to her," said Hervey. "I am glad to hear that she has taken to him. He will certainly need care." Up he went, and entered the spare bedroom. Not only was the fugitive ensconced in bed, contrary to orders, but the apartment had somehow taken on the aspect of a sick room already. And Mrs. Jeremy, the complete nurse, was bending over the dark head on the pillow. "Now, my dear," he heard her say, "do we lay quiet and go to sleep? Oh, you've no call to fidget like that, nor to cough neither. Oh, do you want me, sir?" But once out on the landing with her master, she gave him no opportunity to tell her what it was he required her for. "Oh, I've put him to bed, sir, knowing that's what you'd wish." Hervey's eyebrows went up, unnoticed. "And I've taken the liberty of putting on him one of your old nightshirts. But he's very feverish and restless, sir, and won't touch the good hot milk I have for him. And yet by the body of him, he's been more than half starved lately. What to do with that wrist of his, I don't know, seeing as he can't bear a finger laid on it, and yet—" "Yes, Mrs. Jeremy," interrupted Hervey, obliged to dam the stream. "But I want first to speak to you on another aspect of this matter. I've got rid of the soldiers who came here after him by repeating, in writing, my assertion that I saw him drown." "Oh, well, sir," returned Mrs. Jeremy easily, "and I'm sure that was the best thing to do. I knew you would send them away." "How the deuce you did!" exclaimed Captain Barrington, staring at the prophetess. "Oh, do you realize what a very grave step?" But for the first time in his knowledge of her, Mrs. Jeremy did not accord him her whole attention while he was speaking. "Oh, there's that nasty cough again," she exclaimed. "Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll be out again in a moment." With that, she whisked back into the room, leaving her employer almost gasping. "Oh, well," he thought grimly, "if I can induce her to bestow half the care in keeping his presence hidden that she's evidently going to lavish on the young gentleman himself, I shall be fortunate." He waited, though he hardly expected her to reappear, but reappear she did, when the sound of coughing within had ceased. "Oh, look here, Mrs. Jeremy," said Hervey with determination. "Perhaps I've not made it clear to you that this young Frenchman is the same as he who got out from this room by the window the night before last." "Oh, of course, if you say so, sir," returned Mrs. Jeremy with an air of respectful unbelief. The person who, I'm told, climbed onto the roof." "Yes," reiterated Captain Barrington, "the male person who climbed onto the roof, and who, as you see, injured his wrist over the business. That person was, and is, an escaped French prisoner from the hulks at Plymouth, and as his presence here, which I have tacitly denied, is strictly illegal, it must be kept absolutely secret, even more for my own sake than for his." "I was never a gossip, sir," replied Mrs. Jeremy with great dignity, and, her master answering briefly that he was aware of it, she suggested that he should come in and have another look at the rescued man. But that Hervey declined to do, lest he should be recognized, and the Frenchman tried to climb out of the window again. He had better not enter the room, and only hoped the ex-captive would not remember the room itself. "Oh, Lord, sir," replied Mrs. Jeremy, "he's beyond that now. He has no idea where he is, I'm sure, beyond being thankful to be in a bed, poor young man. Very feverish he is, and there was no point in hearing all that again." "Well, do your best for him," cut in Hervey hastily. "And remember, not a word about his being here." With that, he retired from the interview. A cold and not particularly appetizing supper was served to him a little later by Jeremy, whose spouse was evidently too much occupied with the new arrival to provide anything hot. Hervey, however, did not grumble at this absorption. He had an absorption of his own, if it came to that. For though he sat down afterwards with a book, he could not read. He meditated on what, with his eyes open, he had done that evening. He sat there, a perjured man, a fool, almost a traitor. Yet at bottom he was quite unrepentant. He knew what he would be feeling like if he had done his duty, and somehow he might be able to get rid of the fugitive later on without exciting suspicion. He took up his book and resolutely read a page. And then Mrs. Jeremy came in. "Oh, if you please, sir, may Jeremy go at once for Dr. Hills?" "Oh, go for Dr. Hills!" exclaimed Hervey, turning round. "No, certainly he may not. You don't grasp the situation yet, Mrs. Jeremy, and that's evident. If that young man's presence gets known in Stowey, don't you understand? I thought I'd sufficiently explained my delicate position." "Yes, sir, and I'm sure I wouldn't wish you to get into trouble, but a doctor he must have." "Oh, a doctor he can't have," reiterated Hervey. "He must do without one." And thinking that this decree sounded harsher than he intended, he added, "Oh, you see, if the authorities knew that he was here, they would have him off back to the hulks in no time. So the precaution is really for his own sake." Mrs. Jeremy looked down and pleated her spotless apron, a sure and rare sign of distress. "He'd better even go back to the hulks, sir, than be taken out of the house in a coffin." And she sniffed. "Oh, don't be absurd, Mrs. Jeremy." But she had alarmed him. "The young man has got a touch of fever, no doubt, from the exposure, but a day or two's care." "Oh, it's more than that, sir, begging your pardon. It's more like what my own brother died of, after 3 days, begun in just the same way, with a terrible fit of shivering. It come on when you was having your supper, sir. The whole bed shaking with it. And now he's coughing and crying out with the pain of it every now and then, and that changed already. You'd hardly know him. If you can say what to do for him without a doctor, sir, I'm sure I'd be only too thankful. But I don't know." Hervey put down his book and went upstairs. It was quite true. De Sablières did look most alarmingly ill, and in the short time was extraordinarily changed. He lay curled up on his side with a hot flush on one cheek, breathing very fast, and his air of lassitude had given place to one of intense disquiet. Every now and again he was shaken by a short, dry cough, which seemed to give him great pain. Mrs. Jeremy went to him. His eyes, with her bright, strained glance, followed her as she moved. "Oh, maman, j'ai tellement mal," he said, like a sick child. "Oh, maman." Mrs. Jeremy, bending compassionately over him, took his restless hand between her own and stroked it. "Oh, what does he mean, sir?" she asked, in a whisper. "Is it anything I can do?" "Oh, you are doing all you can, Mrs. Jeremy," replied Hervey, biting his lip. "He wants his mother." He turned away. "I'm going for a doctor." "Oh, but not for Dr. Hills, who attends everybody," he added mentally, as he ran down the stairs. "And any doctor's presence here will have to be accounted for somehow. Oh, I have it. I will see if I can dig Alexander Touchwood out of his shells and fossils. People hardly realize that he is a doctor, yet I believe that for all his eccentricities, he was very well thought of before he gave up his practice. If he will undertake it, nobody would think anything of his visiting here." "Yes, but you see, Touchwood, I'd rather you knew nothing, for your own sake," he was repeating a quarter of an hour later, in that gentleman's phenomenally untidy study. "Oh, heaven knows that it isn't that I fear your discretion. If you'll only come and look at him, and ask no questions." "Oh, my dear Barrington," said the geologist, shutting up Brander's Fossilia Hantonensia. "Oh, you might give me credit for some human qualities. I'm not a fossil myself, if I do collect them. Curiosity, my dear fellow, curiosity about my neighbours' affairs, lodges here." He thumped his lean breast. "Just as much as in any old maid. Oh, I'll come, as you ask me. But I'll come quicker if you will tell me why I am to have my eyes blindfolded, and swear secrecy on a skull and crossbones, and write a prescription in blood." Oh, half annoyed, Hervey laughed. "Oh, I never made any such ridiculous stipulations," he replied. "I only thought that if I were run in for what I'm doing—" "Ha!" exclaimed Mr. Alexander Touchwood in a joyful tone, and he rose with alacrity from his crowded table. "Oh, just what I was wanting, something to take my thoughts off the follies of Werner and the Neptunists in general. I should like to be run in with you, Barrington. You'd be so dignified over it. Now, out with it. Why are we likely to share a cell in Newgate?" "Have it your own way, then," said Hervey, and gave him the particulars of the cruise of the Kestrel, and what she had brought home from it. The Frenchman's previous residence under his roof, and his method of leaving the latter, he decided for the moment to suppress. Tall, bright-eyed, prematurely wrinkled, Mr. Touchwood listened with attention. "Oh, to put a name to your crime, it sounds more like body-snatching than anything else. And you say your good housekeeper is alarmed at the young man's condition." "Oh, I am alarmed myself," confessed Hervey. "But if you will be so extremely kind as to come and have a look at him—" "Oh, I can't cure with a look, you know," returned Mr. Touchwood, lifting an old coat off a heap of dusty books, and tipping some ammonites out of a depressed hat. "Oh, gad, it's touching, the faith you laymen exhibit. And what if I've forgotten all I ever knew?" De Sablières was worse than when Hervey had left, his breathing still quicker. And there was a stain, too, on the pillow. The opponent of Werner dropped his bantering manner the moment his eyes fell on him, and his face became grave. "How this looks as if we had our work cut out," he observed, in a low tone. At the end of a brief examination, he led Hervey to a corner of the room. "I shall stay the night here, Barrington, if you'll allow me." He was purely the doctor now. "Was it as serious as that?" asked Hervey, considerably taken aback. "Oh, it is very serious indeed, my dear Barrington, and won't be a short business, either. If he pulls through, that is. Of course, he may go off the hooks within the next day or two, but we must hope for a fight. Only he doesn't look... Oh, but you can never tell." "What is it?" asked Hervey, unhappily. "A congestion of the lungs, and a bad case of it. It's only just beginning, too, and poor fellow." End of section 20. Part 3, Chapter 8. The Sapphire Necklace and the Major of the Buffs. Quote, "It soon appeared that nothing would be done by authority, but the princess would not suffer any means, however improbable, to be left untried. As one expedient failed, another was suggested." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 34. There were those of his acquaintance who continually enlarged upon the physical likeness between Frederick William Forrest, 3rd Viscount Fulgrave, and Arthur Wellesley, Marquis of Wellington. But even the most indulgent had not gone so far as to hint at any similarity in character. And indeed it was agreed among them that Lord Fulgrave, despite his eagle nose and fine presence, would have made but a poor show at commanding even a regiment in the peninsula, since he could not, it was suspected, control one young lady, and she his own daughter. Juliana would have been very angry had she known of these strictures, for she was extremely fond and proud of her handsome father, and no one had ever heard her show him anything approaching disrespect. But she could not avoid knowing that he was far from being as Roman a parent as his nose seemed to denote. She might get from him her good looks, with the merciful exception of the nose in question, but her strong will she drew from the distaff side, though her mother had been so long dead that Juliana did not recognize the heritage. She was sitting now, at 4:30 in the afternoon, in a bow window of their house in Grosvenor Square, awaiting the return of Lord Fulgrave, who was engaged upon a quest for her. Juliana certainly could not accuse him of lukewarmness over this not yet accomplished desire of hers, the release of Monsieur de Sablières, and often she told herself, and her parent, too, what a good father she had. But if Lord Fulgrave had known everything, he might not have returned the compliment. He did know, the story of the prank which had brought about such a train of unfortunate consequences for the young Frenchman, not to speak of leading his daughter to break off her own engagement, and he fully approved her determination to get injustice righted. But he did not know that Juliana, disgusted at the evasive attitude of the Transport Office, which regretted that nothing could be done at present, had been, since June, in communication with an escape agent at Plymouth, and very little suspected the reason why she never wore her sapphire necklace nowadays. How could he imagine that the gems were, or had been, in the custody of a low-looking individual who dwelt at the sign of 3 Balls in Cheapside, or that Juliana, heavily veiled, was in the habit of calling every week for letters at a little stationer's in Mount Street, or that these letters, in a sufficiently illiterate handwriting, were from a man in a back street of Plymouth who signed himself "Your loving aunt," and that, with a few variations, they usually contained something of this sort: "So far, my dear niece, my attempts to procure you a maidservant have not been successful, the girl not being able to leave her present situation. But I shall not fail to inform you when she can do so, and then I have a suitable gown for her to travel in." By this time, Raoul de Sablières had made acquaintance with that loving aunt and the suitable gown, but of this Juliana was not yet aware. Indeed, she was uneasy, because for a fortnight there had been no letter for her at the stationer's from this affectionate and expensive relative of hers. Juliana had no qualms about her course of action in itself, since she conceived it a sacred duty to free Monsieur de Sablières at whatever cost, and she had only slight intermittent ones about having kept this nefarious manner of accomplishing it a secret from her papa, because she thought, and quite rightly, that the knowledge of it would have disturbed him. But she did have some searchings of conscience over the manner in which he had established contact with Samuel Creedy. For this purpose she had availed herself of the services of a devoted London admirer, Mr. Charles Methuen, but she had at least been perfectly open from the first as to the only reward he could expect for them, her sincere and undying gratitude. And for this guerdon alone the besotted Mr. Methuen had posted down to Plymouth, had engaged in various questionable negotiations, and had finally established communication, prepaid, between the object of his hopeless admiration and a gentleman who, unlike the much suspected Zachary Miller, did really drive a genuine and profitable trade in escapes, and who, so far, had been shrewd enough to avoid detection. But the risks to himself were undeniably so great that he could ask a proportionately elevated price for his services. Hence the disappearance of Miss Forrest's sapphires. And not for one moment did Miss Forrest grudge the jewels, but as she sat there in the window staring at the flowers in the jardinière, she was wondering whether she had not parted with them to no purpose whatever. It was now 13 weeks since Monsieur de Sablières had started from Norman Cross for the hulks, and 9 since she had engaged the good offices of Creedy. The latter, it is true, had warned Mr. Methuen that the business might take months. One had to be so careful and so fly. However, the lady being so free with her money would make things easier. And not being a fool, Juliana sometimes wondered whether she had not been too free with it, and whether Mr. Creedy would not continue till the end of time, merely to report that the girl was unable to leave her situation, although he would not get the final instalment of his price till Miss Forrest knew that he had succeeded. So the weeks went by, and Mr. Raoul was still entombed, he caged up with the lowest of the low. No word of complaint, indeed, was to be found in the couple of letters, grateful and brief, which she had received from him since the Ganges had engulfed him. They pierced Juliana all the more for that. Yet when the first came to her, she had been a little afraid to open it. How many times since that day at Norman Cross had she not speculated, with hot cheeks, on the interpretation which he might have put on her forward behaviour, which was still a source of wonder to herself. She, to give a kiss at all, to give it unasked, and to give it to a Frenchman. But she need not have been afraid. Whether or no he understood her impulse, which she scarcely understood herself, there was nothing in either of his letters which could be construed into a reference to it. Her answers also were brief and restrained, and she was so afraid of putting the authorities on the track of Creedy's efforts. But, after all, Juliana was telling herself this afternoon, even if Creedy failed, she had now a second string to her bow, and a much more respectable one. Once she was sure of its efficacy, she would write off to her loving aunt and tell him that she had changed her mind and would not require a domestic from Plymouth. The idea of this alternative plan had only come to her 10 days ago, when she had heard, by pure chance, that the captain of a French privateer had recently been released from prison and allowed parole because of his humane treatment of some English prisoners previously in his hands. And suddenly, like a heaven-sent memory, had come to her Monsieur de Sablières' brief reference, on that fatal day by the stream, to his having stood between a wounded British officer and the savage Poles at Albuera. Surely, for such an act as that, the Transport Office would release him from the hulks. But how to identify the officer, and how to get his evidence? She did not even know his regiment, much less his name. But a call at the Horse Guards by Lord Falgrave soon produced both. The regiments cut up by the French cavalry charge at Albuera proved to be the 3rd, 48th, and 66th Foot. Now, it appeared that of the officers of the 3rd, the Buffs, who were captured. One, a Major Brackenbury, escaped soon afterwards, and when at length he succeeded in reaching General Hill's division at Villa Viciosa, he was known to have said, in reporting the infamous behaviour of the Polish lancers to the wounded, and that he only wished he could meet and show his gratitude to the French hussar, who, at great risk to himself, had saved him from their further brutality. As it was, he was so badly wounded in the head that he was never able to return to the hardships of a campaign, and he was at present on light duty at the depot at Canterbury. Lord Falgrave wrote to this officer with the idea of going down to Canterbury to see him, but there came a reply from Major Brackenbury stating that he himself had just come to London on leave, that he would be only too delighted to answer any questions, was putting up at an hotel in Jermyn Street, and would call upon Lord Falgrave at any hour convenient to him. On which Lord Falgrave went off to call on him instead, promising Juliana that he would bring him back to dine if he were disengaged. Miss Forrest got up and looked out of the window. Oh, Papa was late. It was nearly dinner time already. Oh, how long would the transport office take to move this time? Why had she not heard from Plymouth? Would she have to reveal her own mole-like activities if... Her wheels at last. Her father's chariot, and... yes, 2 gentlemen getting out of it. A couple of hours later, the pleasant, soldierly-looking man with a long scar from scalp to cheekbone was gone again, having dined with them and told his tale. Tomorrow he would go to the transport office and repeat it there. He was confident that something could be done. I should be bitterly disappointed if it could not, or if, when they were confronted, as they must eventually be, he could not conscientiously identify his rescuer in Miss Forrest's protégé. For, as he pointed out, it might have been someone else whom Captain de Sablières had saved. He believed there had been some other cases of the kind. Oh, but Juliana would not acknowledge such a possibility. It was Mr. Raoul who had risked his life to save Major Brackenbury, for he had risked it, leaping from his horse and standing, sabre in hand, over that officer as he lay on the ground disabled and blinded with blood, to protect him from the lancer's onslaught. Finding that his furious remonstrances were of no avail, the young hussar had thereupon sprung forward, avoiding the lance point by a miracle of agility, had seized the Pole's horse by the bridle, and, raining blows up at the rider with the flat of his sword, had literally beaten him off. Then he had knelt down by his foe, tried to wipe the blood from his face, and had said, in a voice still shaking with indignation, and, to Major Brackenbury's surprise, in good English, that he hoped he would remember the scoundrel was no Frenchman. Moreover, ere he vaulted onto his horse again and galloped after his squadron, he had told a couple of infantrymen to take the prisoner to the rear with all consideration for his state. It was small wonder that Juliana had a picture which she was able to contemplate with great satisfaction for the remainder of that day. It was Lord Falgrave's custom, on most afternoons, to take a short siesta in his own room. But the day after the Major's visit he wandered in search of a book into the smaller library, found it very snug there, observed a comfortable winged armchair, more comfortable, by gad, than his own, and dropped into it. Already that morning he had received a note from Major Brackenbury, saying that his call at the transport office had been most satisfactory, that the commissioners had been impressed with his testimony, and were about to take steps in the matter. Presenting his respects and compliments to Miss Forrest, he desired she might be informed of this happy prospect. There had not been much delay in informing Miss Forrest, for she had almost snatched the letter from her father's hands. Her Juliana and her Frenchman, and her remorse, and her determination to get him released, also violent and disturbing. Oh, dear girl, it was in her spirited character. He would not have her changed. No, he would not have her changed. But this young man now, it did occur to a father, even an easy-going one, to wonder what he was like. So his lordship began to wonder, with the result that his book was shortly on the floor, a handkerchief over his face, and quiet reigning in the smaller library. But about this time Peters, the second footman, was reluctantly admitting into the hall a small, shabby individual who asked for her ladyship, the Honourable Miss Forrest. This person was obsequious in his manner and démodé in his dress. He also squinted. Peters was not drawn to him, and what he could be wanting with the Honourable Juliana passed his comprehension. But the visitor maintained that her Honourable Ladyship would be extremely vexed if he were dismissed without delivering the message with which he was charged, and which he refused to entrust to the ear of Peters or anyone else. Not liking to leave him in the hall, Peters cast about in his mind for a place to bestow the collar, not too exalted or too richly furnished for his low estate and doubtful honesty, nor yet too humble to be entered by Miss Forrest, if she really did accord an interview to this person. He decided upon the smaller library, which would fulfill both these requirements, and where, in addition, he could turn the key on the visitor. So the person was shown in there, told haughtily that he might sit down, and was left, locked in with the last being into whose presence Peters would knowingly have ushered him. At first, indeed, the visitor was unaware in what august company he found himself, since the high winged chair effectually hid its occupant from the gaze of anyone entering the room. So, making his way to the chair on the other side of the fireplace, he sat meekly down, to be glued to his seat by the discovery which he then made about the opposite chair. Next moment, too, the veiled sleeper stretched, yawned, mumbled something, and took the handkerchief from his face and revealed Lord Wellington. The person seemed to dwindle as he sat, his hands clutching the seat of his chair, his eyes fixed. Lord Falgrave sat up. "Who the devil are you?" he demanded. "And what are you doing in my library?" "Sir Arthur," faltered the little man, squirming on his chair, the muscles which otherwise would have pulled him onto his feet, paralyzed by terror. "My name is not Arthur," retorted Lord Falgrave indignantly. "You have come to the wrong house." "I see." Unconsciously he stroked his nose, not ill-pleased. "Your acquaintance with Lord Wellington seems to date from some years back," he remarked. "But my name is Falgrave, Lord Falgrave, and I should be glad, dashed glad," he added, as he took in his visitor's appearance more fully, "to know what you are doing here." The person cleared his constricted throat. "If you please, my lord, I've come to see her ladyship, Lady the Honourable Miss Forrest." Lord Falgrave leant forward. "You've come to see my daughter!" he exclaimed incredulously. "My daughter? What about?" "If it please your lordship," said his vis-a-vis, moistening his lips, "I can only tell that to Miss Forrest." The Viscount Falgrave eyed him with dislike and scorn. He made a sound between his lips indicative of these feelings. "Then you can get out at once. My daughter has no secrets from me." And he rose and went to the door. "What's this? What the devil is this? Who has dared to lock this door?" I think the footman who admitted me," said the little man nervously. He, too, at last, had risen. "Have the footman lock you in with me? He must be mad." Lord Falgrave strode to the bell-pull, then dropped it, without ringing. "Look here, my man, you need not think that I shall permit you to see my daughter. But before I allow you to leave the house, I insist on your telling me what you have come about." To be locked in indefinitely, with Sir Arthur Wellesley's nose, was too much for a fellow captive's resolution. "It's along of this maidservant from Devonshire, as her ladyship was wishing for," he said, his little light-lashed eyes darting furtive glances at the aristocratic visage. Encouraged by the blank expression thereon, he was emboldened to add, "Your lordship wouldn't be troubled about a little matter like that." "I certainly don't know anything of it," agreed his lordship, who was not indeed in the habit of engaging his own female domestics. Nor, for the matter of that, was Juliana, such matters being in the hands of Mrs. Webber, the housekeeper. But Whichever of them had manifested this desire for a maid from Devonshire, she seemed to Lord Falgrave to have gone to a curious stratum of society to gratify it. He was puzzled. "Are you any relation of the girl's?" "No, my lord." "What's your name?" "Drain, sir. Oh, my lord, Joseph Drain." "Well, Mr. Drain, if that is your errand, I think you had better see my housekeeper." And Lord Falgrave again put out his hand to the bell-pull. "Oh, I do beseech your lordship," said Mr. Drain, clasping his hands, "to let me see her ladyship. She will be terribly put out if she don't see me, I assure you." This prediction seemed to Lord Falgrave very wide of the mark. "Has Miss Forrest ever seen you before?" "No, my lord." "Is she expecting to see you?" "No, my lord. There should have been a letter from Devonshire, but there was a hitch about sending the letter, so I was to come and give her ladyship a message." "Oh, a message from whom?" Mr. Drain was silent and shifted on his feet. "Oh, come, don't you know? A message from the girl, I suppose, or from her relations." "Oh, yes, my lord, that is it. From her aunt. Your lordship is quite correct." And if Mr. Drain, after his mutism, had not been so stumblingly eager to assure him of this, Lord Falgrave might have been more satisfied. As it was, he gazed upon him with a growing frown. "Oh, I must get to the bottom of this," he declared, and this time he did ring the bell. But even as he rang, there came the sound of the key turning in the lock. "Oh, I left the man in here, madam," said the voice of Peters, and Miss Forrest herself entered the room. End of section 21. Part 3, Chapter 9. News from Plymouth. Quote, "The price was no subject of debate. The princess was in ecstasies when she heard that her favourite was alive and might so cheaply be ransomed." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 37. Juliana's eyes fell immediately upon Mr. Drain, and the momentary bewilderment in them was succeeded by a look of comprehension. "You have come, I suppose, to—" she began eagerly, and then perceived that Mr. Drain was not alone. "Oh, I did not know that you were in here, papa," she said with obvious discomposure. "No, my dear, it is evident that you did not," returned her parent with meaning. "But I think it is just as well that I am." It was plain that Juliana did not share this opinion, nor Mr. Drain either. "I understand," resumed his lordship, "that this Mr. Drain has come about some matter of engaging a maidservant from the country. If I may say so, without offence to him, I think you or Mrs. Webber choose strange intermediaries for such a business. I imagine, not that I know anything about it, that such negotiations were usually conducted through the medium of a female." Neither party gave assent or dissent to this. Mr. Drain was looking agonized. Lord Falgrave turned to his daughter. "Who is this man, Juliana?" he demanded, with a manner which, joined to the Arthurian nose, caused Mr. Drain's legs suddenly to tremble beneath him. "I imagine that he came to bring me a message," replied Juliana with fair composure. I had better tell you. I think, papa, because it is a matter in which you are interested too. I hope that this gentleman brings me news from Plymouth." "Plymouth, papa." "Yes, your ladyship," put in Mr. Drain, encouraged. "News from Mr. Creedy." "Oh!" Juliana's face lit up. She took a step forward. "Was it good news at last?" "Yes, your ladyship." "And then tell us about it. My father will be delighted to hear it too. Listen, papa," she said, and clung to his arm. Mr. Drain's demeanour, though still deprecatory, became touched with a consciousness of merit. "Creedy sent word to me, my lady, being his brother-in-law, because he did not like to trust the post this time. I was to tell your honourable ladyship that and the person in question was got away and brought to his house, as arranged. It was the afternoon of the 10th. Creedy rigged him out, as you suggested. He looked fine, he said, and no one would have told him from a girl. He left early next morning, and must have got clear away, or Creedy would have heard else. Creedy gave him a map, miss, oh my lady, and every penny of the money provided for the purpose, and ventures to think it may be counted a good clean job, and not dear at the price. No, no, cried Juliana, her eyes shining. How not dear at any price? And Papa, do you understand? He's got away, he's free, he's out of that horrible ship. Still hanging on his arm, she raised a glowing face to his unresponsive one. Oh, it is almost too good to be true. And those are all the details you know, Mr. Drain? Oh, that's all the message Creedy sent me, miss. Oh, but why, if Monsieur de Sablières escaped on the 10th, a week ago today, has there been this delay in letting me know it? Oh, the message had to be passed on miss, from one to another, replied Mr. Drain mysteriously. Slower than the post, that is. I understand. And how soon, after leaving Plymouth, would he get away altogether? Oh, that would depend, my lady, on whether he had to... Am I to understand, broke in Viscount Fulgrave in his House of Lords manner, and that your Frenchman has escaped from the hulks, and just when it seems clear that, owing to Major Brackenbury's intervention, the Transport Office is on the point of releasing him on their own initiative? That seems to me singularly unfortunate. Oh, Papa, do not be so prudent, cried his radiant daughter. I dare say the Transport Office would not have moved for weeks, and every... Oh, it seems to me singularly unfortunate, repeated his lordship. And I should like to know how the young man has contrived to let you know about it. Who is this Creedy, who rigged him out, and provided him with money? A British subject? Oh, I suppose so, said Juliana lightly. And then I hope he does not realize, said Lord Fulgrave with majesty. What an unpatriotic, what a shocking thing he has done. I hope he did it in ignorance. But ignorance will not save him from the penalty of his misconduct, if it is found out. Glad as I should be to know that the young man was released, I do not like to think that any Englishman is so lost to shame as to connive at his escape for money, since that is evidently what it comes to, this job cheap at the price. You, sir, he addressed the diminishing Drain, beware what you are about. This Creedy has committed felony. It is clearly so laid down by last year's act, and he stands in imminent danger of transportation. Oh, but only if someone informs against him, protested Juliana, recalled to a somewhat nervous attention. And you would hardly do that, would you, Papa, you who realize the horrible injustice of Monsieur de Sablières' imprisonment? Oh, that has nothing to do with the behaviour of this Creedy, retorted his lordship with truth. Once more he addressed Mr. Creedy's representative. Oh, situated as I am, feeling a compassionate interest in this young Frenchman, it would be unbecoming in me to take any active steps against this man in Plymouth. But I warn you, Mr. Drain, that you're both playing with fire. Tell him that I say so. You may go. From Mr. Drain's appearance during these last two speeches, one would have imagined that he would now bolt gladly for the door. But he did not. He shuffled his feet, looked down, round, and finally at Juliana. "Would your ladyship give me a word alone?" he murmured. "Oh, certainly not," replied her father. "Have you not delivered the message with which you were charged by this miscreant?" "Yes, my lord," said Mr. Drain meekly. "Oh, but there still remains—" He gazed agonizedly at Juliana. "The little matter of the money, and the small balance." "The balance!" exclaimed his lordship. "Money? Whose money? And what has that to do with us?" "Oh, it was I who found the money on Monsieur de Sablières' behalf for Mr. Creedy," announced Juliana hastily, and very pink. "It is true that there does remain a small balance due to him, which I had forgotten for the moment. I will fetch it, Mr. Drain." and she went quickly out of the room before her father had recovered from his stupefaction sufficiently to stop her, and so light-hearted that the coming reckoning with him did not trouble her much. But she likewise hastened back because she did not know what, in her absence, Papa might not say or do to the poor little man. Indeed, on her return, Mr. Drain's feathers were still more drooping. He looked like a small bird dishevelled by tempest, and yet holding on to his twig. But he was the only occupant of the room, at which Juliana was rather surprised, and yet not surprised. "Oh, his lordship's not gone to set the runners on me, has he, my lady?" he quavered. "Oh, he spoke to me something cruel, and I can't think why I was put in here with him." "Oh, neither can I," confessed Juliana. "No, I do not think he will take any steps against you. But you must remember that all this has been a great shock to him, for he knew nothing at all about the matter. You're not to imagine that he did," she added rather haughtily. "Oh no, my lady, I could see that. How very unfortunate it come out before him, but I couldn't help that." "Oh, thank you, my lady. I'm sure I wish your ladyship very good health. And you'll be able to keep his lordship from saying anything about Creedy, won't you, my lady?" Lord Falgrave was walking agitatedly up and down his study, when, thinking it best to seek him at once, his daughter entered. "Juliana, I cannot credit it. My own daughter involved in a felony. And I who was threatening this person in Plymouth with the rigours of the law. This Drain may go and lay information against you, Juliana." "Oh, I don't think he will, Papa. You frightened him too much on his own account." "Oh, it would be a good thing if I could frighten you, miss. Do you know that you could be put in the pillory for what you have done?" To which Miss Juliana very unsatisfactorily replied that she should have deserved this punishment, not for having provided the money to get Monsieur de Sablières out of the hulks, but for having sent him there in the first instance. "Oh, Juliana," said her father, drawing up his commanding form, "I find your extreme preoccupation over this young man almost unbecoming." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Papa. I assure you that I was never in the least preoccupied with him until I injured him. And then I'm afraid that I must look to see this undue interest of yours continue, for I repeat my conviction that his escape, for which you appear to be responsible, is very unfortunate at this juncture, and may be found to have injured him still more. And how, pray, did you find the money? Was it a large sum?" "I sold my sapphires," replied his daughter succinctly. But, as her father uttered an exclamation of incredulity and horror, she went on quickly, her face clouding, as it had not at his reproaches. "Oh, Papa, do you really think it is so unfortunate, his escape? If Major Brackenbury's testimony really had any effect, I was going to write to Creedy and tell him to cease his efforts. Oh, I did not know that he had already succeeded." "Oh, but how did you get into communication with Creedy in the first place? Does he know who you are? Oh, did his letters come here? Or, Juliana, is it possible that you have stooped to a clandestine correspondence?" "Oh, but Papa," said Miss Forrest, a dimple appearing, "oh, that, surely, can only be a matter of reproach if it be conducted with a lover. And Mr. Creedy, as he was described to me—" "Oh, who described him to you? You've had a go-between in this," cried Lord Falgrave. "Oh, who was it? That creature Drain?" "No, somebody more presentable," said Juliana. "Mr. Methuen kindly went down to Plymouth for me." Lord Falgrave stared wildly as he discovered more ramifications of crime. Oh, good God! Methuen drawn into it too! "Juliana, I scarcely know you for my own daughter. And we are all in the hands of this Creedy and his accomplices, if he chooses to blackmail us. Oh, I can never hold up my head again." And he sat down and took the fine head in question between his hands. "Oh, Papa," said Juliana penitently, "oh, I am sorry if you feel so deeply over what you are in no way responsible for. But I'm sure Creedy is too cautious to risk exposure. We shall never hear of him again. Oh, darling Papa, I was obliged to do it. I could not sleep at night, knowing what Monsieur de Sablières was undergoing through my fault. Oh, I hoped you would have learned a lesson over that affair, lamented her parent. Oh, but no, you're as willful as ever. You told me that you were obliged to show Mulholland that you were not in subjection to his whims, and look at the results. What the results of this may be, I don't like to think. I've been very weak with you. Oh, you want a husband, Juliana, to keep you in check. But if you indulge in many more of these extraordinary proceedings, you're not likely to get one. Having regard to the number of her suitors, both parties knew this to be a mere rhetorical threat, and it passed without comment. Juliana sat down on the arm of the chair. "Well, I'm not anxious to leave you, Papa," she observed in a resigned voice. "Oh, that I can quite understand," replied his lordship. "In no other man's house would you be allowed a tithe of the freedom which is allowed you in this." "Oh, then I'd certainly better stay in it," retorted Miss Forrest with composure. "And now I will tell you everything, dearest Papa." She slipped an arm round his neck. "I'd no intention of keeping you in the dark forever, you know." "No, only until there was no chance of my putting a stop to your actions," groaned her sire. "Well, proceed." Juliana's confession ended in the customary way, in absolution. She was genuinely sorry that her father should feel himself involved, and through no fault whatever of his own, in what he considered a most reprehensible transaction, and that no assurance of hers, of her entire readiness to take all the blame, if necessary, consoled him at all. How could she take the blame in the eyes of the world, he asked. He spoke much, and justifiably, too, of the situation in which she had placed him with regard to Major Brackenbury and his efforts, which would now be rendered useless. What, he inquired, was the good of all this to-do about Poles and gratitude, when his daughter had stultified it by her previous machinations? There was not much that Juliana could say in reply, but she did begin to feel that it was perhaps a pity she had rendered the Poles and gratitude move of no avail. Yet, after all, Monsieur de Sablières had now been free for 8 days, and it was surely better actually to be free than merely to have the prospect of freedom, and then probably only of freedom in a modified form, restoration to parole. And perhaps, before very long, she would receive a letter from France, for she would not allow herself to dwell on the possibility of his being recaptured. It would be her doing that he was given back to his mother and his sister, and was there really no other lady to welcome his return? But she realized, too, that she could at best only receive a letter, if ever she got that. She would never see him again in person now. By saving him in this way, she had banished him, whereas, had he been saved through the agency of Major Brackenbury, he would have had to come to London for identification. But now, if he had got away, it was goodbye to him. Unless, perhaps, years hence, when the war was over, if it ever was, she should travel in France, and, passing perhaps through the Orléanais, where he had said that he lived. She saw herself travelling there, after her marriage. Oh, but travelling with whom? Especially since her late unfortunate experience, she did not feel sufficient predilection for any man mentally to fill that vacant place beside her in the chaise which rolled along the straight, unknown roads of France. A chance meeting, years hence. How would she even know him again? Long after she had dismissed her maid that night, Juliana sat staring into the mirror. But it was not her own image that she saw. "Papa," said Juliana, coming to his study next morning, "if you think I ought to write to Major Brackenbury." But her father was not there. She wandered round, waiting for him. It really was awkward about Major Brackenbury. Oh, where was Papa? After a moment or two, finding that he did not appear, she went to a bookcase, hunted about on the lower shelves, and pulled out a large, thin volume, which she carried to a table in the window and opened. It was an atlas, and in view of Miss Forrest's preoccupation with a certain young man who was, or had been, making his way eastward from Plymouth, it was very natural that she should consult it. Only, oddly enough, it was a map of France over which she was poring, and her finger, after some fairly wild excursions, was resting firmly on the town of Orleans. She hastily removed it as the door opened. But it was not her father, it was a footman. "Oh, if you please, madam, Major Brackenbury is in the drawing-room asking to see you at once." Oh, Major Brackenbury in person! What was she going to say to him? Her instinct was to make a clean breast of the whole business, yet at the same time to suggest that, if the Transport Board were ignorant of the escape, it was unwise to check any benevolent impulse in them. In any case, she must tell him the truth. Major Brackenbury, in uniform this time, was standing rather stiffly in the middle of the great drawing-room, where the statuary which flanked the tall windows showed white against the heavy crimson curtains. As he advanced to meet her, Juliana saw that he looked very grave. He knew what had happened then and was displeased. "I'm afraid that I must prepare you for some bad news, Miss Forrest," he said, and his tone was not one of displeasure, but regret. Juliana paled a little. "Oh, I think I can guess it. It is that Monsieur de Sablières has escaped, and been recaptured, and that the Transport Office are now going to refuse him, on account of his escape, the justice which is his due. Oh, what a crowning piece of ill fortune!" And she smote her hands together in a sudden gust of rebellion. Major Brackenbury looked at her, and then he looked away. "Yes, he has escaped, but he has not been recaptured. There's no fault to find in the attitude of the commissioners. They were on the point of dispatching instructions for his being sent to London for identification. But this unfortunate enterprise of his..." He stopped. Juliana closed her eyes. In that sunlit room, the most deadly presentiments seemed to swarm round her, cold, moth-like things. "Oh yes, this unfortunate enterprise. Oh, please do not keep me in suspense." "Oh, it is so difficult to tell you," murmured the Major unhappily. "And God knows I'm sorry enough on my own account, as well as on yours. The fact is, that though de Sablières has not been recaptured, the Transport Board can do nothing further for him. Oh, can't you guess why, Miss Forrest?" Then the moths fluttered right into Juliana's brain. Yes, she could guess, and she did not need to embody her guess in words. She sat down in the nearest chair and put her hands over her face. "Oh, Miss Forrest," came the soldier's voice solicitously, "this has been a great shock to you. May I ring for some wine? Or for your maid?" Juliana removed her hands and mutely shook her head. Major Brackenbury stood in a shaft full of golden motes, like a heavenly messenger, but his scarlet coat hurt the eye. "You're trying to tell me that he preferred death to recapture," she heard herself say in a dull voice. "Well, substantially, that is true, I'm sorry to say. He was drowned on the afternoon of the 13th, while attempting to evade pursuit by swimming the Stowe River near its mouth. The official report of the escape and its fatal termination was only received yesterday at the Transport Office from Plymouth, but I'm afraid that there cannot be the slightest doubt of its truth." Juliana suddenly stood up. The roses of the carpet swam a little. "Oh, how I am punished," she said, in a very low voice. "It was I who contrived his escape. If only I'd left him where he was. Oh, Major Brackenbury, it can't be true. I can't believe it. It must be a false report." "Oh, my dear Miss Forrest," said the Major of the Buffs, "I only wish I could think so. But I'm afraid there's no chance of that. The tragedy was witnessed. Oh, pray do not take it so to heart. If you had to do with his escape, you acted with the best intentions. Oh, I'm indeed grieved about it, deeply grieved." But Juliana had left him and gone to one of the lofty windows. She felt so cold. as cold as the marble nymph beside her. Tears did not come, though there was cause enough for them. It was her hand that had lured him to that river, just as on that day in March. She began ineffectually to plait the curtain fringe. Drowned on the verge of freedom. Major Brackenbury, in the middle of the room, embarrassed, compassionate, hesitating whether to approach her, looked round with an air of relief when the door opened. It was Lord Falgrave. "I've only just been informed, Major, that you—" he began, and saw his daughter motionless at the window with her back to the visitor. "What's this?" Major Brackenbury told him, adding, almost in a whisper, "And the saddest part is, there seems no doubt that, subject to my identification of him, the Transport Office was prepared to recommend the unfortunate young man for complete release and a cartel back to France." "Oh, dear, dear," said Lord Falgrave. He glanced at the window. "Oh, my poor girl." "What, are you going, sir?" "Oh, for the present, my lord." He too glanced at the window. "Make my adieu for me, if you please. God knows how much I regret that I can never now pay my debt." He was gone, and Lord Falgrave approached his daughter. "Oh, Juliana, my dear." Juliana turned round. Her father had never seen her so white and still. "Oh, Papa, I think I am a murderess." "Oh, nonsense, my love," said he, shocked. "I am as grieved as you, but we must not take extreme views like that." "I've been nothing but his evil genius all along," said Juliana, looking into some invisible distance, her eyes dilated. "And now, at last, though I thought I was doing him a service, I've killed him." Lord Falgrave, just a trifle alarmed, drew her arm within his own and patted it. "Oh, come into the study, dearest child, and if you want to talk about it to your old father, we shall be undisturbed." At that, suddenly, she kissed him, clinging closely to him, and, putting his arm round her, he drew her away from the marble population of the drawing-room. In his study, he put her into his own chair, smoothing her hair as if she were a child, and thinking apprehensively, "Oh, I believe she ought to cry. Oh, she ought to cry." But Juliana leant back with her eyes closed, and for some time said nothing, and then, without opening them, she observed, "Oh, I am fully punished now, Papa, am I not?" And he knew not what to reply. Some minutes later she got up, and began to walk about the room, clasping and unclasping her hands. "Oh, if only I could see him once, and just once, and to tell him how bitterly I am grieved, how bitterly I repent." "Well, perhaps, my dear," said her father, stirred to an unwonted flight of fancy. "Oh, perhaps he knows it, after all." He made a hurried mental calculation as to what unseen sphere would be inhabited at the moment by a departed papist. Oh, presumably the Sablières was a papist, and, feeling uncertain because of this queer, unprovable purgatory of theirs, returned to safer ground. While he was alive, at any rate, poor fellow, he must have known that you did your very best for him. Juliana, who gave no signs of having heard these attempts at consolation, had stopped in her walk. She had come to the table in the window which still supported the open atlas. This she made as if to close, and did not. "I borrowed your atlas, Papa," she said, in a choking voice, and before Lord Falgrave could recover from his rather alarmed surprise at this abrupt change of topic, she had flung herself sobbing beside it, her arms outflung across the map of France, her head upon it, too, and her tears making inappropriately damp the departments of Creuse and Haute-Vienne. End of section 22. Part 3, Chapter 10. Will he hate me still? Quote, "For some time after my retreat, I rejoiced like a tempest-beaten sailor at his entrance into the harbour. But, I've been for some time unsettled and distracted. My mind is disturbed with 1,000 perplexities of doubt. End of quote. Rasselas, Chapter 21. The kestrel was gently swinging again at her moorings in the river, which reflected the blue above. Even the pair of wagtails were once more making their excited and jerky darts over the little lawn, oblivious, this time, of human presence. Perhaps, indeed, they were hardly aware that a man was sitting on the seat beneath the mulberry tree, because he sat so still, with an elbow on the arm of it, and a hand over his eyes. It won't be a short business. No, indeed. Centuries long, it seemed already. Was it really only a week today that Hervey had first stood with Alexander Touchwood beside that bed in the spare room? And since then he had been beside it with him so often, and oftener still alone, listening to the difficult breathing, trying to shut his ears to the scraps of delirium, with their broken revelations of horror and suffering, the agonized entreaties for air. Air. He was stifling in this place. Why would they not open a scuttle and let in a breath? Oh, just one breath for a moment. Or, at other times, when the fevered mind was haunted by that crazy climb from the window, when it became apparent what a strain it had been on nerve and courage, when the dreamer thought that he had to do it again, and shrank from it, and crying, "Oh, I can't," and no one, not even the good and untiring Touchwood, could get through the mists of delirium to tell him that he need not. When life seemed to be burning itself out to no purpose, fighting a remorseless foe that must win in the end, the foe that he, Hervey Barrington, had hounded on to the attack. For the voice was always at his ear. "If he dies, you will have killed him." And this had been going on for a week, and the fight was still being waged. But it was plainly a losing battle. Indeed, Touchwood had said this morning that the boy could not possibly last another 24 hours. At this rate, it must end today, one way or the other. Either the crisis must come, or his heart would give out, and he was afraid, now, that the latter alternative was much the more probable, and that they had all better prepare themselves for it. Hervey was trying to do this now, under the mulberry tree, where only 9 days ago the Senora Tomas had sat and given umbrage to Mrs. Jeremy. He was trying to look at the situation dispassionately, to tell himself that after all he had only done his duty in making de Sablières a prisoner in the first instance, and that since then he had saved him from drowning, endangered his own career and reputation for his sake, and cared for him not less vigilantly than if he had been his own son or brother. And yet, illogically, the sense of guilty responsibility remained as strong as ever. If de Sablières died, he died through his agency. Moreover, de Sablières knew it, and, worse still, supposed his captor to be gloating over his suffering. This was no conjecture. He had said it with his own parched and discoloured lips when Hervey, coming in very early the first morning to see how he did, had observed in a rather horrified voice to Touchwood, "Oh, he's still in that pain, then." And de Sablières had turned his brilliant, tortured eyes on him and gasped out, "Yes, you're getting an even better revenge than you had hoped, Captain Barrington." On which Hervey, after standing for a moment like a man struck, had gone out of the room. A little later, when Mr. Touchwood came out to say that he was going to try if cupping would give relief, he had found Hervey pacing up and down the landing in uncontrollable agitation, had been seized by him, had the complete story poured into his astonished ear, and been implored to try to disabuse his patient's mind of that most dreadful idea, that his rescuer had been pleased to see him in pain. But the moment had gone, perhaps for ever. Raoul's mind was too clouded, thereafter, for explanations, and very soon he recognized Hervey no more. Though in the many hours to come, in which Captain Barrington watched and nursed him, the latter never felt safe from recognition, and tried always, as far as possible, to keep out of range of the eyes to which sight might suddenly be restored. This unfortunate episode had made the strain of the past week much heavier for Hervey than for any of the others, though, as far as actual nursing went, Mrs. Jeremy had spent more hours at the bedside than he, in spite of the fact that she had her other duties to attend to as well. Her devotion had been wonderful, and sometimes Raoul had seemed to know her when he knew no one else. He knew at least that she was a woman, and more than once had called her mother. It was she who had contrived to keep him quiet while the broken wrist was set. She was with him now. In an hour's time, Hervey would take her place. The doctor would be back again before that. Captain Barrington got up. He had been sitting still so long that he was almost stiff. He walked slowly over the lawn to the river wall. He was conscious, in a way, of the glory of the morning, even of the snowy gull balancing itself out there on the kestrel's mast. But he was thinking how paltry, now, seemed his own great decision of a week ago, which he had thought so momentous, against the greater which would be made today. And yet the life in the balance was only that of an unknown young man, and an enemy. Hearing a step as he stood there, he turned his head, and knew that the decision had already been made. It was Mrs. Jeremy, come to fetch him before his time. And he knew what the decision was, for she was crying. "Oh, sir, oh, come and look at him. How beautiful he lies there, my lamb. Oh, you wouldn't credit it. Oh, like a miracle. Asleep." "Asleep," repeated Hervey, in an almost inaudible tone. His face was grey. "How do you mean really asleep, or—" Mrs. Jeremy made a final dab with the apron, and her bosom heaved. "Oh, sleeping like a child, sir, as the doctor said he might, if the whatever it was happened. Oh, I can't help crying. It seems too good to be true. Oh, will you come back with me, sir? I daren't stay away, but I thought you would wish to know. And you look as pale as a corpse yourself, sir. Oh, tired out, I'm sure. But, oh, Captain Barrington, isn't it wonderful?" Till he had seen him, Hervey would not believe it. But it was true. He had his hand under his cheek like a child, and drew a child's even breaths. "When he wakes," thought Hervey, looking down at him with half-incredulous eyes, "will he hate me still? Oh, I suppose he will never know how I feel about him now." For, being an Englishman, he knew he would never be able to tell him. Indeed, he felt ashamed of the emotions which were his, as he stood there apparently unmoved, while on the other side of the bed Mrs. Jeremy was unrestrainedly murmuring, "Oh, bless him," with the tears still running down her face. A little later, Mr. Alexander Touchwood, as jubilant over the issue, he declared, as if he had made some discovery that would silence the geologists of the opposite school for ever, was letting fall the opinion that, when he came to himself, the young fellow would probably retain only a very indistinct recollection of the beginning of his illness. And as to events before his escape from Fairhaven, well, he would realize now that he owed Captain Barrington his life. "Oh, I shouldn't see it in that light, if I were in his shoes," replied Hervey dryly. "Yet, though I've no wish for gratitude, I should prefer him not to hate me. When he's awake, I shall keep out of his way as much as I can, until I'm sure." But when his turn came for vigil in the sick-room, it was not possible, with so small a staff of watchers, to refuse it, even though the miraculous and healing sleep had broken. It seemed very quiet in there, now that the unending fight for breath was over, and de Sablières himself was so quiet, lying flat in the bed, like a Christian at last, as Mrs. Jeremy had it, mostly with closed eyes, and with no expression on his face beyond that of utter weariness at rest. Once or twice in the time that Hervey sat by the bedside, the sunken eyelids lifted, and the tired grey gaze flickered over him. But no emotion of any kind was visible on the tranquil features, and Hervey was reassured. And Touchwood was quite right, and the boy had forgotten. But Raoul had not forgotten, far from it. Even in the intense lassitude of mind and body which weighed him down after his battle for life, even in the strange floating contentment of rest and quiet and freedom from pain, for both lassitude and content were his at one and the same time, there was a shadow. He recognized Captain Barrington and knew perfectly who he was. To him he was associated with one scene only, the scene which had taken place in this very room. How long or short a time ago he was not sure. And now Captain Barrington had somehow got him into his clutches again. The exact method he had employed was not clear to the young man, who remembered little with any coherence since his pursuit by the population of the riverside farm, but the fact of his enemy's success remained. One could not get away from him. He loomed up and filled all the horizon. He had gloated over him, Raoul, when he was ill. He came now from time to time to keep an eye on him, or sent his man, who had kicked him and held him helpless that night, to watch him. Only with the kind and motherly woman who had nursed him so devotedly. Was she the housekeeper? Did he feel that he was not being spied upon? Though she, too, must have her orders. But the convalescent was not at first physically capable of treading continuously this dismal road which led from an unpleasant past to an equally unpleasant future. Nature strongly desired him to live in the immediate present, and saw to it that he should so live, either sleeping for hours, or spending uncounted time in an agreeable stupor, just content with the touch of the fine, cool linen sheets, or the sun coming into the room. His eyes would follow Mrs. Jeremy about with a lazy, pleased attention. Her delicious soups and jellies were the events of the day, and for her, however languid he felt, he had a little smile, and generally a weak word or two of thanks. But when Captain Barrington or his man was in charge of him, he pretended to be asleep, angrily conscious sometimes, in the former case, of a humiliating desire to withdraw himself entirely beneath the bedclothes. Yet he gave nature the slip now and then. At times he would once more be standing outside, on the ledge of that very window now before his eyes, his hands gripping the gutter above him, his heart thumping against his ribs, his shirt sticking to them, his shoes slung round his neck by a purloined towel, and trying not to be so acutely conscious of those nerve-shaking spikes below, and knowing that in a moment his life would hang, in the most literal sense, on the stability of that narrow leaden trough above him. Or he would feel the ivy stem give way once more, and himself slipping with it, clutching, falling, landing with his wrist doubled back under him, and crouching there on the grass in the dawn, sick with the hurt of it, telling himself that he had only wrenched it, and that the pain would go off. How cold the river had been when he plunged in, and how longingly he had looked at the little boat, which prudence warned him not to take, lest it should betray his route. Yes, and how cold the wood on the other side before sunrise, and how he had shivered there in his thin, wet clothes as he lay hid in the undergrowth. By evening, indeed, when he had cautiously worked down the river toward the coast, he had long been dry, but so hopelessly faint and hungry that necessity had driven him, after dusk, to the Willises' farm, on the chance that its inmates had not yet heard of the hue and cry after him, which Captain Barrington must certainly have raised. And the Willis family, to whom he represented himself as a smuggler in difficulties with the preventive men, had been more surly than suspicious. Their ears were too dull to detect an alien accent in his excellent English. In exchange for the fugitive's 2 famous shoes and his stockings, they gave him a meal, but they could not be induced to part with any old footgear in place of them. All he could extract in addition was a dirty bit of sacking and some directions which turned out to be far from precise. Yet the visit of this penniless and half-clothed young man had struck out a spark of romance in one unlikely breast. This same young man, lying in his bed a fortnight later, passing the scene in review, still smiled at the recollection. Barefooted now, and with his piece of sacking over his shoulders, he had not gone far along the darkening road before an ugly, hulking farm girl came running after him with a mighty hunch of bread and cheese. Half timidly, half roughly, she thrust this upon him. "For thy journey, lad." Then she saw his left wrist all muffled up in the towel. How vain had been Raoul's hope that tying it up in the huckaback would ease the persistent ache of it. Inquired in her uncouth speech what was the matter with it, and finally converted the towel into a sling. After his recent treatment at the hands of Captain Barrington, this unexpected and unmotived kindness so moved its recipient that he rendered his benefactress the only return in his power. And though, in the past, he had thought little of making this payment when necessary, and even when unnecessary, it was, on this occasion, made at real cost, for the girl was not only very ill-favoured, but dirty. He shut his eyes, therefore, and held his breath when he kissed her. The result of his salute was surprising, for, after a moment's stupefaction, the maiden burst into tears, and the astonished Raoul went on his way rather hastily, half fearing that some rustic Corydon would appear and fall upon him. But now he thought that his reluctant kiss had probably saved his life. After that, disaster on disaster, ill-judged short-cuts in the dark, full of stones and brambles, enormous fields which, to the wanderer's bare feet, seemed entirely devoted to the cultivation of thistles, causing him to regret even his hated shoes. A dawn which found him not only back nearly at the point from which he had started earlier in the night, but with a fast-growing incapacity for exercising choice or movement of any kind. His head was aching horribly. Once or twice he nearly lost consciousness, and it was clear that his condition was not merely due, as he had at first thought, to the inflamed and painful state of his wrist. Having vainly tried to eat the bread and cheese, he lay down under a hedge and wondered what would be the end of this. Somehow, by afternoon he had crept back to the farm, and, hardly knowing what he was doing, implored them to let him stay there a little, offering to pay for this privilege by working for them later on. Had he not been half light-headed, he might have realized that there was something odd behind the changed manner of the Willis family, the alacrity with which they greeted him and agreed to his proposal, and the speed with which they ushered him into an empty barn and brought him food and cider. He could not eat, but he was very thirsty. Between the heady cider and his own exhaustion, he was soon asleep on a mound of hay, and never heard the bar slide into place outside. It was its removal which woke him an hour or so later, that and the hurried entry of his Dulcinea. Her frightened face, as she bent over him and shook him, enlightened him as quickly as her stammering words, and he dashed out of the trap just in time to avoid the pitchfork prongs, for which he conceived an aversion far deeper than ever English bayonets had roused in him. If one of the Willis brothers had not seen the girl go in and guessed her errand, he might even have got away without being chased, and that which was hard to know to what shelter. Then, the swim he had thought his last, a boat making for him, thereafter fog, with an endless choking illness, till the emergence of Captain Barrington once again. Illness, broken wrist, foolhardy climb, and all, he had only been like a squirrel, fruitlessly turning a wheel in its cage when he tried to get away from that man. And so, on the 4th day of his convalescence, Raoul decided to ask a question of the tall, unusual, semi-jocular doctor. From him, he might find out how much longer he was going to be allowed to remain in paradise before being sent back to hell. He was not going to give Captain Barrington the satisfaction of hearing and answering that inquiry. But he had to wait till the following day before he saw the doctor alone, when Mr. Touchwood informed him that he was getting on famously, and would be a credit to any practitioner, much less to one who had abandoned medicine as long as he had. Raoul half smiled and said languidly, "You have been good, too good. Was it worth while to take so much trouble?" Mr. Touchwood raised those eyebrows of his, which were always on the move. "What do you mean, young fellow? Surely, at your age, you're not so cynical as to be tired of living." "That depends on what you call living, does it not?" returned the young man. The colour began to come into his face, for everything was an effort, and he dreaded the result of this one. "I should like to know how long I'm to stay here." "In bed? Well, I couldn't promise," began Mr. Touchwood. "Mon Dieu, no, not that," said Raoul with a spurt of irritation, for he suspected that his question was being evaded. "I mean, how long before Captain Barrington tells them to come and take me back to the hulks?" "Tells them to come and... Oh, my dear boy, you may set your mind at rest. He isn't going to do that at all. No, I assure you. When you are well enough, he will, I believe, wink at your escaping. But send you back after this? Never. Don't you worry your head about it." A lie, a palpable lie. As the door shut behind the doctor, Raoul cursed below his breath. Why could not Mr. Touchwood be straightforward and tell the truth? Because he probably had Captain Barrington's orders not to do so. Yet how could Captain Barrington think that he, Raoul, would believe such a manifest absurdity as that he would allow his prey to escape? Hadn't he been escaping when he came across Captain Barrington's path the second time? Hadn't he? Had he not swum out to the friendly boat, when somehow Captain Barrington... What was Captain Barrington doing in that boat with the men who were taking him to France? Or was that... were they... a dream? Which was a dream, and which was real? He had been in a boat. Clutching at the sheet, he began to grope feverishly in the mist. How, if he had been in the smuggler's boat going to France, as he seemed to remember, could he be here back in Stowey, in Captain Barrington's house? He had never envisaged the difficulty in this way before. Then, suddenly, the mist parted. The sweat poured off Raoul with shock and rage. Captain Barrington had deliberately tricked him, lied to him, used his necessity as a lure, got him here by the most heartless of falsehoods. He had taken all that trouble to entice him back, so that he might have the satisfaction of the last shot in their duel, so that he might do as he had threatened that night. A wink at his escaping, indeed. He was waiting for the day when he could announce to him, in that cold voice of his, "You will be taken back to the hulks tomorrow morning, making acquaintance with a black hole first, I imagine." But he should not have the last shot. No, by God! Utterly helpless as his captive was, he could fool him yet. He saw the way clear. It would not probably take very long to carry the business through. The plan only needed resolution. End of section 23. Part 3, Chapter 11. The Last Shot. Quote, "I suppose he discovered in me, through the obscurity of the room, some tokens of amazement and doubt, for after a short pause he proceeded thus. Not to be easily credited will neither surprise nor offend me." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 42. Mrs. Hannah Jeremy was in her element these days, much more so than was her spouse, during the short sick-room vigils to which he was committed, wherein he interpreted the command to watch the patient so painfully and literally that he sat immobile, his hands planted upon his knees, his body bent slightly forward, and his eyes glued upon the prostrate form, in the attitude less of a sick nurse than of a determined yet rather nervous man, keeping an eye on a temporarily quiescent wild animal. And indeed on one occasion, when Mrs. Jeremy came down and reported with rapture that her lamb was sleeping like a child, and Jeremy, unable to control himself, said with a snort, "A lamb, indeed! How precious little you knows about him, Hannah. He've the spirit of a tiger cat, as I says to the captain." Mrs. Jeremy might be excused for expressing horror at this callous and almost blasphemous view, for to her the patient had shown no sign of this alleged spirit, and she regarded him as her especial property. What joy, therefore, for one who was a finished cook, as well as an indefatigable nurse, to devise and carry out the most tempting invalid dishes. And she had been doing this for 5 days, to her own, and plainly also to Raoul's satisfaction, when on this 6th morning she was able to announce to him, calling him alternately "my dear" and "sir," because, though she had inquired his name from Captain Barrington, she could make nothing of it, that the doctor had said he might have an egg for breakfast, if he fancied it, a beautiful brown egg from one of our own hens. Brushed and tidy and propped with pillows, our lamb looked in the direction of the window and said calmly, "Oh, I do not wish for any breakfast this morning, thank you, madame." Mrs. Jeremy surveyed him apprehensively. Used as she was by now to his general fragility of appearance, she instantly decided, and as it happened rightly, that he had passed a bad night. "You're feeling a little sickish this morning, perhaps," she suggested. "Oh, but maybe it will soon go off, and then—" "Oh, I do not feel in the least sick, thank you," returned Raoul firmly. "But I do not wish for any breakfast, all the same." Mrs. Jeremy, though disappointed, was too good a nurse to persist. "Oh, he'll be all the more ready for his next meal," she reflected. "I'll bring it earlier than usual." Spending particular care on its preparation, she did so. But to her real dismay, this time, her charge politely but quite firmly declined it. "Oh, come now, my dear," she said coaxingly. "Oh, just a couple of spoonfuls. Oh, just 1 spoonful. Oh, to please me." "No, thank you," said the young man, resolutely shutting his white lips. "Oh, you must eat something, sir, or I shall have to tell the doctor about it." "I am not hungry today," was all her patient's reply to this. In vain did she tempt him at intervals with further delicacies. He expressed regret, but would not touch them. No, he had not a headache. All the same, he was very silent, and whereas the day before, in the earlier part of it, at least, he had talked to her as much as his strength permitted, he now lay mute or slept. Mrs. Jeremy was on pins till the doctor should arrive, but for some reason Mr. Touchwood did not pay his visit till the late afternoon. "Oh, so you've lost your appetite, young man," he observed, informed of the latest crisis. "Oh, I can't allow that, you know. Let me see your tongue." Raoul exhibited it. "Hm," said Mr. Touchwood sagely. "Or possibly the Iceland liverwort decoction is not suiting you. Oh, stop it for the present," he said to Mrs. Jeremy. And as he was going out, he beckoned her on to the landing. When she came in again, she surprised a strange, secret little smile on the invalid's face. However, he must be hungry by 7 o'clock, she thought, and the doctor had advised her to offer him nothing in the interval, a prohibition which went sorely against the grain. At 6:30, however, the appetiteless one roused himself sufficiently to say, "Oh, please do not bring me any supper, Mrs. Jeremy, for I shall not be able to eat it if you do." Even to Mrs. Jeremy's indulgent ear, there was more a suggestion of "I will not" than "I cannot" in his tone. "Oh, but my dear life," she burst out, "whatever is the matter with you? Is it that you don't fancy my cooking?" "Oh, your cooking is delicious," murmured Raoul with his eyes shut. And there was so much sincerity in his voice that Mrs. Jeremy was visited by a new and startling idea. He was, of course, a papist. "How is it, sir," she asked, a little timidly, that today is one of the days when your religion forbids you to eat anything." The mutineer's eyes opened, rather startled. For a second they looked amused. "Would you feel easier in your mind if you could put it down to that?" he inquired. "No, I don't know that I should," replied Mrs. Jeremy somewhat tartly, feeling indeed small respect for a creed which could require anything so silly of an invalid. "Oh, come, sir, it's 24 hours now since you've had a bite or sup. I'm sure your religion, if that's at the bottom of it, can't ask you to do more than that." "Oh, yes, it might," responded Raoul, and again he had that cryptic little smile. "Oh, but you'll be really ill again in no time if you go on like this." Raoul pushed away the bedclothes in which he was huddled. "How do you think so?" he inquired, in a tone of real interest. "Then I'm sorry if it means more trouble for you again, but heureusement que ça ne durera pas longtemps," he added to himself. "Please do not give yourself this trouble, at least, for I cannot eat anything if you bring it to me." And he pulled the bedclothes up again. Quite baffled, Mrs. Jeremy surveyed all she could see of him with great disquiet. There was only one thing left to do, and she did it. "I won't eat. Hasn't taken his meals all day?" queried Hervey, looking up from a letter he was writing. "Oh, you mean, I suppose, that he has no appetite? Why?" "Oh, I believe he's hungry enough, sir, really," responded his troubled housekeeper. "I gather. But I'm not sure, sir, from his answer when I put it to him, that it's a matter of religion with him. Being a papist, no doubt, with all those feasts and fasts and what not." "Oh, that's nonsense," said Hervey firmly, for he had been long enough in Spain to know that it was. "A sick man does not have to fast. If he told you so, it was to cover the real reason. Oh, he must be feeling too ill to eat, and does not wish to acknowledge it." "Oh, Dr. Touchwood said, sir, that he could find nothing wrong with him." "No, I'm afraid it's some maggot he's got into his brain." "Oh, it couldn't be, could it, sir," said Mrs. Jeremy in a sudden tone of horror, "that he thinks there's poison or something in the food? I've heard of sick folks having queer fancies like that. Oh, but that would be such a terrible thought to have." "No, no," said her master. "I don't think it can possibly be that. Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Jeremy. I'll go up myself and see if I can find out what's wrong." But he looked worried enough himself as he left the room. This was a most disconcerting turn of affairs. What could be at the bottom of it? And perhaps, although he seemed to have forgotten, the convalescent had now remembered the past, and was not disposed to let it be cancelled by his captor's present behaviour and intentions, of which latter, as Hervey had learnt yesterday, Touchwood had apprised him. And he was glad to know that Touchwood had done this, for otherwise he would have had to do it himself some time. But surely de Sablières could not carry his detestation of him so far as all at once to refuse to eat under his roof. He went in. The light was beginning to fade. The insurgent was lying turned away from the door, on his right side, his splinted arm stretched out along his body. For a moment Hervey thought he must be asleep, and stood in silence. Then Raoul moved his head, saw who was there, and immediately moved it back again. "I'm sorry to hear," said Hervey, without preamble, still standing where he was, at some distance from the bed, "that you've had nothing to eat all day." Raoul made a slight movement of the shoulders, but no verbal reply. "Why is it?" asked Captain Barrington, after a second. "Because I'm not hungry, thank you." "But, unless there's some cause for it, you must surely be hungry by now." "Oh, I'm not hungry. Presumably, then, there is a cause for it. But the cause concerns myself alone." "On the contrary, If it concerns you, it concerns me," replied Hervey mildly. "I wish you would tell me what it is. If it is anything that can be put right, I can easily send again for the doctor." It was as if he had touched a spring. Raoul turned over in the bed, slowly and painfully indeed, and yet with an effect of flinging himself over. "Yes, so as to patch me up the sooner," he said, with startling vehemence. "What a blow my illness must have been to you, since even you couldn't pack me off to the black hole when I was delirious." Here he struggled up onto the elbow of his damaged arm. "Oh, you wouldn't let me die before, in the river. You lured me here by a lie, a heartless lie, so that you could have the satisfaction of—" "Oh, stop!" cried Hervey, waking from his petrifaction. "You're quite But Raoul swept on without pause, his eyes dilating, his other hand clenched and beating on the coverlet. "But you shall not have the satisfaction of sending me back again. Even now, Captain Barrington, there is only one thing that I can do against you, and I am doing it, and I shall die here, in a bed, and not in... His voice suddenly wavered. "Oh, for God's sake, boy, listen!" cried Hervey in high distress, but the feverish access of strength had already spent itself, and before he could get to him, Raoul had fallen back on the pillow, panting. Yet when Hervey stooped over him, he still had force enough to fling his right arm over his eyes, as if to shut out the sight. And at that, Hervey abstained from attempting to make him swallow the wine which he had hastily poured out. "Would it not be better," he said quietly, "if before denouncing me you waited to know what my real intentions are? I thought you knew them. I'm not going to give you up when you're better, or at any time. On the contrary, I shall do my best to help you to leave England." The arm came away. It was trembling. "Are you tricking me again?" asked its owner faintly. "Haven't you had enough of that? Oh, you can't expect me to believe you." "I think I can convince you," said Hervey steadily, even sternly, though his heart was wrung to think what unnecessary suffering his own or Touchwood's ineptitude had caused. "Directly I'd got you here that day, helping myself by a lie, I admit, but a lie whose sole purpose was to prevent you from attempting to drown yourself again. A party of Marines from Plymouth came to the house in search of you. I lied to them also, said you were drowned, reported the fact in writing, and sent them away. And so, particularly as I hold the King's commission, I'm bound for my own sake to uphold my lie. I cannot give you up now, if I would. How does that convince you?" Raoul stared up at him, so shaken, so ashy-faced, that Hervey now put the glass of wine to his lips, and the recalcitrant drank some without remonstrance, probably indeed without knowledge. "You sent away the Marines?" he stammered incredulously. "You mean to keep me until I can get away?" "On my word of honour as a gentleman. Now, will you think better of it, and let Mrs. Jeremy bring you up some supper?" Raoul shut his eyes and nodded, biting his lip hard. But 2 tears, the product of weakness, hunger, agitation, and relief, began to steal down under the closed lids. Hervey did not know whether to curse himself or Touchwood for the misunderstanding, but he was desperately sorry for the havoc it had wrought, more sorry still when he heard, as he reached the door, that the boy was actually sobbing. But his was the last presence that could comfort him. "Oh, it is all right now," he said to Mrs. Jeremy downstairs. "Just a misunderstanding. He thought I was only waiting till he was well enough for me to give him up, so he had evidently resolved to starve himself in order that I never should." And as Mrs. Jeremy gave an exclamation of horror, he said, with a wry smile, Oh, there is something of the wild cat about him. Oh, get him supper. He has promised to eat it. But he sighed heavily as he returned to his writing. Mrs. Jeremy was more than relieved at the obedient and indeed appreciative consumption of that supper. As she had guessed, the rebel was really very hungry. He was also extremely pale and subdued, but had a smile for her. Like a child that has been naughty, has undergone reproof, and promised to be good. When she settled him for the night, not oblivious of a slightly damp pillow, and though she said nothing, he inquired rather wistfully whether she forgave him for being so ungrateful to her for all her care, and, giving her a glance that went to her heart, caught her hand and carried it to his lips. "Oh, my dear," said Mrs. Jeremy, rather overcome, "you must not do that. It's been the joy of my life to see you better. If I'd only known that you didn't understand about the captain. Still, you know, between ourselves, men are sometimes so—" She sought vainly for the word. "What I mean is, they don't always explain themselves." "And between ourselves," said Raoul, with a glimmer of a smile, "I suppose you don't consider me a man. Oh, it is true. I think I have today behaved like a baby." "So the soldiers actually came to the house after me, Mrs. Jeremy, and Captain Barrington sent them away." It was next morning, after an excellent breakfast, including a brown egg, that Raoul, watching Mrs. Jeremy as she dusted the room, put this query to her. "Yes, my dear," replied the good lady, continuing to dust. "Oh, but what exactly did he say to them?" "I told them you was drowned, I think." "But, Mrs. Jeremy, why?" "Why? Because he didn't want them to take you off to those nasty hulks again." "But," objected Raoul, "2 nights before, and that was just what he—" He knitted his brows. "Mon Dieu, que c'est extraordinaire!" Mrs. Jeremy stopped. "Is that French, sir, you're saying?" she inquired with sudden interest. Raoul nodded. "A very difficult language, I should think." She came towards him, duster in hand. "And yet, when you were ill, you talked a lot of it." And there was something of admiration in her tone. "How, you see, I learnt it when I was young," explained Raoul, amused. "And speaking of the French language," went on Mrs. Jeremy, "reminds me that now you've got your appetite back all right, sir, I can ask you what's been on my mind this day or two, and that is, what you'd wish me to call you. Not but what I've asked the captain already, but I can't get my tongue round that." Raoul continued to be amused. "Where I was before, Mrs. Jeremy, the good woman with whom I lodged, and others of the English, too, used to call me Mr. Rowl. It is, that is to say, it sufficiently resembles my Christian name. You had better call me that, as you cannot manage the other." "Oh, but I should feel it a liberty to call you by your Christian name, sir," said Mrs. Jeremy, hesitating. "Ma foi!" exclaimed her patient. "And then I wonder you do not feel it a liberty to wash me. I do not care a straw what you call me, dear Mrs. Jeremy. Oh, but stop that dusting for a moment, I pray you. I wish to speak of Captain Barrington." "Well, sir, if you'll allow me, I'd rather finish first." Raoul cleared his throat. "You know, I've not got rid of my cough yet, and I feel that if you continue to dust now, it will come back much worse." And he did his best to lend colour to this prediction. "Oh, there's not enough dust in the whole room for that, sir," exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy indignantly. "Though, of course, I've not been able to turn it out thoroughly, with you so ill, and if I thought that—" Her eye kindled. "After all, it would not do you any harm if I were to spread a sheet over you, and—" "A miséricorde!" ejaculated Raoul. "And then you would take the carpet up. Oh, shades of Miss Hitchings! No, I withdraw my cough. There is no dust. I was only trying to coerce you." "Oh, was that all?" said Mrs. Jeremy doubtfully, for the word was new to her. "Well, Mr. Rowl, I won't put you to the trouble." What is it that you want to know about the captain, poor dear gentleman?" Raoul raised his eyebrows. "Why is he so much to be pitied?" "Well, sir, the worry he's had, and the state he's been in about you these last 10 days. I assure you, Mr. Raoul, he could not have taken on about you more while you were so ill if you had been his own son. I don't suppose you were in a condition to know the hours he's spent out of his bed nursing you, and the anxiety he's been through. I heard him say to Mr. Touchwood one night that if you died, he should never forgive himself. And the day you took the turn, well, he was like a different man, though he didn't say much, and that's not his way. How if ever anyone had a kind heart, it is Captain Barrington, for all he knows how to be severe sometimes." The colour had been ebbing and flowing over Raoul's face in a remarkable way during this speech, and he now regarded the bottom of the bed in silence for a moment. And then he said, "Thank you, Mrs. Jeremy. If you want to put a sheet over me, I shall not object. In fact, I think it would be rather appropriate." "No, no, my dear, I'm not going to do that," said Mrs. Jeremy, on whom the fluctuations of colour had not been lost. "You just lie quiet a bit now, while I get on with my work. I'm not sure that I ought to talk to you so much." And Raoul obediently lay quiet against his high pillows, knitting his brows but not saying another word. But when Mrs. Jeremy had finished, he said, "Will you please ask Captain Barrington if he would be good enough to come up and see me?" "And now, Mr. Raoul?" asked Mrs. Jeremy doubtfully. "Yes, now. And that is, if it is convenient to him." Apparently it was convenient, for about 5 minutes later Captain Barrington appeared. "You wish to speak to me, I hear." His tone was purely negative, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. "Yes, please," said Raoul, just a trifle breathlessly. "Thank you for coming up. Won't you sit down?" Captain Barrington complied, choosing a chair at some distance. Raoul was sufficiently supported by his pillows to look across at him with ease, but he found himself instead studying the manner in which his own left wrist and hand were bandaged to the splint, a thing which had not previously much interested him. The truth was that he felt all at once abysmally shy, and Captain Barrington gave him no help. Was it possible that he also was suffering from malaise? No, he did not look like it when Raoul glanced at him surreptitiously under his lashes. He merely looked stern. It was rather like charging artillery. "I should like to apologize, sir, for what I said to you last night, for having misjudged you, as I did. I spoke in ignorance, as I hope you realized." Captain Barrington looked at him. "I did realize, and I blamed myself severely that you had been left in that condition. I understood from Mr. Touchwood that you had been told of my intentions. Evidently there was some misunderstanding, which I can only ask you to forgive, since it caused you so much distress." Raoul crimsoned to his hair. Was this a deliberate allusion to last night's childish breakdown? All the more would he deprecate sympathy now. "There was no misunderstanding," he replied, rather curtly. "I did not believe Mr. Touchwood when he told me, that was all. So it was my own fault." "Well," said Hervey, still more dryly, "having regard to our past relations, I do not blame you for that incredulity. All the same, you must try to believe it now. Unless by ill fortune your presence here is discovered, you will not return to the hulks. I hope to be able to keep you until you are sufficiently recovered to stand a fair chance of getting away, and I shall do what I can to assist you in that." "But in God's name, why?" burst out Raoul, bewildered by the contrast between this undreamt-of generosity and the manner in which it was announced, by the disparity between this Captain Barrington and him of his memories, so different, and yet, it seemed, so fundamentally the same. Captain Barrington did not answer that query. He looked at his watch and got up. Or is that all you want to know?" "Oh, I don't really want to know anything," said Raoul, twisting on his pillows. "I want to thank you, as I said, and to apologize." "Oh, to thank me," broke in Captain Barrington, and for the first time there was emotion of some sort in his voice. "Thanks from you to me would be rather a farce, would they not? Oh, I did not mean anything offensive by that," he added hastily, for Raoul's face was again suffused with colour. "I merely meant, what have you to thank me for?" "No, you meant, I think," said the young Frenchman, looking straight at him, and the colour fading rapidly, "that, as you pointed out last night, you cannot give me up now, if you would. By yielding to a momentary weakness, which by this time you bitterly regret, you find yourself saddled with the necessity of upholding your own lie, as you put it. In that case, would it not have been better to let me go on with what I had begun yesterday?" It would have taken someone older and in better physical condition to read aright Hervey Barrington's expression then. "If I gave you any impression of regret," he said at last, "it is incorrect. I merely used the argument about the impossibility of now giving you up, and to stop you in the madness you were set on yesterday." And here he walked away to the window, the famous window of the spikes and of Raoul's climb, and stood there for a second with his back toward the bed. And then, half turning, he went on in a manner which suggested that each sentence was being forced out of him. "Oh, I cannot help it if you do not believe me, but I've never for one moment regretted my lie to the sergeant from Plymouth. Oh, I would do the same again. I acted then, as I'm acting now, with my eyes open, and not against my inclination. I used you that night you came with unnecessary brutality, as you must be aware." A long pause. "And I ask your pardon for it." For a second the bed seemed to heave beneath its startled occupant. Had he heard aright? For perhaps 15 pulsating seconds after the voice at the window had ceased, Raoul was really speechless, and then he drew a long breath and found words. "Captain Barrington, you are a gentleman. I may tell you so. For myself, I remember nothing of that night now, and therefore you will let me thank you for all that has happened since." Even Hervey's curious reserve was not proof against an olive branch, so much larger and greener, too, than he had ever expected, held out in this way. He had confined his hopes to not being hated, but now that with such difficulty, and, as he was conscious, in so ungracious a manner, he had got out his apologia, he felt that the effort had unsealed something in himself, as well as in his antagonist. He could take his victim's thanks, and, looking at their giver, propped up there gazing at him with those eyes so much too large for his face, he knew that they were sincerely offered. Slowly he crossed the room and stood beside the bed. "If it were not for me, de Sablières, you would not be in a situation in which you had to thank me for anything. You would not have a broken wrist, nor have been half drowned, nor have passed through a dangerous illness." "Oh, but how do you know that, sir?" asked Raoul, looking up at him with the suspicion of a smile. "There are other ways in which I might have acquired all those experiences. And besides, you had your duty to do. I was an escaping enemy." He looked down and traced out with one finger the raised pattern on the quilt. "Will you allow me to say that I think the whole of our misunderstanding is due to a woman, and to the lady of the tight shoes?" And, as Hervey made a movement, Raoul lifted his eyes, purged of all mockery, with only a rather rueful merriment in their grey depths. "Oh, Captain Barrington, she's dead, It is not worth remembering. I never liked her very much. It was necessity which drove me to her company. How could we not bury her? And then, perhaps... He stopped. The slow flush which had risen there died away from Hervey's face. "You're right," he said, not without difficulty. It was that business which angered me so. But now I will not think of it again. Our acquaintance shall begin from today, if you will. "Bien sûr, je le veux," said Raoul simply, and his hand came into the Englishman's. "Why expect," said Hervey, loosing it suddenly, as if it occurred to him that it might break, and looking from it to its owner rather dubiously, "and that we had better stop talking now." "Oh, but I love to talk," replied Raoul, smiling fully this time. "Oh, no doubt you do, young man," commented the voice of Mr. Alexander Touchwood, for Hervey had left the door ajar, and there he was, just coming in. "And pray, what are you and the captain discussing?" "A funeral," answered Raoul, his eyes shining. "An unregretted death, and a very deep grave. Doctor, do you know that I have the most enormous appetite today?" That afternoon Mrs. Jeremy brought up a little package. "The captain's had to go to Taunton, Mr. Rowl. He sent you this." When he was alone, Raoul opened it. It contained his money and Juliana's letters, and a line from Hervey Barrington. "I should like you to know that these letters have not been read by me. As for the map, I can give you a better one when the time comes." Raoul lay still after that, the tears in his eyes again. It seemed like a miracle. The English, what a strange and wonderful race they were. A dictum of his father's came back to him. When an Englishman does a good action, he's generally more ashamed of it than of a bad one. Yes, a wonderful race. But the most wonderful member of it was a woman. He put Juliana's letters carefully under his pillow, but the banknotes were all on the floor by the time that Hervey came back from Taunton and found him fast asleep, wan but peaceful. End of section 24. Part 4. A Month of Miracles. Chapter 1. Several Discoveries. Quote, "I perceived that I had every day more of his confidence." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 40. The revelation that people are other than you had fancied them is always interesting, and only the practising cynic will demur to the opinion that they are very often found to be not worse, but better. On these lines, in the course of a couple of days, did Captain Hervey Barrington, R.N., and Capitaine Raoul de Sablières, 3e Hussars, make surprising discoveries about each other. Hervey's previous conviction about his captive was not so much that he was a wildcat of a pretty well unbreakable spirit, for he had enough acumen to allow for the part which circumstances had played in bringing out this quality, as that he was too histrionically gifted ever to be sincere. Raoul's main idea of Captain Barrington was not that of brutality incarnate, for he, on his side, was far too acute not to know how bitterly he had angered him, and to allow for wrath so intense blazing suddenly out into savagery, but of someone hard and implacable as granite. Now Hervey, to his surprise, found himself in the company of a young man of a particularly sweet and gay temper, and of an engaging simplicity of demeanour. And somehow he knew that this was the fundamental, not the superficial, de Sablières. And Raoul, the discovery was rather slower, found in his ex-captor a remarkably feeling heart, which, for all his efforts, he could not disguise. It showed as he listened to the tale of Raoul's luckless adventures after he had scaled the roof, the recital of which was early drawn from the adventurer. It showed still more clearly a little later, when, on being questioned, Raoul revealed something of what he had been through in the hulks, and spoke of the scanty and often uneatable food, and the consequent perpetual hunger, of the swarming vermin, of which, since there was no soap and bathing was never allowed, the cleanest prisoner could not rid himself, of the poisonous atmosphere in which the captives slept, so foul that the guards who opened the portholes in the early morning always jumped hastily back to avoid the stench thus liberated, of the 6-foot square black hole at the bottom of the hold, ventilated merely by a few tiny apertures about the size of a sixpence, and visited by a sentry only once in 24 hours, and where men sometimes went mad or died, and of the callousness of certain of the officers. Worst of all was the terrible degradation of character which took place with so many of the inmates, forced association with whom was the chief misery of the place for any decent man. And Captain Barrington, walking in agitation about the room in which he had once taunted the speaker with the fate which awaited him on his return to the Ganges, could only say indignantly that he was sure the British public was unaware of these scandals, and that, if they only knew, his countrymen would insist on better conditions. With this belief, Raoul's experience of the English character led him to agree. Indeed, he gave it as his opinion that a great deal of the suffering in the hulks was quite contrary to the government's intentions, and due to the rascally contractors, who not only cheated the unfortunate prisoners of food and clothing, but swindled the Admiralty as well. The unpalatable truth about the hulks, however, was not the only shock to his racial self-esteem which Captain Barrington was destined to receive. Rather stiffly, being far from oblivious of the fact that he had once refused point-blank to listen to it, he next asked for the story of Raoul's initial misfortunes, and was given it, Miss Forrest's name alone being omitted, and she simply referred to as Mademoiselle. By the end of the tale of Sir Francis Mulholland's ingenuity, Captain Barrington was staring at the narrator, horror-struck. "Oh, I could not have believed an English gentleman capable of such a dastardly action," he exclaimed. "Not that I disbelieve you, de Sablières," he added hastily. Raoul, rather tired, lay and looked at him reflectively, wondering why he should now be as implicitly believed as formerly he had been doubted. But to ask the Englishman why would only be to disconcert him still more. So he shut his eyes instead, and, without meaning to, fell asleep in that sudden uncontrollable fashion in which oblivion descended upon him nowadays. Since the interment of the Senora Thomaz, however, he had been progressing steadily towards recovery. And that too ingenious lady's very tomb seemed forgotten now. But as for Mademoiselle Adrienne, it was not long before her impersonator was telling Hervey about the original. And there came a day when, to the surprise of both of them, even the ghost of the Senora stood between them and was proved harmless. It was Hervey who evoked her, and perhaps unintentionally. Surveying the convalescent critically one morning, ere he dropped into a chair by the bed, he observed, "I really think you're beginning to get a little flesh on your bones at last." "Oh, flesh!" exclaimed Raoul. "Mrs. Jeremy makes a prize cattle of me." "Oh, cattle is a plural noun, de Sablières," observed his host, smiling. "And that's the first time I've ever heard you make a real slip in your English. Except, of course, when you were—" For 1 second he paused, and then went on without a stagger. "When you were uttering the sentiments of the lady from Badajoz." "Yes," said Raoul, rather indistinctly, lowering his eyes. "Why did you make the Senora talk so?" pursued Hervey. Raoul shot a quick glance at him. Ma foi, je n'en sais pas trop. I think I could not help it. When I thought I was celle que vous savez, I found I could not speak English so well, that is all." Hervey's mouth twitched. "Well, before you impersonate her again, I advise you to take lessons, not indeed in English, but in Spanish." "And perhaps," suggested Raoul, with a penitent expression, "in truthfulness as well." "Oh, I'm afraid," returned Captain Barrington, "and that the Senora would never be closely acquainted with that virtue." "And yet," said her originator apologetically, "she was not so untrue as you may think, sir. At least, I have heard that some English ensign of the Light Brigade did marry a Spanish lady after you stormed Badajoz." "Oh, that tale was not pure romance, then. What regiment was he in?" "Oh, I do not know, sir. Not having met it in the field, I am ignorant of the composition of the Light Brigade." "Then you made a deuced good shot when you gazetted your hero into the 95th. Under his dark lashes, Raoul looked at the speaker with an indescribable mix of compunction and devilry. "Oh, pardon, Captain Barrington, but it was you who did that. I was very grateful, I assure you, for your suggestion." Hervey stared, and then broke into a laugh. "Yes, on my soul, you're right. It was my own suggestion to the damsel who seemed unaware of the difference between a regiment and a brigade. How she had parts, that lady." A corner of his sister's mantle fell upon him as he added, "Oh, it is to be hoped that the real ensign has not behaved as badly to his wife as your scoundrelly Tomas, of whom it seems I had the doubtful honour to remind you." Raoul grew red. No, he said, uncomfortably. "I'm sure he was not like you. But I was enraged, you see, when I said that." "Not without cause," interrupted Hervey, dropping his bantering tone. "And I don't mind admitting, de Sablières, that, afterwards, I admired your pluck for snatching the last word in the way you did that night. We had not left you any other weapon, I'm afraid." Raoul shook his head deprecatingly. "But of that, Tomas, I am ashamed. I had to tell you some story, it is true, though you never asked for one, but I wanted an excuse for sitting on the wall a little longer, out of those abominable shoes, and, oh, you forgive me, I could not help enjoying the tale. Only when you said that I was really married, did I not enjoy it quite so much. And now you have avenged yourself 100 times by all this." He waved his available hand round the room. "I think of it every day as I lie here, and I'm smitten to the heart." "Oh, I wish you wouldn't think of it, then," said Hervey. "Or read a book, or go to sleep, when you feel like that. Oh, nobody wants you to." "To behave like a girl," finished Raoul. He clapped his hand over his mouth. "Oh la la, que je suis maladroit." And his face was so comical that Hervey laughed, too. With Mrs. Jeremy, of course, there'd never been any need for reconciliation or rapprochement. Had he not been her lamb and her property from the beginning? Raoul could not be ignorant of this gratifying fact, but so much the less could he be expected to divine her obstinate separation of his personality into two distinct entities, one of which was still repudiated by her. He discovered this mental peculiarity, however, one fine afternoon when, waking to find Madame Jérémie, as he had taken to calling her, sewing by the open window, he was inspired, after looking at her in silence for a little while, to ask in a far-away voice whether it was a dream, or whether it had really happened just now. "Has what happened, my dear?" inquired Mrs. Jeremy, putting down her work and looking over at him indulgently. Or perhaps he had been dreaming, poor young gentleman, that he was back with the mother for whom he used to cry out when he was ill. "You're kissing me," replied her patient, with an intensification of his rapt manner. "I'm afraid that it can only have been a dream. I only wish I could think." "Oh, as if I should ever do such a thing, Mr. Rowl!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy, positively bridling. How would it be so unpleasant an experience? Queried the young man, looking very innocent. And now that Monsieur Jeremy shaves me so beautifully. Oh, it is true that I'd much rather have been awake. Mrs. Jeremy took up her work again. Oh, you talk a great deal too much nonsense, sir. Oh, I know when you would not have kissed me, observed her tormentor. When I had on that uncomfortable grey gown and the beautiful complexion. You would rather have slapped me, I think. Down went the sewing again. Oh, don't speak about that baggage, ejaculated Mrs. Jeremy. When I think of her and her brazen face, imposing on a good kind gentleman like the captain, my blood fairly boils. Raoul stared a moment, and then burst into laughter. But Madame Jeremy, it was I, all the time. Oh, you don't mean to say that you still think it was a real girl? I can assure you that my blood boils too, when I think of that meagre, if elegant, little meal you brought me up, when I could have eaten all that roast of the captain's, to which you so cruelly referred. What I brought was quite enough for the young person, said Mrs. Jeremy stubbornly, resuming her sewing. But no, it was not. I assure you that it was not. And it was all that she had to support her during her climb out of the window. Yes, and its insufficiency was probably the reason why she fell and broke her wrist. For this is her wrist, Madame Jeremy. Oh, come, you cannot really disbelieve me. And if I'm not the lady, where did she go to? What of Captain Barrington's reputation? Oh, I don't wish to discuss that hussy, declared Mrs. Jeremy. Oh, but it's not in human nature to believe. She broke off abruptly and stood up as Captain Barrington himself appeared in the doorway. Oh, yes, sir, he's awake. Oh, please to come in, sir, if you wish. Yet if, apparently, it was impossible for Mrs. Jeremy to concede the same identity to the fevered and half-drowned young man whom she had put to bed in the spare room on that Friday evening, and the painted hussy who had vanished from the same apartment on the previous Wednesday night, there was one subject on which her credulity was unlimited, and that was Boney and his doings. She would swallow any libel against that bugbear of the English nation, on discovering which Raoul naturally exercised his wits in finding food for so entertaining a propensity. One morning he had imperceptibly led her to the point where she exclaimed, "Oh, and so people don't get married in France nowadays, and there being no churches left, and no clergymen." For 20 years ago she had heard of émigré priests, but of the Concordat of 1802 never. Raoul was pleased, because now he could administer a greater shock. "Oh no, you're quite wrong there, Madame Jeremy. One does marry, a great deal. My last wife." Mrs. Jeremy, the most sure-handed of women, dropped the broom she was wielding. "Your wife? Your last wife? How didn't you know that I was married?" asked Raoul with elaborate carelessness. "Why not? I'm nearly 25. The reasonableness of this consideration further disconcerted his victim. "But," she protested, remembering, "you were married before, you say. You have been a widower already, at your age." "Oh, no," said the young man, gazing at the ceiling. "I'm glad to say I was never that. And indeed," he added thoughtfully, "even if one of them had died, I could hardly describe myself as widowed, because there would always remain the other two. Oh, you see, we are allowed 3. "3 what?" demanded Mrs. Jeremy, her head turning. 3 wives. It is the Emperor's wish." Mrs. Jeremy sat down heavily in the nearest chair. "Mr. Rowl." "Oh, I dare say you don't believe me," went on Raoul, with an air of great candour. "But I will tell you all about my wives, if you wish. Oh, I wonder that I've not mentioned them before, for I'm very fond of them all. Julie and Anastasie, and Claudine, the newest one. It is true that I've not seen any of them for nearly 3 years, and it is possible that by now some of them, if not all, have been confiscated." "How confiscated?" breathed his listener. "Well, you see," explained the romancer, wondering how far he could go. There's the future population of France to consider. And that, of course, is why the Emperor wishes. And one cannot complain if one is absent so long. I dare say I shall easily find some more. But I should like to tell you about Claudine. Mrs. Jeremy rose to her feet. Mr. Raoul, she said in strong indignation, I can't but think that you are jesting. If not, all I can say is, well, really, I'd rather not discuss it with you. And indeed, she was quite red. Oh, but don't you want to hear about Claudine? Asked the invalid, with an ingratiating smile. She had the most beautiful... Oh, I'd Claudine her, said Mrs. Jeremy. And you, too, you young jackanapes, if I thought it was true. 3. Oh, Madame Jérémie, that's not respectful, said Raoul lazily. And surely Bonaparte's wishing me to have 3 wives is not as disgraceful as his habit of eating children. And you know that is true, don't you? I'll get along with you, responded Mrs. Jeremy, breathing a sigh of relief as her lamb's guile was revealed. How making game of me like that. I don't believe you are married at all, and I pity your wife when you do get one. My ideal wife, began Raoul unrepressed, would be the lady with the wig who... But Mrs. Jeremy went out and shut the door. And while he was still smiling to himself over his late success, Captain Barrington's tread and that of the doctor were audible outside, and his thoughts were diverted from the subject, not altogether pleasantly, by Mr. Touchwood's unbandaging and manipulating his wrist, though he managed to keep up during the operation almost his usual flow of persiflage, desiring to know, for instance, whether, supposing the wrist remained stiff in perpetuity, it would gradually turn into a fossil. For he always expressed a great wish to be instructed in geology. One thing that won't easily turn into a fossil, young man, replied Mr. Touchwood, is your tongue, I fancy. Or your spirit, either, he added, as he finished rebandaging. There, I shan't have to hurt you like that again, I hope. And when may I get up? All in good time, responded Mr. Touchwood, as he generally did to this query. There was, however, one person in the household who was not subjugated by the young man upstairs, and that was John Jeremy, late captain's coxswain of the Suffolk. He was not hostile, but he was bewildered and inclined to be injured. Why Captain Barrington had turned round as he had, running himself thereby into a danger which still threatened him, was a complete mystery. It seemed, too, as if the young beggar had done nothing but get him into hot water, from the time when his master had called him to account in the Kestrel for hurting the blessed wildcat when he saved him from drowning himself. And secretly John Jeremy, though not inhumane, thought it would be better for all parties if he had succeeded in his attempt. Down to yesterday, when Hannah had given him the rough side of her tongue because the razor had slipped when he was shaving his lordship. For John Jeremy still performed that office, and performed it with much of the immense solemnity and subdued nervousness of the first occasion of all, when he had said humbly to the young man against the pillows, "Oh, I asks pardon if I've not done it well, sir, me not being used to shaving the captain, as always shaves hisself, nor I haven't never shaved a gentleman in bed before." But Raoul, who had never set out to subjugate anybody, had no desire to wean the seaman from his rightful allegiance. He guessed quite well why the good mariner looked upon him with distrust, and bethought the better of him for it. It was because Jeremy knew that a French prisoner's presence at Fairhaven was a standing menace to his master. Raoul could not forget it either. This house, which was heaven after the past, could not harbour him for ever. And what if Captain Barrington did have to pay dearly for his generosity? The thought tormented him at times, yet he was still bedridden and could not get away. Moreover, since he had not been traced here 3 weeks ago, why should he be traced now, when he was drowned and forgotten? Thus Captain Barrington, when he had broached the question to him. But the possibility was there. Another trouble was that from beneath Captain Barrington's roof he dared not write to Juliana Forrest, as he longed to do. Not that he imagined she would be anxious about him. Creedy, he knew, would soon acquaint her with the news of his escape, if only to get the residue of the money which, he had informed the fugitive, was now due. Raoul had tried in vain to find out what was the total sum expended, having a firm intention of repaying it somehow. And as Miss Forrest had, most evidently, abandoned her siege en règle of the transport office, she would not have heard of his supposed drowning. It was unlikely to be in the newspapers, and even if it had come to Creedy's ears, he would not be very anxious to pass on the fact to her. No, he longed to write to Miss Forrest for other reasons. But not having Creedy's facilities for private communication, he could not do it, lest the letter should fall into the wrong hands. So, since he could not tell her what he felt, he thought of her the more. And about Captain Barrington he thought continually. Why he had done what he had done, for his sake. Why he now believed what he, Raoul, said. Why he was not married. Why he was on leave so long, in wartime. He had tried to discover the last from Jeremy, and Jeremy had replied, quite snappily, for him. A man must have a rest sometime, even from sinking of French ships. Further, why his face in repose was so stern and sad. Raoul decided in the end that Captain Barrington had a secret grief. How probably he loved, or had loved, in vain. The lady had married another, was dead, had eloped, had jilted him at the altar. He longed to question Mrs. Jeremy on the point, but delicacy restrained him. He did not, however, feel any hesitation in questioning the good lady about that half-mythical sister of Captain Barrington's, who was so largely responsible for his present situation. What nobody at Fairhaven realized was that Miss Barrington would shortly be at hand to answer for herself, since, for reasons of her own, she was shortening her stay at Exeter by a full 6 days. Thus she descended upon Fairhaven en route for her own home on the other side of the river 6 days before she was expected there. Hervey, indeed, had not been thinking about her return at all. The 10 days which had passed since his prisoner and he had shaken hands, having given him more immediate occupation. Aware of her departure from plan, Miss Barrington was therefore neither hurt nor surprised to find, when she arrived at her brother's door, that he was out, and Mrs. Jeremy likewise. She was conscious of a strange, but surely erroneous, impression that Jeremy had no great desire to admit her. At least he displayed no alacrity about the business. But then John Jeremy was never instinct with that quality, and he scratched his head with a puzzled air as he looked at her baggage. "Be you going to stay, ma'am?" "Yes, a night or so," responded Miss Lavinia. "Unless there's any reason why I should not," she added. "You've not, I trust, got smallpox in the house?" "Oh, smallpox? Lord, no, Miss Barrington. Whoever said so?" exclaimed Jeremy, looking alarmed. Then, gathering by the visitor's face that the query was not meant seriously, he added, but without a smile, "I'll bring your portmanteau to your room in a minute or two, ma'am. For, if you'll excuse me, I've got summat to see to in the kitchen, Hannah being out." And, eyeing her again with that slow, curious, half-distrustful look, he vanished. "Oh, Jeremy is becoming a cook," thought Miss Barrington as she went upstairs, "and culinary cares are weighing upon his spirits." Miss Barrington's bedroom at Fairhaven was supposed to be ready for occupation at half an hour's notice, and since Mrs. Jeremy was out, Miss Lavinia took off her bonnet and cloak, and herself began to remove the shrouds from the furniture. And thus employed, she soon detected that something was missing from the room. The little inlaid table by the bed, which Hervey had brought her as a present from Spain. What an odd thing! and yet perhaps not so odd, after all, considering the confusion in this room at her last visit. What had become of that unfortunate young Frenchman, the cause of its disorganization? She had often thought of his fate during the last 3 weeks, but she had seen nothing in the newspaper, and had not received any letter from Hervey. And perhaps he had got clear away, as she could not but hope. And no, she was not going to submit to being deprived, for no reason, of her little Spanish table, and, if Hannah had taken it into the spare bedroom, she would soon have it out again. So Miss Barrington went resolutely through the powdering closet, the fatal powdering closet, to investigate, remembering as she went her previous incursion into the spare bedroom, and what had met her eyes when she got there. It becomes, therefore, a question for psychologists whether her mental preoccupation with her former shock tended to heighten or to alleviate her second one. Miss Lavinia herself inclined afterward to the first alternative. At all events, so she averred later to her brother, she staggered and clutched her hand to her head like any heroine of romance, and her heart stopped beating. How absolutely ceased, my dear Hervey! And I said, aloud, I believe, "How, good God, am I going mad? And is that to be my end?" For there, but this time well in the bed, not on it, there he was again, the same young scamp, lying motionless in something the same attitude, save that today she could see more than his profile. And there was her vagabond table by the bedside, laden with a glass, a spoon, a bottle or two, a portion of jelly, and, rosily ensconced on a mat of their own leaves, 2, or, more correctly, 1.5, of Hervey's incomparable nectarines, those nectarines for which duchesses might have sued in vain, and of which she, his dear and only sister, received a bare half-dozen in the course of the summer. Their presence here was as astounding and as eloquent as that of the runaway. If Hervey gave him those... As once before, Miss Lavinia ventured nearer. The occupant of the bed was sound asleep. Again. Yet he was not quite the young man of her first discovery, who had looked thin and tired indeed, but not wasted or transparent. Since she last saw him, Hervey's wildcat visitant had clearly been very ill. Oh, but how, in the name of fortune? Deciding that, if not insane already, she certainly would soon become so unless she took steps to obtain information, Miss Barrington crept from the room in search of Jeremy, the door not being locked this time, and met him mounting the stairs, carefully carrying, not her baggage, but a covered bowl on a tray. "Oh, stop, Jeremy," she said imperiously. "You can put down that turtle soup, or peacock's tongues, or whatever it is, for a moment. He's fast asleep. But if you don't tell me how he got here again, and what has happened, you may as well order a coach and 4 for Bedlam at once." Every time that Raoul came to his senses in this pleasant room, this heavenly bed, these lavender-scented sheets, it was a fresh shock of bliss to him. Yes, once again he was really here in decency and comfort, and not... He moved, gave a little sigh of utter contentment, and then became aware that the door-handle was turning, somewhat hesitatingly. He remembered that he was for an hour or so under the guardianship of Jeremy, and that Jeremy was always rather timid in discharging this function, and required encouragement. "Come in, Palinurus," he said, for it pleased him to air what remained of his classical knowledge on one quite incapable of appreciating it, and who, though it had been explained to him that this appellation was the name of a Trojan pilot, remained quite unaffected by its, as Raoul considered, extraordinary appropriateness. But there came in instead a very handsome grey-haired lady bearing a bowl on a tray. Raoul flushed up to the roots of his hair, that hair which, as he was instantly and painfully conscious, must be extremely untidy, shaved he had been that morning, and by Palinurus, but he felt in no state to receive a strange lady. "I must apologize for intruding," said the newcomer in a very pleasant voice, as she set down the bowl by the jelly and the nectarines. "I hope you will allow me to replace John Jeremy till his spouse returns. I'm Lavinia Barrington, Captain Barrington's sister, of whom I think you must have heard when you were here before, though you may have doubted her existence." The rather hollow grey eyes went over her, and a little smile came into them. "We were to have met in the garden that evening, I think," murmured their owner. "I hope, madame, that you are so kind as to excuse my present condition. I did not know that I was to have the honour." "Oh, nobody knew," said Miss Barrington frankly, "least of all myself. And now, about the soup. You're ready for it. Can you manage with that bandaged wrist? And then, I think, a little rearrangement of pillows first." She tucked them under him. "Was that how Mrs. Jeremy does it? There, can you hold the bowl, so?" And she sat herself down to watch the consumption of its contents. "What is the stuff like? Can Jeremy cook?" "Ah, I expect it is really of Hannah's compounding." "Oh, it tastes indeed like the soups of Mrs. Jeremy," replied the invalid, lifting his eyes from it. "She cooks divinely. Miss Barrington, I'm spoiled in this house. Oh, you cannot figure to what an extent. Not to speak of owing Captain Barrington my life." "Oh, tut," said Miss Lavinia. "You came very near owing him the opposite, I fancy. Or rather, how do you know, my dear young man, that I am the cause of all your troubles, as a woman generally is of a man's?" Raoul seemed to ponder this. A trace of a smile appeared. It had a kind of secret quality. Then he observed politely, "I hope that I should welcome anything at the hands of a lady," and addressed himself once more to the bowl. "Oh, your nation has always been gallant," observed Miss Lavinia, smiling in her turn. "But I assure you that the coals of fire which you are preparing to heap on my head have already been preceded by the ashes of penitence. In other words, I was afterwards extremely sorry that I had betrayed you to my brother. But a woman's repentance always comes too late. Haven't you found it so, Mr. Raoul?" "I? No," said the young man, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I've not made any philosophic reflections on the subject. How do you think, then, Miss Barrington, that it is better not to repent at all?" "For a woman, perhaps, since the result is always so ineffectual," pronounced his visitor. "Ah, no, not always," said Raoul quickly. "No, I cannot allow that." And he finished the soup. "And have you made any philosophic reflections about a man's repentance?" inquired Miss Lavinia, as she took the empty bowl from him. And there was certainly meaning in her tone this time, and Raoul coloured faintly. "No," he said, his eyes lighting up. "Those are cold things. Reflections. For undeserved goodness one has only gratitude." "This is all very extraordinary," thought Miss Lavinia, "and I don't wonder that Jeremy could give me no coherent account of what has been taking place. Of course, Hervey has the best heart in the world, but still—" "My brother has gone to Taunton, I hear," she remarked, casting a side glance on the symbolic nectarines. "Yes, he has the goodness to do a commission for me, and to buy me some clothes," said Raoul, with half-concealed elation. "And tomorrow I am to get up for a little." "Oh, more clothes!" exclaimed Miss Barrington. "You reject, then, that elegant grey gown of which you were so careful, mademoiselle?" The young man in the bed gave her a look which said so much that Miss Lavinia's heart warmed toward him. With a little further acquaintance, they would understand each other perfectly. "Oh, I regret that I never saw you in it," she went on. "Oh, perhaps some day. I believe that I have it in my room still. I've half a mind to get it." "Oh, but you must not let Mrs. Jeremy see it," said Raoul, smiling. "It might give her a coup de sang in that costume." "Oh, I trust, then, that she's not made away with it," said Miss Lavinia. "Oh, I would never forgive her." She got up with her surprising ease of movement, and went incontinently through the closet into her own room. She had to open and shut a good many drawers in the chest where she had laid the dress and wig the morning after the battle, and in the middle of her search suddenly heard Hervey's voice in the other room. "Ah, my sister is not here, then." And did he not sound relieved? "But you will have her and Mrs. Jeremy fighting over your body now, I expect, my boy. Have you slept at all this afternoon?" "Yes, thank you, sir," replied the invalid, while Miss Barrington caught her breath. My boy! And Hervey's tone! And the young Frenchman's when he answered him. Miracles had been going forward in that room. And by even that brief contemplation of them, she deprived herself of the mischievous pleasure of having her first meeting with her repentant brother in the presence of his former victimizer and victim, for by the time she got through the cupboard, the bedroom door had shut behind him. End of section 25. Part 4, Chapter 2. Juliana's Immortelle. Quote, "The princess and her favourite embraced each other with transport too violent to be expressed, and went out together to pour the tears of tenderness in secret, and exchange professions of kindness and gratitude." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 38. The sun of the September afternoon poured cheerfully into Hervey Barrington's meticulously tidy dressing-room, where he was changing into riding clothes. He was going to Taunton on business, not by coach this time. Yesterday Lavinia had returned to her cottage, having stayed 4 days at Fairhaven. Hervey had observed to her that it was clear why she had prolonged her visit beyond the couple of nights for which he was usually privileged to entertain her, and asked how Mrs. Jeremy had borne this preoccupation with her especial property. "How Mrs. Jeremy's property?" queried his sister, flashing at him one of her quick glances. "Isn't he rather yours, Hervey?" "Oh, it is I, certainly, who am responsible for him, if that is what you mean," Captain Barrington had replied. But it was not what she meant, and he knew it, and even now a smile curved his resolute mouth as, having settled his stock before the mirror, he went to the window and looked out. His dressing-room was one of the few rooms in Fairhaven which overlooked the little walled fruit garden at the side of the house. However, it was not his espaliers that he was contemplating now. On the plot of grass in the middle was a couch, and by it a book lying face downwards. But the occupant of the couch was at this moment standing meditatively in front of a laden plum tree, which was displaying its treasures against the warm stone of the wall. Raoul called this little fruit-ringed garden his parc, or sheepfold, for here he and his sofa had been installed for the last 2 afternoons, on condition that he never strayed out of the enclosure. He was under engagement not even to return to the house without first ascertaining that the coast was clear. But so successfully had his presence at Fairhaven been concealed that, beyond taking certain obvious precautions, one did not trouble much about the prospect of discovery. From his window Hervey watched the selection of 2 of the ripest plums, and the convalescent's slow return with them to his couch, on which he stretched himself out luxuriously. Exactly a month to-day since he had been smuggled into this house. How Hervey was going to get him away when he was fit for it he had not yet thought out. He only knew that he had no desire to hasten that moment. How odd that seemed. He left the window, and had drawn on one riding boot, when there was a knock, and Mrs. Jeremy appeared, announcing that a lady and gentleman from London desired to see him on business, and were at this moment in the morning-room. She held out a tray, and Hervey, taking up the cards which lay thereon, read with puzzled eyes the names of Viscount Fulgrave and the Honourable Juliana Forrest. It was not hope which had brought Juliana to Stowey. She had been driven here, after 24 haunted, miserable days, by the longing to hear on the spot what details were known of the tragedy witnessed, as she gathered, by the coastguards, and if Monsieur de Sablières' body had by this time been recovered, and to be sure that it had had fitting burial. For in his death, as in the last painful months of his short life, she felt that she was the only person in England to care for him. Yet, on the other hand, the very shortness of that life was due to her initial waywardness, which had set in motion the whole fatal train of events, as the unthinking loosening of a pebble may end by causing a whole cliff wall to slide downward in an avalanche of disaster. So acute and so persistent was her distress that her father finally snatched at any method of alleviating it, and though he thought the present method both morbid and inconvenient, for he had threatenings of gout at the moment, he offered to take her down to Stowey on this melancholy errand. They had arrived this afternoon, and made their way to the coastguard station, only to be told, in the soft Devon tongue, that it was not the coastguards, but Captain Barrington, up to Fairhaven, who had seen the Frenchman drown, and that no, the body had not come ashore yet, likely never would. So to Fairhaven they had come. And in the pleasant casemented room, where she was to hear the last act of the tragedy she had written, Juliana sat and wondered whether this old retired naval captain, such her father had said he must certainly be, would show annoyance at their coming, would refuse details, or give too many. And as she heard the door handle turn, she felt a sudden doubt of her courage, a sudden wonder at her temerity. Compared to the veteran she had expected, the somewhat stern, good-looking man who came in was young. But young or old, those eyes had seen Raoul de Sablières die, and she could not take her own from him all the time that her father made themselves and their errand known, and asked Captain Barrington for details. And the body, I gather, has not been recovered, he finished. For all her mental anguish, Juliana could not avoid noticing the colour which mounted at that to Captain Barrington's face. "No," he said, a little indistinctly. I doubt if there's now any chance of it." He turned away, for he had not sat down, and murmuring something about a draught, closed the casement window. Then, fixing a very clear and steady pair of eyes on Lord Falgrave, he said, "You were sincerely interested in this young man, my lord." "Oh, sincerely," replied his lordship, with a glance at his daughter. "Oh, I did my best to obtain his release from the hulks. Had he not escaped and lost his life in so doing, I should have succeeded, for it appears that he had rendered a signal service to a British officer at Albuera, and the Transport Board were prepared to recommend him for an unconditional cartel. But now, of course—" "A cartel!" exclaimed Captain Barrington in evident astonishment. "Oh, he would have been released altogether." "That was certainly intended. He had saved the life of this officer, a major in the 3rd Foot. But before the commissioners could take the necessary steps, came the melancholy news of the young man's death." Oh, why did Captain Barrington look so strange, so much more than merely surprised? But Juliana's eyes, in her pain, wandered at last away from his face, only to encounter a sharper pang. From where she sat she could see the wide river that had drowned Mr. Rowl, all blue and sparkling under the September sky. Now she did not want to hear those details she had come to hear. It hurt too deeply. Oh, she cared too much. More than she knew. Oh, why had she come? You astonish me very much," she heard Captain Barrington saying, and then he seemed to come to a stop. "Oh, it is indeed very regrettable that the young man should no longer be alive to profit by this favour, observed her father. "You're quite sure, my lord, that it really would have been extended to him, had he lived? Oh, forgive my pertinacity." "From what I was told, sir, I feel convinced of it." "Then," began Captain Barrington, and stopped again. Suddenly he put a curious question. "My lord, are you disposed to admit that there may be occasions when a man's duty to his country conflicts with the claims of humanity?" "I suppose there may be such occasions," replied his lordship cautiously. "Then, if, in the case of this young Frenchman, who is reported to have been drowned—" "Reported?" interjected Lord Falgrave. "But was it not you yourself, Captain Barrington, who reported it? Was your report then based only on hearsay?" "Yes, I did report it," admitted Captain Barrington. "But—" He hesitated, and a spasm of relief darted through Juliana. He meant that he had not, after all, witnessed the tragedy with his own eyes. And, after all, she need not hear of it. But the speaker was going on again. "If I were to tell you, Lord Falgrave," he said squarely, "that this young Frenchman had been rescued, hidden and cared for through a serious illness, by an Englishman who ought no doubt to have made him over to the authorities, but who could not bring himself to do this, what would be your opinion of that man?" But Lord Falgrave had no opportunity of stating his opinion, for his daughter was on her feet, stretching out a hand to Harvey Barrington. "Oh, is it true, sir?" she implored. "Is it true, or only a possibility, that he's not—" Harvey turned to her. "It is quite true, madam," he replied soberly. "He is alive, and—" It was he who caught Miss Forrest as she swayed, transferring her quickly to her father's care, and ringing the bell violently for Mrs. Jeremy. Then supervened a period of the attentions of that good lady and smelling salts. At one moment, and there was even borne to Harvey's nostrils, he having discreetly turned his back, the odious smell of burnt feathers. And during the time that he thus contemplated the kestrel at her moorings, he lost any remaining doubts as to Miss Forrest's identity. She was, of course, the unnamed lady of Raoul's story, and it seemed hardly necessary for it to be apologetically whispered into his ear by her father, as it presently was, that the news of the young man's being alive after all had proved too much for her, she having taken the sad affair so much to heart. Swoon and explanation, however, confirmed him in his resolve to remove the veil from his own conduct, or misconduct. He could not keep Raoul from these good friends of his, and from the prospect of release, because of the possibility of risk to himself. At last Miss Forrest, apologizing for her foolishness and the trouble she had caused, and declining Mrs. Jeremy's suggestion that she should repose herself in Miss Barrington's bedroom, appeared fully recovered, and Harvey caught her whisper, "Oh, ask him, papa, ask him how, and where, and who." And Lord Falgrave obediently approached him. "Will you tell us the rest, sir? Who, for instance, is the man you spoke of, who showed so much charity? You need not be afraid of our ever breathing a word about his humanity." Harvey Barrington had turned round. "Thank you, my lord, for the assurance. Since the man in question wears His Majesty's uniform, he is doubly grateful for it. He has the honour of speaking to you at this moment." Never in his life had he made so dramatic an announcement. "Oh, you, sir!" exclaimed Lord Falgrave. "Then you did not see him drown? You saved him?" "Yes," said Harvey, rather curtly. "He did not love the histrionic. What else would you have a man do?" "Oh, quite so. But you appear to have done a good deal more than that." "Captain Barrington, I should esteem it a privilege." He held out his hand. "Oh, this is a felon's hand, my lord," said Harvey, and for the first time he smiled. "Oh, tut, tut," said the condemner of Creedy, and he wrung it. "And are we to understand that you have the young man still here, under your roof?" Well, he's actually in the garden at this moment. I will have him summoned, or perhaps... He hesitated. I think you said, sir, put in Juliana, leaning forward, that he had been ill. Yes, very ill, and he's still weak, though quite well again. If, therefore, his lordship would give himself the trouble to come with me into the garden, the stairs being somewhat trying to a convalescent. Yet, doubtless, Miss Forrest, too, would wish. He looked from one to the other. Yes, Miss Forrest did wish, and announced herself as perfectly able to accompany her father to the garden. Indeed, she had now the most lovely colour, so Hervey gave her his arm. And as they left the house, she said to him in a low voice, "Oh, Captain Barrington, I hardly dare let myself believe it. Yet, since it must be true, how is one ever to thank you?" "By not saying a word about my action to anyone, Miss Forrest," replied Hervey Barrington, and lifted the latch of the little door in the wall. "Raoul," said Hervey's deep voice, penetrating a very fleeting dream, "here are 2 visitors to see you. Don't move. They will excuse your not rising." He stood back, and Raoul opened his eyes, half sleepy, half startled, and saw who one of them was. The colour rushed over his face. He made an inarticulate sound, and tried to get off the couch. But her companion! He must still be half asleep. It could not really be Lord Wellington, and prevented this disobedience by coming close and holding out his hand. "How do you do, sir? I am exceedingly glad to learn that you're not drowned, as we thought. And here is my daughter, who is in the same case. We came to lay a wreath on your grave, and find, most happily, that there's no necessity." "Oh, sir, oh, my lord," stammered Raoul, utterly confused and dizzy. Whether this tall gentleman with a nose were real, or a remnant of a dream, she was real, and was looking at him with a little rainbow of a smile. How could he answer coherently, or speak to anyone else, or even to her? And she said nothing, but only looked at him with that heavenly kindness. Hervey had by now brought up a rustic chair. "Sit down, my dear," said the gentleman, and Juliana obeyed. "Perhaps I ought to introduce myself," he went on, to the young man, "for your good friend here probably does not know that I have not previously had the pleasure of meeting you, though indeed you've been much in my thoughts these last months. I'm Lord Falgrave." Again Raoul tried to get out thanks. Again he failed to produce anything coherent. But Lord Falgrave by no means waited for either. "And I may give myself the satisfaction of telling you, sir," he pursued, "since you're fortunately still alive, that I've been able, by following up a happy suggestion of my daughter's, based on something you once told her, to procure. However, I think she shall inform you of that herself." He seemed in high good humour, as indeed he was, on Juliana's account. "I see that you have some fine espaliers over there, Captain Barrington. Fruit growing greatly interests me." Hervey said something, and their voices receded, died out of the garden altogether. Between these 4 fruit-laden walls, under the blue roof, there was only Juliana Forrest, who had come all this way to see him. She had on a muslin gown, the colour of an apricot, with little silver lines. And she was not looking at him now, and a silence had fallen. Was she thinking of the close of their last meeting? As if he should ever presume on that angelic gift of hers. He slipped off the couch onto one knee, took her hand, and bending his head kissed it passionately, without words. "For more than 3 weeks I've believed you drowned," said Juliana, in a little thread of a voice, and trembling. "I only heard just now, and the joy, and the relief." She turned her head away, and put up her free hand to her eyes. "Oh, you thought that," said Raoul in deep distress. "I hoped. I was almost sure you would not hear it. I have longed to write to you, but there was Captain Barrington's safety to consider." Juliana Forrest turned her head back, careless that 2 tears were coursing down her face. And seeing him still kneeling there, so thin and altered, "Oh, please, please, Monsieur de Sablières, lie down again. Oh, indeed you should. Oh, to please me." To please her, he would at least sit upon the couch. And indeed he felt a strange swimming in the head. Notre Dame de Bon Secours had come to visit him, or come to bury him. And perhaps he was dead and in paradise already. Only that seemed unlikely. But here certainly was a denizen of heaven. And he must address her. "I'm grieved indeed that you should have heard that," he said again, and stole another long look at her. "Oh, but are you really?" asked a little voice within him. If she had not heard it, she would not, probably, be here. "Oh, how did you learn it, mademoiselle? Surely it was not in the newspapers." If Raoul was a prey to varied emotions, his visitor had to control even more varied. He whom less than an hour ago she was mourning as dead was alive, and was here within reach of her hand, and she had great news for him. Also, the last time they had met, she had... But in presence of matters so much more vital, that memory had scarcely room to raise its head and make her blush. "No, it was not in the newspapers," she answered. "I heard, because... Oh, Monsieur de Sablières, I've good news for you, and the prospect of a cartel." "What?" exclaimed Raoul, gripping the edge of the couch. "Oh, it is true," said Juliana seriously. "But for your escape, my doing, you might be in France today. Even now, I suppose, it only needs your identification by this officer, and the transport office will recommend you for it." "Identification?" stammered the young man, his head whirling. "What officer?" "The officer whose life you saved at Albuera, Major Brackenbury of the Buffs." "But I never heard his name. And you, mademoiselle, how did you know anything about him?" His amazement was very sweet to Juliana. At last she had accomplished on his behalf something that was not merely reparation. "That day by the stream," she began, looking at him with a really radiant smile. And with that told him the whole story of the quest of Major Brackenbury and his gratitude. "Oh, my God," said Raoul, gazing at her almost stupefied. "And you have done that for me? That, too?" But, after all, Juliana had been too lately and too long under the shadow of the misfortunes which she had brought upon him so easily to forget them. She looked away, and it was with rather an unsteady voice that she said, "Whatever I do, I can never make up for the harm I've caused you. Even if you shortly receive your freedom, as I hope you will, nothing can give you back these last months, or make up to you for what you've suffered, through my doing. All your life you will remember that the folly of an English girl sent you to that, and that her unexampled courage and devotion saved me from it again," said Raoul, "more than saved me. Oh, Miss Forrest, if you could only know how you appear to me, you would cease to torment yourself with this unnecessary remorse. You bring me this great gift, return to my own country, and you think I can have room in my heart for the shadow of a reproach. À vrai dire," he added, and his voice sank, "I think that in my heart at this moment there's room for only one feeling, wonder at your incredible goodness in coming all this way to ask the last tidings of a poor prisoner who had crossed your path. If I were the ghost I might be, mademoiselle, and saw you standing at my grave, and though I knew, as I do know, living, that you'd spent so much time, so much effort, so much gold to help me, still the immortel in your hand would outweigh all else. You've come yourself, when you did not even know that I had a tongue, to thank you." with an emotion so contagious as this, Juliana had never before been in contact. She turned a little pale. "You exaggerate, I think, Monsieur de Sablières," she said, in a rather troubled voice. "And let us discuss now how we are to proceed about the cartel. If you were to come back with my father and me to London—" "I'll come back with you!" exclaimed Raoul, as if he had not heard aright. "Oh, you think it would not be safe?" asked Juliana, mistaking his tone. "Oh, but you have only to prove your identity. You're practically a pardoned man." Would it be safe? In a different sense. To sit by her side for 2 days. To sleep under the same roof. It might be intoxicating, but would it be safe? Yet, had it meant Huntingdon jail, he would do it, if he were really to have the chance of it. "I will discuss it with my father," Juliana was going on. "It seems to me that it would be the best plan." She rose. "I think I hear him returning. We might come again tomorrow to see you about it. We're staying at the Dolphin. And I've so much to hear. You've been ill and nursed here by Captain Barrington. Not only ill, I see, but injured." Raoul had bent his head. Why must she go? But if she came again tomorrow, perhaps he could bear that this should end. "Yes, I've a great deal to tell you about Captain Barrington and what I owe to him. And a great deal to hear, too, if I may. It amazes me that you can have found that officer. And it was nothing, what I did. Are you sure it is not a mistake?" Juliana shook her head. "Major Brackenbury did not call it nothing, I assure you." "Yes, Papa, I'm ready." And Raoul walked in a dream beside her to the garden door, where Lord Falgrave and his host were standing. Lord Falgrave shook his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry to see that sling, sir," he remarked. "But I hope it will be many a day before you have your foot in one, which is where mine will be tomorrow, I'm afraid. Gout." "Oh, in that case," said Raoul, "how can I express my sense of your lordship's goodness in taking this journey?" "I'm very glad I did," responded his lordship, looking at him kindly. "Yes, tomorrow, Captain Barrington, we will discuss ways and means for getting this young gentleman his due." "I shall have pleasure in waiting upon you, my lord, as I suggested," replied Hervey, and was instantly aware of a hard, almost vicious grip on his arm from behind. "Or," he added hastily, "in welcoming you here." "Yes, that would admit of a full council of war," responded Lord Falgrave, "and provided that my enemy has not attacked me. Until tomorrow, then, Monsieur de Sablières." "Oh, but you mustn't show yourself yet, you know, my dear boy," said Hervey quietly, putting a hand on Raoul's shoulder, for the latter was manifesting every intention of escorting Miss Forrest to the carriage. "On my faith, I was forgetting," said Raoul, a trifle taken aback. "No, I suppose not. Au revoir, then, mademoiselle." It was as he raised her hand to his lips that the full memory of their last parting came like a tide upon Juliana, dyeing her face for a moment. Oh, heaven grant he were not thinking of it too! But surely the news she had brought must have obliterated the recollection. She went to the carriage hugging that quite illusory consolation. End of section 26. Part 4, Chapter 3. Relinquishing a Dream. Quote, "At last he began to fear lest they should be discovered. He therefore took passage in a ship to Suez." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 15. When Hervey came back from escorting the visitors to their carriage, the occupant of the pack was still standing just inside the garden door, like a man in a trance. Hervey smiled at him. "Well, Raoul." "I'm still rather overwhelmed," confessed Raoul, and he looked it. "Her coming like this, and the cartel. Have you heard of that? It's like a conte de fées." Hervey slipped his arm in his and began to lead him back to the couch. "Oh, I don't need to say how delighted I am, do I, my dear lad? Oh, but why have you never told me of this British officer at Albuera?" "Because there was really nothing to tell. I kept a Polish lancer from spearing him, and that was all. I never even knew his name. And now it seems that, thanks to Miss Forrest's good offices, and Lord Falgrave's, of course, I've merely to show myself, to be sent back to France. It's astounding." It was not unnatural that he should go on in this vein for a little, and Hervey had no wish in the world to stop him. He was too rejoiced himself. Yet before long an unpleasant little thought was tapping like a woodpecker in his own brain. What is to become of me when my illegal share in this happy event is revealed? And no one, not even the boy himself, seems to be going to give a thought to that. But he was ashamed of this selfish reflection, and, lest he should betray any preoccupation with his own safety, abstained from reminding the fugitive for the second time that he ought not to show himself yet, merely announcing that, to his regret, he must hurry off to keep an appointment in Taunton. He should probably be back late. "So, remember Mr. Touchwood's orders, Raoul," he said as he left him. "Bed at 9 o'clock sharp. How pleasant dreams to you tonight." Raoul did not feel sure about the night, but he had one here and now, an enchanting daydream, in which Juliana sat beside him still, and he was able to say all the things he had left unsaid, and in which he thought at first much less of the great news which she had brought him than of tomorrow, when she would come again, and he could gaze at her anew. But after a while he did think of it absorbedly. How could it really be that he was practically a free man, about to be sent back to France, after all his struggles and shifts, by the British government itself? He saw the news arriving at Les Sablières, and Maman reading his letter in her bedroom with the old-fashioned furniture, and running with it to his father in the library of the chateau, under the portrait of that forbidding-looking ancestor in the buff coat who had fought with Turenne. And then they would both tell Adrienne, and perhaps in the orchard, where she would be supervising the harvesting of those apple trees that he and she used so assiduously to climb. And then, a little later, there would be his mother in his arms, his father saying that he was not ashamed of him, and Adrienne hearing how he had impersonated her. And, to make this dream true, he had only to present himself at the transport office, to meet this grateful major of the 3rd Foot, and establish his identity. Raoul, lying with his hands behind his head, suddenly became so still that the robin which he had been trying to tame did alight for a moment on his foot, and cocked its head at him. But the young man never even saw that this signal favour had been accorded to him. A thought like a dark cloud had suddenly obscured the golden horizon. It was not so simple as all that. How could he go and present himself at the transport office and establish his identity without terribly injuring Hervey Barrington? A month ago he had been reported drowned by Captain Barrington himself. How was it that he had not been drowned, and where had he been all the time? He would not tell the authorities, of course, not even if they refused the cartel in consequence. Oh, but the danger was that they would find out. And if they did, they would find, not only that Captain Barrington had concealed him for weeks, but that he had deliberately told a lie to cover his action, and told it in black and white in an official report. The discovery could hardly harm him, since even at the time he was destined for a pardon, but for Hervey Barrington it would mean utter ruin. And was he to go lightly off to France and leave him to that? Raoul suddenly became very nervous. Suppose someone were to look over the wall now and see him, and suppose some inquisitive stranger were to come into the garden. and to think that he had only been stopped by Captain Barrington from walking openly out to Lord Falgrave's carriage. He shivered, rang the bell at his elbow, and got off the couch. And when Mrs. Jeremy appeared in answer to this summons, demanded to enter the house on the plea that it was getting cold, on which he was led back and scolded for not having rung earlier. But the offer of a fire he refused, saying that he should soon go to bed, and so laboriously ascended the stairs to the morning-room. Once alone there, he took up a book, threw it down, sat in the window-seat, and looked at the estuary, the kestrel, the opposite shore rosy with the sunset. Oh, this must be talked over. Oh, but with whom? Hervey would say, go and claim your freedom, and never mind about me. And Juliana Forrest, who had brought it to him, would hardly urge him to throw it away. Oh, what was he to do? For some 20 minutes he sat there thinking it over, till all at once he heard Jeremy's heavy foot pounding rapidly up the stairs, and the coxswain put his head in. "Oh, you're here, sir. He was out of breath. "Oh, come in," said Raoul from the window-seat. "Oh, what is it?" And then, seeing his alarmed discomposure, he got up. "Oh, not an accident to Captain Barrington, I hope?" "No, sir," said Jeremy. "Worse." He came nearer and dropped his voice. "Mr. Raoul, they've heard." No need to ask what or who they were. "Oh, great God," said Raoul. "Are they after me? But I'm—" "Nay, not after you," interrupted Jeremy contemptuously. "After him, because of you. When I were out this afternoon," he went on, still breathlessly, "I fell in with one of the coast guards and stopped to pass the time of day. And after some talk, he says, 'Seems to me there my great interest took sudden in that French prisoner as was drowned here last month,' says he. 'Why, whatever do he mean?' says I, feeling like a man do when he see a squall coming sudden out of the northeast, and him carrying too much sail. 'Whatever do he mean, Jan?' 'Why,' says he then, 'only this afternoon there was a lady and gentleman from London asking about him, and we sends them on to Captain Barrington, as saw it happen, and blow me if now on top of that there ain't a navy lieutenant asking the very same questions, only more of 'em, where the prisoner come from, just whereabouts he were drowned, whether it was thought there was any smugglers aiding and abetting of him, and so on. So I says to him, 'You go and see Captain Barrington, sir. He'll tell you all there is to know.' 'Yes, I'm going to see Captain Barrington in any case,' says he. 'Well?' asked Raoul, who was oddly breathless, too, as Jeremy paused. 'Arter that,' resumed Jeremy, 'I come back as fast as I can, and finds out from Hannah that no navy lieutenant ain't arrived. But don't you go flattering yourself, Mr. Raoul. He's been here, right enough, 5 minutes ago.' 'And what happened?' asked Raoul, feeling slightly sick. 'Oh, he asks for Captain Barrington. I says he'm away from Stowey, and won't be back till late.' At that, he looks almost as if he meant to wait, but I weren't going to let him into the house. So he says, looking grim-like, that he'll come again in the morning, seeing as he must see Captain Barrington in person, nor he wouldn't leave no message. Had some kind of a paper in his hand, too, but he put it back in his pocket and goes off, looking, well, as an officer looks when it's a matter of the bosun's mate and the cat o' nine tails. He was probably some friend or acquaintance of Captain Barrington's, urged Raoul, though he did not believe it. Captain Barrington's coxswain snorted. 'Oh, precious few of them, as I don't know by sight, one way or the other. And, moreover, when I asks him if he'll leave his name, he says, no, it's not known to Captain Barrington. No, sir, he'm come from the Admiralty to make enquiries, and perhaps to take the captain back to London. And take my word for it, they've heard something. Else why should he have gone asking all these questions of the coast guards? Now the captain's got to answer for it all." Raoul sat down again, turning whiter and whiter. "I've always said," went on this new Jeremy, now so fiercely loquacious, "and that he didn't ought to have done it. And him, as it were, under their lordships' displeasure already, and though he was acquitted at the court-martial. And quite right, too, for if ever—" His hearer was on his feet. "What in God's name are you talking about? What court-martial?" "Oh, we haven't never told you why he's on half-pay. On the shelf." "Oh, I didn't know he was on half-pay. I thought he was on leave. You gave me to understand so." "Leave? An officer like him? In wartime?" said Jeremy scornfully. "No, him eating his heart out these 2 years, and all along of the Suffolk, lost off the Scillies, through no fault of his, and if ever there'd been a chance of his getting another ship, as was always said he would, because he left the court without any sort of blame being put upon him. Well, it don't look much like it now, do it, harbouring a French prisoner and lying about it, as I always said he were crazed to do. And now, if it's been found out—" He made a short, dramatic pause, during which Raoul subsided once more onto the window-seat and put his head against the mullion, speechless. So this was the explanation of the sad sternness of Captain Barrington's face in repose. And, for his sake, he had weighted the scale against himself still further. "Oh, they always say as it's bad luck to save a man from drowning," resumed the sailor darkly. "He's sure to do you an injury in the end." Raoul got up, steadying himself by the sill. "Oh, Jeremy, and that's Captain Barrington's sailing boat, isn't it? Eh bien, the moment it is dark, you can start for some place on the coast, anywhere, and just turn me out there. As long as I'm out of this house, and no one sees me go, nothing can be proved." There was a feverish flush on his cheek. "Oh, you'd not get far," said Jeremy, eyeing him dubiously. "Oh, that would not matter, so long as I was not here." Jeremy considered a moment. "No, not without Captain Barrington's orders. I couldn't do that." "Oh, but, you fool," said Raoul impatiently. "He would never give them. Oh, don't you know him better than that? This must be done unknown to him, before he returns." "But he'd soon see the Kestrel was gone," objected Jeremy, "and a sailing boat's easy tracked by other folk." "Then what are we to do?" asked Raoul. "You want to get rid of me at once, I suppose, and just as much or more than I want to go. But I cannot walk far. It is no good pretending it. I cannot hire a conveyance here. Couldn't you row me somewhere in the little boat?" "How, the skiff? I've got her bottom up in the garden for caulking of her seams, and she's leaking a bit. I couldn't go rowing no distance in her." "I'll get another boat, then, from somewhere." "I won't have to answer a mort of questions." "No, I'll see what can be done to the skiff between now and dark, and maybe I can get her shipshape enough to put you across the river, sir. And that would be better than nothing." Raoul put his hand to his head, which was beginning to ache. "Yes, and I must go after Captain Barrington's return, not before. Then he will not find out until morning. Oh, don't let Mrs. Jeremy know, either. What time, do you think?" Jeremy reflected deeply. "There's no moon to speak of. Sun rises about 5:30. I'll have to slip out without waking Hannah, for she'd certain sure stop me. I should say as near 3 o'clock as possible, sir." "Very well. And try and bring me some food to take with me. I will save what I can for my supper. Oh, I must have a map of some kind, too. Do you know where Captain Barrington keeps his?" But Jeremy did not know. "And where would you be thinking of making for, sir?" "Upon my soul, I don't know," answered Raoul, and laughed. When Jeremy was gone, he hunted vainly in the bookcase and drawers for a map, and then fell to writing a note for Hervey, for there was no point in leaving him in the dark as to why he was running away. He wrote it stumblingly. It sounded to him cold and dry compared with what he felt towards him, and the message he asked Hervey to convey to Miss Forrest more inadequate still. He supposed he should leave this note on his pincushion, like a heroine of romance. Acutely depressed, he went upstairs, undressed, and got into bed. He must not excite Mrs. Jeremy's suspicions. It was the last time she would bring him a meal, the last time he should have her comfortable presence beside him. And apparently he was not to enjoy even that bittersweet consolation, for it was his fellow conspirator who brought him his supper. "I got Hannah to let me do it," he whispered, so absorbed by intrigue that the bowl of soup nearly slid off the tray onto its destined recipient. "Now, if you'll be ready, sir, from 2 o'clock onwards, I'll come so soon as I can give Hannah the slip. I've been overhauling the skiff." The door opened. "What are you worrying Mr. Raoul about that boat for?" asked the voice of his spouse as she came in after all. "Oh, he isn't interested in that. Now, Mr. Raoul, you eat up your soup, or you won't be looking your best if the beautiful young lady comes to see you again tomorrow. You stayed up too long, as it was. What are you waiting for, Jeremy?" Rolling a conspiratorial eye towards the bed, John Jeremy reluctantly departed. Oh, yes, it would be funny, if it would not otherwise. Raoul obediently consumed his soup, but his eyes followed Mrs. Jeremy as she went and pulled to the window curtains. "Oh, I shan't bring your breakfast till a bit later tomorrow," she announced. "No good comes of invalids being waked too early." And behind her back, the invalid smiled a pale smile. Presently she came and stood by him. "Oh, well, my dear, and a beautiful young lady she is indeed. Oh, what's that under your pillow? A bread?" I thought I might be hungry in the night," muttered Raoul shamefacedly. "Oh, my dear life, don't put it there. You'll have nasty crumbs all down the bed." She rescued the slice. "I'll leave it on the table, covered over. Oh, but don't let me hear of your being awake in the night to eat it." "Oh, no, very well, you shall not hear of it," promised her charge, on which she tucked him in, saying, "Now go to sleep, for I wouldn't keep awake for the captain if I was you, and dream of your visitors." "Mrs. Jeremy," said Raoul, "will you kiss me?" "Oh, well, I never!" exclaimed Mrs. Jeremy. Then she saw that he was not joking, or near it. "Oh, what's the matter with you this evening?" "Well, there, my dear," she added quite simply. "Oh, to tell truth, I've often thought of doing it, and I dare say the beautiful young lady wouldn't mind." After the salute and her departure, Raoul did blow out the candle and try to go to sleep while he could, but kaleidoscopic visions of past and future kept forming and reforming in his brain, till at last one dominated the rest and stayed. Juliana Forrest coming to this house tomorrow, full of her generous plans, to find him fled in the night with scarcely a word, and the safety she had brought him after such long endeavours flung away. Would she understand that he must do it? Oh, surely, her past conduct showed it. Yet, after all, she was a woman, and it would seem an affront to her to find him gone. And gone whither? And to claim his freedom in such haste that he could not wait to see her again. No, it was intolerable that she should think that, when, as far as he could see, he never would be able to claim it because of Captain Barrington. When, indeed, if he were recaptured in the next few days, and the chances of that were about 10 to 1, he would certainly be taken back to the hulks. But he must explain this more fully than in his message. He must write a letter to Juliana also. he relit the candle, found writing materials, began, and then paused miserably. Which would be worse, for her to hear, that he, throwing away the pardon she had so miraculously won for him, was going to allow himself, most probably, to be taken back to the inferno from which she had rescued him, or that he was going to attempt to leave England without ever seeing her again. Sitting up in his bed, the harassed young man groaned and ran his hand through his hair. His conduct would surely appear to her unpardonable. Nevertheless, though distracted, he did not waver. He had no choice but to act thus, and slay his hopes. Hopes of what? He had none. It was only that he would give 10 years of his life to see her again. At any rate, the most sensible thing was to explain clearly what he was about to do, and why, and ask her to try to forgive him. He set to work, and gradually the pencil ran on hot foot. When he saw how much he had written, he was astonished, and without reading it over, he thrust it under his pillow, blew out the candle, and, lying hastily down, closed his eyes, for he had heard Hervey's step on the stair, and could not trust himself to speak to him. The door opened softly, and Captain Barrington, shading a candle with his hand, came in, while Raoul lay motionless, watching him under his lashes. He crept on tiptoe to the bed, as careful as one who fears to wake a child, stood over him a moment studying him, and then he and the candle vanished toward the historic cupboard. In another moment he came back with something white hanging over his arm, put the candle down, and proceeded to arrange this white object over Raoul's feet. Apparently it was the coverlet of Miss Lavinia's bed. Raoul's heart went out to him in an almost painful impulse. No, decidedly he could not speak to him. If only he had it in his power to make him more than the negative return for all his goodness which he was about to make. At least he would make that willingly. He did, even though the cost was so heavy in regret and relinquishment. Oh, but what is it to relinquish a dream? Less than a dream. Hervey Barrington had risked for him something much more solid than that. Oh, goodbye, my dear Barrington, he said within himself. Oh, God bless you, and give you your heart's desire. End of section 27. Part 4, Chapter 4. What Miss Lavinia brought home. Quote, "Since, then, not suspicion but fondness has detected you, let me not lose the advantage of my discovery." End quote. Rasselas, Chapter 14. If you feel, and feel rightly, that part of the glamour of mushrooms is the finding of them, then in any district where their habitat is known to others, you must get up early to secure this enjoyment and them. And that is why Miss Lavinia Barrington, who adored both, left her little house, armed with a basket, at 6:15 on this fine but misty September morning, and betook herself to the high, dew-drenched meadows on the banks of the river. A couple of miles or so downstream, on the farther side, the port of Stowey still showed half asleep, though a few unwavering columns of smoke were beginning to testify to certain household activities. In the next field, which had just been ploughed, gulls were walking along the furrows among the rooks, but these winged creatures, as intent upon their breakfast as Miss Lavinia upon hers, were the only signs of life. Nobody else, to her satisfaction, was out after mushrooms this morning. Or was there someone? The meadow which she had selected was rather like a green sheet pinned out insecurely between its fringe of copse at either end, and sagging into a hollow in the middle. And in the nearer copse, which was also that nearer to Stowey, Miss Barrington distinctly heard sticks crack underfoot. she glanced towards it, and the crackling instantly stopped. Probably a poacher, which she did not mind, because he would have ambitions above mushrooms. But some 10 minutes later, when Miss Lavinia, who worked methodically, was harvesting at the other side of the field, though on the same slope, she saw a man come out of the copse at the point where she had already heard the sticks snap, and begin to descend the field, keeping close to the hedge which ran between it and its ploughed neighbour. If he was a poacher, thought Miss Barrington, looking at him idly across the width of the meadow, he was remarkably well dressed, for one, and he had no gun. No, he was no poacher. He was a gentleman, a young man, too, and his walk almost suggested that he was drunk, which was possible, though unlikely so early in the morning. With this peculiar gait he proceeded down the slope, but when he was faced with the uphill gradient, it was evidently too much for his legs. He stopped, lurched, and, catching sight of a stile in the hedge, went and sat down hastily on the lower step, leaning his head forward in his hands. On this Miss Barrington, deciding that he was not drunk, but indisposed, charitably started across the field to him. But before she got very near, he evidently heard her coming, and, leaving the stile, started as hard as he could up the slope in front of him. "Oh, stop!" cried Miss Barrington. "Stop! I want to help you." But, despite his obvious difficulty in walking, her quarry pushed on up the rise as though a fury were after him, and making his way through its sparse hedge, and disappeared in the thicket at the top. Miss Barrington had, however, gained on him so much that she was in this refuge the moment after, and there he was, leaning against a young sycamore, his back to her, gasping. "Are you ill, young man?" asked Miss Lavinia, approaching him. "Oh, let me." He half turned, as though to ward her off, and she saw who it was. Oh, heavens above! Mr. Raoul! Mr. Raoul stared at her without speech. "Oh, for God's sake, sit down," said Miss Lavinia hastily. She looked to see him pitch forward at her feet. His face was so ashy. "Oh, there, that's better." For, almost sliding down the trunk, he had let himself subside, and sat down on the dead leaves below, half supported by one hand. I am," he said, opening and shutting his eyes several times in succession. "I'm trying." His head drooped. "Yes, never mind," said Miss Lavinia, wishing that she carried smelling salts. "You're running away, I know. But you need not have run from me. Just sit there a little." Very tactfully she supplemented the half support of the tree with an arm, so insensibly indeed that she flattered herself he did not know it, and at the same time she laid a speculative finger on the furiously bounding pulse in the nearest wrist. "Oh, we must go on, Sir Louis," murmured the collapsed fugitive. "Oh, I beg your pardon." He had raised his head, and was now looking at his companion with startled eyes. "Oh, how did I—" "Oh, you came on your legs," said Miss Barrington, withdrawing her arm. "Most unwisely, I should say. However, here you are. You grew tired of Fairhaven, perhaps." Raoul shifted himself to get his shoulders fairly against the tree. He had discarded his sling, but was evidently chary of using his left arm. "I was afraid that Captain Barrington was in danger because of my presence, so I left." "Admirably succinct," commented Miss Barrington, sitting back on her heels, and even in that position retaining all her dignity. "And may I ask where you are going?" Raoul dropped his head. "Oh, I don't very well know," he admitted, fingering the leaves on one side of him. "I could not procure a map, and I find that I cannot walk far." "How you surprise me," remarked Miss Lavinia. "At any rate, you're now coming home to my cottage to help me eat these mushrooms. The distance is not great." "No, I could not do that," said Raoul quickly, "I assure you, I am not entirely unprotected," observed Miss Lavinia with great gravity. "I have a maid and a gardener." But Raoul looked at her without a smile. "And I have not been hiding you," she went on, "if that is what is troubling you. Are you not hungry?" "Yes," avowed the young man, and his glance fell on the basket. "You would let me go on afterwards?" "You talk as if I'd captured you." "But I think you have," said the runaway, and his mouth did twitch a little. "I must say that it is not easy to get away from your family, Miss Barrington." "Oh, come, that's more like yourself, and not his captors." "Yes," she said, aloud, "I expect you will soon have my brother on your track." Raoul shook his head. "Oh, he does not know." "Oh, perhaps," he pursued, beginning to struggle to his feet. "The explanation is that I'm not very good at escaping." "Yet, one way and the other," said Miss Lavinia, assisting him, "you've certainly had enough practice. I think that for the peace of this country it is time you had your exchange." "But I believe that I've got it," returned the young man casually. "I heard yesterday. A pardon, in fact. But I cannot claim it." "And why not, pray?" "Because the authorities would be almost sure to find out where I'd been these last weeks. I would sooner go back to the hulks than bring disaster on Captain Barrington. As it is, I'm afraid the Admiralty has got wind of something. A naval officer came demanding him yesterday when he was out, and is coming again this morning, so I got Jeremy to put me across the river before it was light, and I must get farther away. I must, Miss Barrington. And perhaps I could hire a horse." Yes," said the lady. "We will see about all that after breakfast, and you shall tell me more about this officer. For you can't trust me to be alive to my brother's danger, can't you?" "Yes," said Raoul, looking at her in a rather bewildered way. But for the rest of your life you will distrust women, you mean?" No," said Raoul hastily, and no doubt it was to prove his confidence in the sex, as well as because the ground seemed so unstable, that he took her arm with no more than a half-hearted protest, and they moved together out of the little wood. Susan, Miss Barrington's maid, was a good deal surprised when she was told that there would be a young gentleman to breakfast, but, as she never thought of questioning her mistress's orders, it was with only a mild wonder why a visitor should arrive so early that she cooked the mushrooms. And when she had her first sight of him, lying back, very pale, in Miss Barrington's own easy-chair, she decided that the young gentleman had arrived by sea and had not yet recovered from that devastating experience. Raoul was indeed so much at the end of his tether by the time he arrived at Woodbine Cottage that his hostess forbade him to utter a word until he had eaten and drunk. Not till then did she ask how he had heard of his pardon. "Lord Falgrave has been good enough to interest himself in my case," said her visitor with a slight increase of colour. "He came to Fairhaven yesterday, and—" "Who?" asked Miss Barrington. "Lord Falgrave. Frederick Forrest." Yes, I suppose his name is Forrest," answered Raoul. "Oh, you know him, Miss Barrington?" "Oh, I knew him," said Miss Barrington, smiling at memories of her own. "Oh, poor Frederick! She was said to have broken his heart." "Yes, I knew him, 100 years ago. And so he came down to Devonshire to call on you?" "Oh, not exactly," replied the young Frenchman. "I think it was rather to erect a tombstone to me. They thought I was drowned, you see." "Who is they?" asked Miss Lavinia like a shot. "I thought Lady Falgrave was dead these 20 years." "Lord Falgrave was accompanied by his daughter," explained Raoul, striving to give this announcement an air of small importance. "Oh, indeed," said Miss Barrington. "May I repeat your question? Do you know her?" The colour in the face of her vis-à-vis was sufficient answer. It is she who... You mean that you're betrothed?" Raoul nearly leapt from his seat. "Miss Barrington, what are you saying? I mean that she has done for me. No, there are no words to say all that she has done. Contrived my escape from the hulks, and poured out money on my behalf, and now has got me a cartel. Well, my dear Mr. Raoul, said Miss Lavinia, and then I think there only remains one thing for her to do to complete her good work, and that is to marry you. Instead of colouring, this time, the young man on the other side of the breakfast table turned rather white. I know that you're only jesting, Miss Barrington, but out of regard for Miss Forrest, I would ask you. Yes, yes, interrupted his hostess. I've a vulgar wit, my dear Mr. Raoul. My brother implied the same on the night of your first arrival. But I can appreciate your delicacy. We will not consider then the procurer of the cartel, only the fact. May I ask what it is for? Raoul briefly told her. But, as I say, I cannot claim it. How did you say that to Miss Forrest? It would be encouraging news for her, after all her efforts. No doubt Miss Barrington told herself that she was being cruel only to be kind, for she must have known from Raoul's face that she was being cruel. I did not think of it at the moment, he said. He was pricking the tablecloth with a fork. But I cannot bring ruin on Captain Barrington, even... He stopped, and the prongs of the fork ran right through the damask. Oh, my dear boy, said Miss Lavinia warmly, you must pardon the term, for you might well be my son, you know. I assure you that I appreciate your self-sacrifice on my brother's behalf. But I think so much abnegation is not, perhaps, necessary. Oh, listen. I suggest that you present yourself at the transport office, either not saying a word of where you have been since your supposed drowning, or making up a story of having been, let us say, cast up at some lonely spot on the coast, and cared for there by some unnamed poor people whom it is not worth the government's while to prosecute. And besides, it is no crime to care for a half-drowned man, and they in no way helped you to escape from the country. As soon as you were well enough to do so, you left them. You don't look so robust. With that bandaged wrist, too, that doubt can be cast on that statement. How is the transport office going to disprove any part of that story? Raoul, with an elbow on the table, had been listening attentively. I should also have to account for the manner in which I first heard of my good fortune. Yes, perhaps. But it depends a great deal on what errand this officer has come to Fairhaven. Well, that I can soon find out, returned Miss Barrington, getting up. I will drive over to Stowey at once and see, if you will give me your word to remain here. Parole d'honneur, Monsieur le Capitaine. Or else the coal cellar. A brief smile flickered over her prisoner's face. You leave me no choice, Miss Barrington. I give you my parole until you return. Yes, he added meditatively. I could always refuse to accept the cartel, unless they promised not to make investigations about my whereabouts. Oh, I am glad, said Miss Barrington, to see that you're open to reason. Our first step is certainly to find out about this messenger of doom from the Admiralty. I will order my pony cart. Incidentally, my brother will be glad to hear where you are, I fancy. You say you made John Jeremy put you across the river. I'm sorry for him. Oh, Jeremy is a faithful soul, said Raoul. All along he has thought of his master's interests, not of mine, and quite rightly, too. Yes, but you may be sure that his master won't hold that an excuse. There seem to be a good many martyrdoms over this affair of yours, Mr. Raoul. Raoul sighed and studied the carpet. He was much depressed. Miss Lavinia looked at him keenly and added, "Nor are martyrs always of the male sex, you know." He looked up, startled. "Oh, Miss Barrington, but you know that it is not my wish to stay here and perhaps involve you, too. Give me back my parole." "Oh, never in life," said his hostess, tugging at the bell pull. "You're too slippery." But you did not really think I was referring to myself, did you? Susan, tell Jacob to harness the pony at once. Now, come back to this comfortable chair, Mr. Raoul. By the way, have you the address of this major who owes you his life, and must needs identify you? He's quartered, I believe, at Canterbury. You will have to communicate with him. Yes, I suppose so. Unless Lord Falgrave does so. I cannot expect Lord Falgrave to take any further trouble when I've behaved in what must seem to him such an extraordinary way. No, perhaps you can't, said Miss Lavinia uncompromisingly. She studied him again as he stood before her, and between her liking for him and her feeling that she owed him some reparation for the past, resolved to take a hand in his destiny to better purpose than last time. For all that, she went on to point out that, since he could find Major Brackenbury, he was in a position to carry through the business of the cartel without Lord Falgrave's assistance at all. But this truth seemed very little to exhilarate her visitor. Biting his lip, he merely looked broodingly at her. "Well, I'm going to put on my bonnet and set off," said Miss Barrington. "I propose that you sit quietly in this chair with a book till I return. Now, remember that I have your word of honour that you will not give me the slip." "Oh, you don't think, surely, Miss Barrington," said poor Raoul in a tone of anguish, "that I wanted to give anybody the slip?" "Oh, except your friends in the Ganges. No, I don't. But you have an uncontrollably quixotic turn of mind, I'm afraid." She patted his arm, as if, however, this quality did not displease her, put cushions in the chair, a book in his hand, and departed. And Raoul sat in her chair, leaning his head against the back, frankly wretched. Once again he had made a mess of his affairs, a supreme mess. But once again he did not see how he could have done differently. Yet, if only he could see Juliana for 5 minutes to explain. A letter was so doubtful an ambassador. But it seemed to him that she would never listen to an explanation after such an affront. He knew, none better, of what she was capable with regard to a man who had displeased her. But if he did see her for 5 minutes, if she did listen, yes, even if the arrangement shadowed forth yesterday in the Garden of Eden were carried out, and he went up to London with her and her father to claim the cartel, what would be the result? Only more heartache for him. No, the sooner he got out of England, the better. For other reasons than because of a distaste for captivity. Over there, he could throw himself body and soul into the following of his emperor's paling star. For how it had paled in the last 12 months. For a time, he sat staring moodily into the empty hearth, and absent-mindedly stroking the black kitten, which had come in with Susan when she cleared the breakfast table, and which had established itself on his knee. Then they both fell asleep. And being pretty well exhausted, and having had practically no sleep the night before, Raoul, for his part, slept the minute hand twice round Miss Lavinia's ormolu clock, though, if he had known the full extent of Miss Lavinia's activities meanwhile, it is probable that his slumber would have been less profound. The door opening smartly woke him with a jump. "Raoul, are you there?" It was Hervey Barrington's voice. "A miserable lad! What a morning I've spent! How dared you do such a thing?" He was over him, shaking him, and the kitten, frightened and indignant, sprang from Raoul's knee to his father's shoulder. "You've seen Miss Barrington, I suppose?" inquired the culprit, looking up at him rather shamefacedly. "I meant to get much farther than this. May—" He gave a shrug, and the kitten promptly scratched his cheek. "But for God's sake, and tell me what the officer from the Admiralty wanted, if you know by this time." Captain Barrington, apparently in a most unusual state of excitement, took a turn down the room, flung his riding whip with a clatter onto the table, and said, "Oh, I do know. And never, never, as I am a living man, did a messenger bring news more ironical." He laughed. Raoul was rather alarmed, and twisted in the chair to look at him. "Oh, tell me quickly. Oh, Barrington, if I've harmed you—" "Harmed me? You've given me the wish of my heart," said Hervey, and at that Raoul almost began to fear for his sanity. "Oh, listen," said Captain Barrington more calmly, "and don't look so apprehensive. That naval officer, yesterday, who so terrified the timid Jeremy. And, by the way," he added rather grimly, "I think Jeremy is timid with more reason this morning. Merely came to deliver to me a letter of introduction from a friend of mine in London. The letter, however, happens to contain some news as well. Would you like to see it?" And without waiting for a reply, he threw a missive onto Raoul's knee. Raoul unfolded it and read: "My dear Barrington, this is to make known to you Lieutenant Fanshawe, late of the Sappho frigate, a promising young officer, whom, as he has occasion to spend a few days in Stowey on private matters, I desire to introduce to your notice. He is, in some sort, a cousin of my wife's, so we shall be grateful to you on his behalf for the light of your countenance." Raoul gave an exclamation. "Oh, then the visit of that lieutenant yesterday was quite harmless. He only wished to present this letter of introduction." "Oh, that was all. The rest was Jeremy's guilty imagination. Oh, you fled from a shadow, you see, you scoundrel." "But why then did he question the Coast Guard about my drowning?" "Oh, from curiosity or zeal, I suppose. He said nothing about it to me this morning. But go on." "And now, my dear fellow, I seize this opportunity of giving you a piece of good news. You may take it from me, or, better still, from Charles Denison of the Admiralty, who told me yesterday that the sun of official approval is about to shine on you once more from behind that damnable black cloud which ought never to have obscured it, and that when the new first-rate Thetis, 90 guns, is commissioned, she's all but ready, as you probably know, her captain will be one George Hervey Barrington." Raoul sprang up, his face alight. "Oh, Hervey!" He was unconscious that he had used his Christian name. "Oh, is it true?" "Oh, I suppose so," said Hervey, half sitting on the table like a boy. "Oh, but go on. The cream is yet to come. Read why I'm thus to be reinstated." Raoul obeyed. "You will naturally wish to know why their lordships have at last realized what they were throwing away by not employing you. It appears that, although your friends believed them to have your case continually under their benign consideration, they had really forgotten all about you. But you may remember, about a month ago, sending to the commander of one of the Plymouth hulks a report on the drowning of an escaped French prisoner at Stowey. This report was forwarded in due course to the Transport Office, and came up in its turn at a meeting of the board. As chance and your good star would have it, my dear Barrington, that meeting happened, I don't quite know why, to be attended by Admiral Clutterbuck of the Navy Board. When it came to your name in connection with this document, it appears that he nearly lifted the roof off. What, is that fellow still kicking his heels in Devonshire, reporting on escaped prisoners, when he ought to be making them? Oh, by blank, I never heard of such a scandal, etc., etc., all the more vigorously, no doubt, that he was partly responsible for the scandal himself. The upshot of it was, I believe, a stiff breeze at the Admiralty, terminating in their lordships' resolution to appoint you to the Thetis, a piece of news, obligingly communicated to me, as I say, by Charles Denison, who knew of what interest and pleasure it would be to me. Nota bene. If I did not know C.D. to be an absolutely trustworthy informant, I should not be so cruel as to pass on the statement. As it is, I've no hesitation in offering you, my dear Barrington, my warmest congratulations. A little antedated, perhaps, but not much. Indeed, I fancy you had better be looking over your kit. Raoul dropped the letter and seized Hervey's hands. "Oh, Hervey," he said again, with tears in his eyes. "Oh, my dear friend, let me congratulate you too." "Why," said Hervey, smiling, and not unresponsive to the grip. "Oh, it is I who ought to thank you for bringing this about. If I had not sent in that lying report, it would never have happened. A strange reward for something like felony, isn't it? I did a better day's work for myself than I thought when I hauled you into the kestrel in spite of your efforts. But you'll admit that it is a little ironical." "Oh, I'm so delighted that I won't admit anything," cried Raoul. "Between this and the kind intentions of the Transport Board towards me, all my thoughts of your Admiralty are rosy just now. I would decree them all halos, des auréoles bien dorées. 90 guns, and new. With so large a vessel, Barrington, you will surely have to be made an admiral. Oh, it is a pity that she will not be allowed to take you over to Morlaix. It would only be fitting." Raoul thrust a hand into his pocket and turned a little away. "Oh, I'm not so sure that I am going to Morlaix," he observed nonchalantly. Hervey caught him by the shoulder and spun him round again. "Oh, Raoul, Raoul, you've done enough in that line. And to think that I wondered, yesterday, if any thought of my position would ever strike you. Oh, I could have kicked myself for it, this morning, when Mrs. Jeremy brought me your letter. Now, if you hesitate to claim your freedom because of any scruples about me, He paused, as if selecting a thread. "What will you do?" asked Raoul with levity. "Oh, you can't make me, if I don't choose. I am my own master, parbleu. Oh, I can take the matter out of your hands by going up to the transport office and telling them everything. How I lied about you and hid you. Oh, how would you like that, you crazy young runaway? But my sister has been talking the matter over with me this morning, as I understand she has already done with you, and I think, as she does, that if you do not object to telling the commissioners a few lies, the matter can be put through without involving me at all. You see, by successfully removing yourself from Fairhaven, you have already severed the link between us to a certain degree. But perhaps, since you abandoned female attire, you've sworn a vow never to tell anything but the strict truth." Raoul made a face at him. "If I tell any more lies, they shall be the lies of Miss Barrington, who is a lady of great resource. I will trust her, perhaps, with my conscience. Oh, tiens, I think I hear the wheels of her chariot returning." Hervey listened a moment. The window was open. "Yes, I hear them too." "Raoul," he said, with a change of voice, "I have scolded you for this escapade, though not nearly as much as you deserve. But I've not told you what I think of you for sacrificing yourself for my sake." "But," said Raoul, with a little shrug, "there is no need. As it fell out, voyez-vous, it was silly of me to run away. And all that I sacrificed was a night's rest." "Was that really all?" asked Hervey. Raoul either could not or would not meet his eyes. He avoided them by the expedient of dropping suddenly down into his former chair. "Oh, ma foi, was not that enough?" he asked, perversely. "A whole good night's sleep. And that was why you found me asleep just now. Like the little cat, who had perhaps lost hers, too. Oh, where is she, then?" He stooped from the chair to search for the kitten, Hervey standing and looking at him, wondering if his half-suspicion of a far greater sacrifice made for him were correct. From Miss Forrest's demeanour, indeed, when he had conveyed the letter left for her and the news to the Dolphin this morning, he had been able to deduce nothing. Suddenly Miss Lavinia's head appeared at the window. "Oh, Hervey, come and take the pony round to the stables for me, and there's a good soul," she said. "I don't know where Jacob has got to. No, not you, Mr. Rowl. You stay where you are, please." Obediently Hervey went to the window, and put one leg over the sill and vanished. Raoul scrambled out of the chair again, took up the letter of good news from the table, and began to reread it. But he had not got through the first paragraph before he was aware of the door opening. The voice of Susan thereupon murmured, "Miss Barrington said in here, if you please, miss." And someone came in. A lady. End of section 28. Part 4, Chapter 5. The Marriage of Dunois. Quote, "The union of these two affections," said Rasselas, "would produce all that could be wished. Perhaps there is a time when marriage might unite them, a time neither too early for the father nor too late for the husband." End quote. Rasselas, chapter 29. "Oh," she exclaimed, as the door shut. "Oh, I thought no one—" Raoul, as still as she had suddenly become, stood perfectly mute for a moment, Harvey Barrington's correspondence clutched in a tightening hand. Was he really going to have that 5 minutes, after all? And then the room began to swing warningly round him. Horrified at this tendency, he retreated a step or two, till he could brace himself against the high back of the chair he had just quitted. Will you not sit down, mademoiselle?" he stammered out. She was lovelier than ever, as always when she flushed. He remembered it from Wanfield days. To his infatuated eyes the very clothes she wore seemed cloth of gold, though it was not at them that he was gazing. Juliana likewise continued to look across the room at him. "I think it is you who should sit down, Monsieur de Sablières," she said gently, on which, with a final effort to show that he was not such a poor thing after all, Monsieur de Sablières moved towards her. And speech was restored to him. "Oh, did you receive my letter? Did you understand? Oh, did you, mademoiselle? I had to do it. It seems it was a mistake, and Captain Barrington was not in immediate danger. But I thought he was." "Yes," said Juliana, with the same gentleness. "Oh, I perfectly understood. Captain Barrington brought me your letter this morning. I honoured you for feeling so, and for acting as you did, to your own disadvantage." The relief was so intense, her praise so intoxicating, that Raoul's heart seemed to stop for a moment, and he was therefore guilty, for the first time in his life, of sitting down while a lady stood, for he drifted rather quickly to the window-seat and sank upon it. "Ah, that is right," murmured Miss Forrest, and, possibly with an idea of keeping him safely there, she also came and seated herself at the other corner. "You do really pardon my seeming discourtesy and ingratitude?" once more inquired the runaway anxiously, leaning a little towards her. The fresh air steadied him, but her proximity did not. "Oh, I saw neither to pardon," Juliana assured him gravely. "But what I do find difficult to forgive, Monsieur de Sablières, is the small consideration you have displayed for your own state of health. And for that I do think you should be blamed. And how did you, scarcely convalescent, contrive to get as far as this?" "But I did not get so far," retorted Raoul. "Miss Barrington captured me in a little wood, and brought me here. Oh, I was not making for this house." You were surprised to find me here, I think," he ventured. "Oh, indeed. I'd no idea at all that I should see you," replied Miss Forrest rather hastily. "I must explain to you how I come to be here myself. Well, the fact is that Miss Barrington is an old friend of my father's, and though it had not occurred to him that Captain Barrington could be her brother, for, in those days, I gather, he did not know that she had one, and that brother being so much younger. Well, Miss Barrington came to call upon my father this morning at the inn at Stowey, and in the end was so kind as to carry me off to dine with her." "Without mentioning that I was here," supplemented Raoul, in something that was between a question and a statement. "Oh, I wonder—" And there he stopped, suddenly realizing that a silence on Miss Barrington's part, otherwise so inexplicable, could only be due to strategy, and a strategy directed— Yes, to what end? The same conviction had evidently dawned on Miss Forrest also. She became very still for a moment, and then remarked in a detached tone, "What extremely fine asters those are." "I had not observed them," said Raoul, following the direction of her eyes. The flowers in question, he then saw, were in a bowl on the table in the centre of the room, but he was quite able to admire them from the window-seat, where Miss Forrest and he were sitting, and he was sorry that she should feel it necessary to rise, go to the bowl, and bend over them, as if to smell them. Even he was aware that asters had no scent. Yet he understood her need of a diversion, and followed her to the table but slowly. "My father was unable to accompany me here to-day, as he is confined to his room, with gout," volunteered Miss Forrest, with her back to him, taking an aster from the bowl. "Oh, I am extremely sorry to hear that," returned Raoul. "I feel that I am the unworthy cause of it." "Oh, it is not a serious attack." Here she put back the aster with care, turned and faced him, and said, and somewhat to his surprise, "This matter of your cartel, Monsieur de Sablières, since we have met, we might as well discuss it. You explained, in your letter, why you felt you could not claim it. Oh, but surely we could think of some plan which would enable you to do so without involving Captain Barrington." It leapt to Raoul's mind that Miss Barrington's scheme had probably been expounded to her in the pony chaise, which made that astute lady's silence as to his whereabouts still more remarkable. No wonder, then, that Miss Forrest did not wish to refer explicitly to the author of the plan. She went on, "If we can do so satisfactorily, I still think that when my father is better, you might accompany us to London, as I proposed yesterday. One cannot, of course, tell how long his attack may last." As she spoke, Raoul was aware of a strange, rending vision of the truth about that journey to London. Yesterday, the prospect of accompanying her thither had seemed like heaven. How delusion! It would not be heaven at all. It would be the fate of Tantalus. He must not let himself be beguiled into submitting to it. He looked down, and beheld the kitten running perseveringly after its own tail. "If you will excuse me, mademoiselle, I think that that I'd better go separately." "Oh, but why?" Evidently much surprised, Juliana faced him across the table and the flowers. "Why, Monsieur de Sablières? I thought that, travelling with my father, you would, in a sense, be protected from inquiry until your freedom was established. That was why I proposed it, and my father also thinks well of the plan." Raoul looked up for a moment from the gyrations of the kitten. "You're all kindness, mademoiselle. If I had 100 lives, I could never repay what you have done for me." "Then why have you changed your mind? Yesterday you approved of the plan, I thought." And to that he said nothing. "It must be, I suppose," said Juliana slowly, and in an altered voice, "that you do not wish to have my society for a couple of days. And then evidently your forgiveness of the injury I've done you is not so complete as you pretend. Oh, how could she be so unseeing, and so cruel?" "Oh, Juliana," said Raoul under his breath, and with that, throwing away discretion, went on desperately. "No, I cannot let you think that. If you press me so, I must tell you the reason, though it would be more honourable to keep silence. There's only one journey in the world that I want to take with you, and since I can never take it, I will travel alone now. Indeed, I would rather say farewell to you here, today, because I've less fortitude than I thought. And now that I've said this, you will wish it too. But I hope you will forgive me, because you forced me to tell you the truth. She was, he knew, standing rigid on the other side of the table. He knew it, though he was not looking at her. It broke his heart to end like this, and directly the words had burst out of him, he would have given almost anything to recall them. But the best that he could hope for now was that she would be merciful, and let him go without withering him for his presumption and folly. He looked at her to see. But Juliana, too, was standing with downcast eyes, and she was very pale, and twisting her fingers not at all like a goddess about to launch thunderbolts. I did not know you felt thus, she murmured, almost inaudibly. I'm very... Seeing her so clement, Raoul took courage. Do not say that you're sorry for me, for I am not, except for my own weakness in telling you. Only say that you forgive me. I was not going to say that I was sorry, replied Juliana. She was now nervously stripping off her gloves. Only that I was very much surprised. And immediately she sat down on the chair by the table, put her elbows on the latter, and covered her face with her hands. By this manoeuvre, Raoul found himself extremely disconcerted, for it left him no prospect of her features by which to gauge her sentiments. Yet, perhaps, after all, they were going to be able to part good friends. He began to have at least a hope of it. And with the hope came also to him the weak-minded idea of allowing himself a partial reprieve. Might it not be almost necessary to call on her father in London, even if he journeyed thither separately? Oh, certainly, it would be more courteous. He was weighing the manner in which he should make this retrograde suggestion, when, from behind the shelter of her hands, Juliana Forrest uttered these amazing words. Oh, what did you mean about the journey you wished to take with me? Oh, did you not really understand? Most beautiful, asked Raoul some 20 minutes later, when they sat side by side on Miss Lavinia's sofa. He still held her hand in both his own. Juliana turned her head away, and her reply was evasive and incoherent. You see, I was so astonished, she murmured. I never thought that you... And then you were so modest, and so I had to be horribly bold. But I shall be called impudent, said Raoul, half to himself. Your father... Juliana looked round. I do not pretend that I can bring Papa to reason all at once. It will take a little time, and we shall have to be patient. Laughter and remembrance came into her eyes. Oh, I fear he will not say, de ma fille Isabelle, sous l'époux à l'instant. But in the end... Raoul loosed the hand. Oh, he will call me an adventurer, a fortune hunter. Oh, I suppose that, unfortunately, you possess a fortune. Oh, have I been guilty of a calem, of a pun? Oh, a fortune. I have, and I have not. My money is not settled upon me. Papa can cut me off with a shilling, if he likes. Oh, à la bonne heure, said her suitor with a sigh of relief. Perhaps, however, he will leave you a guinea. Oh, at any rate, he cannot so easily call me those names. Oh, but there's another embarrassment. You perhaps succeed him. No. Why do you laugh, ma toute belle? I know that it does so happen sometimes, even in this ungallant country. Not half so ungallant a country as yours has always been, sir, retorted Juliana. We have no Salic law against queens in England. No, as it happens, the title goes to my uncle, and since I had the bad luck not to be born a boy. How is that a disappointment? If you thought that you were going to marry a peeress in her own right. "Ah, the bad luck not to be born a boy!" exclaimed Raoul in tones of horror. "Oh, grand Dieu! Suppose you had been! What a terrible thought! As for the other question, I must own that I have a prejudice in favour of a wife who bears her husband's name. And now, ask me how a poor cavalry soldier is going to support a wife at all, and particularly one to whom he owes the price of a sapphire necklace. How did you not say sapphires?" "Oh, how are you going to support a wife, Mr. Rowl?" asked Juliana obediently. "Oh, in the first place," replied Mr. Rowl airily, "by my sword. But secondly, on the money that my rich uncle in Orleans will leave me at his death, which will shortly occur, I think. Money which I have sometimes intended to refuse, because he is personally odious to me, but which I shall now make the sacrifice of accepting for your sake." "You are very magnanimous and absurd," said Juliana, laughing. "And as for me, you have no idea what a quantity of methods of needlework Letitia Bentley and I learnt at school. So, if we have not enough to live upon—" "What is the matter?" For all at once the optimistic lover gave an exclamation and sprang to his feet. "Oh, I fear I go too fast," he said dejectedly. "Our countries are at war. I am your enemy, Juliana, and I am returning to fight once more against you over there. If every other difficulty were gone, how could we marry each other in such conditions? For I would never consent to leave you behind in England when you were my wife, and I could not well take you to France, even if you wished it." The gaiety of a moment ago was struck from him, and the triumph. He looked tired and tragic. Juliana got up and placed her hand on his arm. "No war lasts for ever, dear enemy," she said consolingly. "Even this will end some day. We must wait, that is all." Raoul put his lips to the little hand. "Oh, I would wait till next century for you. But it needs two to wait, mon coeur. And while you wait for me... Ah, ciel, who am I that I should demand such a thing? And you will meet so many other men, rich, and of your own nation, 1,000 times better matches than I. Though hardly of a better family," he added, with a little lift of the head. "And you will regret... Oh, I ought not to ask it." "But what if it is I who ask it of you?" returned Juliana in her soft tones. "You, who have gone to prison for my sake, and were ready to return to it, in its worst form, for Captain Barrington's. Surely you are too chivalrous to refuse me that." "Oh, Raoul," she went on, shaking her head at him, "why did you fear that I would not understand when you decided to throw your freedom behind you yesterday? Why, it is a habit with you. I'm used to it. You did it again at Norman Cross, when you sacrificed yourself rather than fail your comrades. Yes, I've come these last months to see what you are. Much better, I know, than you see it yourself." As if ashamed, Raoul had put a hand over his eyes. "Mon Dieu, I do not know through what spectacles of rose colour you look," he said indistinctly. "Vous rêvez. Je ne suis pas comme ça." And then suddenly he turned on her, his voice shaking slightly. "Are you sure that this is not all a dream, Juliana? That you wish really to take that journey with me? For, if it is a dream, do not let me go on dreaming. Make it end quickly." Juliana took his two hands and folded them for a moment in her own, as once in prison. And, looking gravely at each other, they both saw, perhaps, glimpses of the long road they should eventually travel together. Then, gently, his arms went round her, and the kiss of Norman Cross was repaid in full. End of section 29. End of Mr. Rowl by D.K. Broster.